Chapter 35. Fang Chen displayed one-breath sword as soon as he reached the top. Fang Chen had a thorough understanding of one-breath sword and had even grasped the essence of it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fang Chen easily stepped onto the second step of the sword stairway to heaven. At this moment, Fang Chen felt the pressure of the swordsmanship from all directions. "This pressure," Fang Chen whispered. If he could practice swordsmanship on the sword stairway, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It was a pity that the sword stairway was magical and martial artists could not stay on it for too long. At this moment, many disciples in front of the sword stairway sneered when they saw Fang Chen displaying one-breath sword. "Ha ha, how childish! He is using one-breath sword on the sword stairway. I don't think he can even reach the 5th level. Yeah, one-breath sword is the most common swordsmanship in our Qinfeng sword sect. I didn't expect Fang Chen to practice one-breath sword. He should take a look in the mirror if he wants to steal the limelight from the top 10 inner disciples." When many disciples saw Fang Chen use the one-qi sword, they felt that it was extremely laughable. Even White Ape had a mocking look on his face. He turned to look at Bing Ling and said, "Bing Ling, it seems like this kid is just an embroidered pillow." Bing Ling did not say anything as she stared at Fang Chen. Seeing White Ape's words, the other top 10 inner disciples also spoke out. They were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. Only Bai Liming stood quietly in the distance. He looked at Fang Chen with excitement in his eyes. "Although this kid has just entered the inner sect, his understanding of swordsmanship is too strong," Bai Liming said. Only Bai Liming saw Fang Chen's understanding of swordsmanship. Although one-breath sword was an ordinary swordsmanship, Fang Chen's display of it was already amazing. It was just that most of the inner disciples did not recognize Fang Chen. Using the one aura sword, Fang Chen ascended to the 5th level in one breath. Finally, Fang Chen felt an intense pressure. "Looks like I won't be able to use the one-key sword again," Fang Chen thought to himself. Seeing that Fang Chen had stopped performing his swordsmanship and was standing quietly on the 5th floor, the White Ape sneered and said, "With his level of swordsmanship, he can only stop at the 5th floor. That's right. If you want to ascend to the 6th level, you won't be able to rely on the one-key sword. This kid must be dumbfounded. Does he think that the stairway of swords is a game?" Many disciples said. In the distance, Bai Liming looked at Fang Chen and thought to himself, "The 5th floor is definitely not your final destination." Just as Bai Liming's voice fell, Fang Chen's figure moved. This time, Fang Chen did not use the one-qi sword, but the golden light sword technique. Swoosh! The golden sword light carried a biting cold qi as it appeared in the sky and revolved around Fang Chen's body. After using the golden light sword technique, Fang Chen easily ascended to the 6th floor. Sure enough, after using the golden light sword technique, the pressure from the sword qi is almost gone, Fang Chen said with a joyful expression. The golden light sword technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, but Fang Chen did not have such a problem. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very easy to cultivate. Furthermore, because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's understanding of the golden light sword technique was very thorough. Even Xie Tiannan's understanding of the golden light sword technique was not as deep as his. How is this possible? He actually reached the 6th floor. As Fang Chen ascended to the 6th floor, shouts rang out one after another. Many disciples were unable to accept this situation. However, there were still many things that would shock them. The 7th floor, the 8th floor. Fang Chen used the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique and ascended to the 8th floor in one breath. After ascending to the 8th floor, Fang Chen once again felt the pressure from the sword qi. However, the pressure from the sword qi this time was different from the previous ones. "So it's like this," Fang Chen thought to himself, but the light sword in his hand did not stop moving. Golden light sword technique. The 7th sword of the golden light sword technique was displayed. Rays of sword light danced in the sky. So what if he reached the 8th floor? It's impossible for him to reach the 9th floor, White Ape said coldly, feeling a little displeased. That's right. Reaching the 8th floor only means that he has some achievements in swordsmanship. It doesn't mean that he is strong. Look at this guy. He wants to reach the 9th floor. How ridiculous. Even Du Zhong did not reach the 9th floor. How can he reach the 9th floor? I really want to see how this guy will be repelled. Although Fang Chen's ascension to the 8th floor had shocked many disciples, they were disdainful when they saw Fang Chen recklessly attempting to reach the 9th floor. If he can reach the 9th floor, I'll cut off my head, a disciple shouted. Many disciples looked at Fang Chen with a mocking attitude, as if they were looking at a monkey. At this moment, on the sword technique stairway, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Whoosh! The 7th sword of the Golden Light sword technique had been displayed to the extreme. Fang Chen's understanding of swordsmanship had also reached the extreme. However, this did not help Fang Chen to reach the 9th floor. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. Why couldn't he take a step forward now? I don't believe it. Fang Chen bellowed in his heart as he executed the Golden Light sword technique once again. His toes moved slowly. However, when his toes touched the stairs to the 9th level, he suddenly felt something. Suddenly, a tyrannical force came, and Fang Chen felt as if he was going to be repelled. Haha, did you see that? It's impossible to reach the 9th floor by force. Fang Chen is going to be repelled. The backlash of the 9th floor is very strong. He will definitely be injured. Humph, a reckless guy. How dare he try to reach the 9th floor? Many disciples laughed when they saw this scene. White Ape glanced at Bing Ling and sneered. He seemed to see the scene of Fang Chen being repelled and seriously injured. Bai Liming sighed and shook his head in the distance. It seems that he can't reach the 9th floor. Bai Liming had reached the 8th floor, so he knew how terrifying the 9th floor was. It was very difficult to reach the 9th floor. Bai Liming was not optimistic about Fang Chen. He thought that Fang Chen would not be able to reach the 9th floor. At this moment, Fang Chen had one foot on the 9th step of the sword technique stairway. A strong force was felt. What a strong force! Fang Chen could not hold on any longer. He was going to be repelled. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen felt his golden heart beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with sword principle comprehension. The force from the 9th floor disappeared without a trace. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward and easily reached the 9th floor. Boom! There was an uproar on the mountain peak. Countless disciples were shocked. Heavens, am I dreaming? Did Fang Chen really reach the 9th step of the sword stairway? How is it possible? Other than Xie Tianan, no one else has reached the 9th floor. What a monster! Even Du Zhong could not do it, but he did it. How terrifying! He actually reached the 9th level of the sword stairway. After recovering from the shock, countless disciples cried out. At this moment, White Ape was also shocked. He did not want to believe this fact. Damn it, how could this be? White Ape shouted in his heart. Beside White Ape, Bing Ling smiled and nodded at Fang Chen. Almost all the top 10 inner disciples were shocked by Fang Chen's action. Even Du Zhong couldn't do it, but Fang Chen did it. What was going on? Bai Liming, who was standing in the distance, was about to leave. However, the foot that he had just taken was forcefully pulled back. His face was filled with astonishment. He clearly felt that Fang Chen could not hold on any longer, but at the last moment, Fang Chen suddenly stepped on the 9th floor. This! Bai Liming was so shocked that he was speechless. As soon as Fang Chen reached the top of the sword stairway, he felt a strong sword qi coming from all directions. I see. Fang Chen sat cross-legged as dense sword qi continuously circled around his body. Finally, it quickly entered his body. It was not until this moment that Fang Chen understood that reaching the 9th floor of the sword stairway and being baptized by the sword qi was too precious for a sword cultivator. Hiss! Seeing Fang Chen bathed in the sword chi baptism, the whole mountain was in an uproar. In an instant, the news of Fang Chen reaching the top of the sword stairway spread throughout the inner sect. All the disciples knew about it and rushed over. Not only that, but the 9 elders of the inner sect were also shocked. Except for the sect master, who was in seclusion, the other elders all came to the sword stairway. Among the 9 elders, the 9th elder was the happiest because Fang Chen was his disciple. Haha, Fang Chen did not let me down. The 9th elder laughed. Who reached the top of the sword stairway? The 1st elder and the others all looked at Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen bathed in the sword chi, their faces were full of joy. He is comparable to Xie Tiannan. This boy's talent in the sword principle is too strong. The 1st elder said slowly. First elder, you may not know, but this boy is also practicing the golden light sword technique. Moreover, he has already reached the greater mastery of the golden light sword technique, the 8th elder said. Hearing the 8th elder's words, the other elders were shocked. Heaven's will. Is this heaven's will? After Xie Tiannan went missing, another disciple with the same growth path as Xie Tiannan has appeared in our Qingfeng sword sect? The 1st elder said. He is really amazing. He actually reached the top of the sword stairway. That's right. We must put more effort into nurturing him. He is definitely a sword genius. That's right. It's a pity that he is already a disciple of the 9th elder. Otherwise, many elders actually had the idea of snatching his disciple away. But in front of the 9th elder's old face, they did not say anything. Ha ha ha, 9th elder, you have picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 36. In the history of the Qingfeng sword sect, any disciple who could reach the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, as long as they did not die prematurely, would become a peerless expert. The stairway of swordsmanship represented the talent in swordsmanship. The higher one climbed, the more powerful one's talent in swordsmanship. Xie Tiannan was like that back then, and so was Fang Chen now. Otherwise, the 9 elders would be overjoyed when they heard that someone had reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. After Xie Tiannan reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, the Qingfeng sword sect wanted to focus on nurturing him. However, unexpectedly, Xie Tiannan disappeared without a trace. Since then, no one had reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. Just as the elders were talking, a roar suddenly came from the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. In the next moment, the dense sword chi disappeared. After the sword chi baptism ended, Fang Chen stood up. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of swordsmanship had deepened, and his mind was filled with dense sword chi. The sword chi baptism is really effective, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the sword chi baptism ended, Fang Chen exited the stairway of swordsmanship. At this moment, the elders came forward to greet him. Fang Chen, congratulations on reaching the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. All the elders greeted Fang Chen. They had completely ignored the top 10 inner disciples. Elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Fang Chen, you are the first disciple to reach the top of the stairway of swordsmanship after Xie Tiannan, said the 9th elder. Everyone had different opinions, but Fang Chen just smiled faintly. Finally, after an hour, Fang Chen finally finished dealing with the elders and left the mountain. The news of Fang Chen reaching the top of the stairway of swordsmanship spread like wildfire. Countless inner disciples began to discuss among themselves. The next day, Fang Chen went to the skills library early in the morning. The inner sect's skills library was much better than the outer sect's. After Fang Chen reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, the elders prepared to let Fang Chen choose a cultivation technique. After entering the skills library, Fang Chen carefully observed the cultivation techniques inside. Most of the inner sect's skills library were ordinary cultivation technique. Of course, there were some substandard cultivation technique. Fang Chen took a closer look at those substandard skills and shook his head. He felt that these substandard skills were not suitable for him. But at this moment, Fang Chen's gaze fixed on a cultivation technique. This book was placed at the very front of the entire skills library. The book looked very thin, with only one page. What cultivation technique is this? Fang Chen was a little confused. He walked over to the book and started reading it. Quick Sword was the name of this technique. When Fang Chen saw this name, a smile appeared on his face. Although swordsmanship was a substandard cultivation technique, Fang Chen felt that it was suitable for him. After making his decision, Fang Chen quickly memorized the swordsmanship technique and left the skills library. In a manner in the inner sect, White Ape's face was full of anger. Bing Ling treats this kid differently. White Ape said coldly. Brother White Ape, does Bing Ling like this kid? Chong Yu asked curiously. In the inner sect, everyone knew that White Ape liked Bing Ling. Although Bing Ling did not agree, White Ape did not like other disciples getting close to Bing Ling. Before the stairway of swordsmanship, White Ape noticed that Bing Ling looked at Fang Chen differently. Furthermore, Fang Chen had stolen his limelight, so he hated Fang Chen very much. Fang Chen, it's all because of him. White Ape said angrily. Brother White Ape, he's just a 5th level Qi cultivation realm disciple. There's no need to make a big fuss. I'll just send a disciple to teach him a lesson. White Ape heard this and nodded. After Fang Chen obtained the swordsmanship technique, he cultivated in the cultivation pagoda every day. After using 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen finally cultivated the swordsmanship to perfection. The swordsmanship, as the name suggested, could increase the speed of the sword. After cultivating it to perfection, Fang Chen could wield up to 100 swords in one breath. It was very powerful. This swordsmanship is very suitable for me, Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen walked out of the cultivation pagoda, he heard a male duck's voice. Fang Chen, you're finally out. Yes, I have something to tell you, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The person said coldly. Many of the surrounding disciples were discussing in whispers. The disciple who challenged Fang Chen was ranked 20th in the inner sect. His name was Zhou Yunlong. Challenge me? Fang Chen frowned and asked. Fang Chen, do you dare to challenge me? Zhou Yunlong asked once more. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said. Fang Chen said coldly, feeling a little displeased after being challenged for no apparent reason. Alright, let's go to the martial stage, Zhou Yunlong said. There's no need to go to the martial stage, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, what do you mean? Zhou Yunlong asked. Crash. Suddenly, the light spirit sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, a sword light flashed and Zhou Yunlong fell to the ground. Fang Chen's sword was so fast that the surrounding disciples didn't even see Fang Chen's attack clearly. When did Fang Chen become so strong? The surrounding disciples sucked in a breath of cold air and began to discuss. Fang Chen had defeated Zhou Yunlong in one move. They hadn't even seen his attack clearly. He was becoming more and more mysterious. After defeating Zhou Yunlong, Fang Chen turned and left. As time passed, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the mid-5th level of Qi refining. His strength had increased by another step. On this day, Fang Chen went to the mission hall to accept a mission. The location of the mission was Flowing Wind City, where the Flowing Wind sect was located. Fang Chen left the Azure Edge Sword sect and went to Flowing Wind City. 3 days later, Fang Chen arrived at Flowing Wind City. According to the mission, there's a suspected metal vein on a mountain peak outside of Flowing Wind City. I need to investigate it, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen followed the map and quickly left Flowing Wind City, heading towards the mountain peak. At this moment, on the wasteland, the disciples of the Flowing Wind sect also received the news that there might be a metal lode here. Senior Brotherly, I didn't think that you would personally take part in this mission. A disciple laughed. Li Jin was the 13th disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. His strength had reached the peak of the 5th level of qi refining. He was very strong. This mission is more important. Let's go quickly, Li Jin said indifferently. The group of people quickly rushed towards the mountain peak. When Li Jin and the others arrived at the mountain peak, they discovered that there was already a figure on the mountain peak. Who are you? Li Jin asked. When Fang Chen heard this, he recognized that these people were disciples of the Flowing Wind sect. I'm a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen said. Why would a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect appear in the territory of my Flowing Wind sect? Li Jin was a little unhappy. He didn't want the metal vein to be exposed. I'm here to do the mission. Fang Chen finished speaking and began to inspect the mountain peak. When Li Jin saw this, he also began to inspect the mountain peak. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that there were some metal ores under the ground where Fang Chen was standing. Could there really be a metal vein here? Fang Chen wondered. At the same time, Li Jin and the others also discovered the metal vein. Not good, there really is a metal vein here. We can't let the Azure Edge Sword sect's disciples spread this news. Li Jin instantly made his decision. Flowing Wind Fist. Li Jin took advantage of the fact that Fang Chen was not paying attention and executed a fist technique. He punched out and a fist glow appeared in the sky. Rumble, after sensing Li Jin's murderous intent, a cold glint flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fang Chen roared furiously. The nimble sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly used a swift sword. Puchie's sword light flashed, and a figure instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Jin was infuriated. Bastard, I'll kill you! Li Jin roared furiously. The other disciples who had come with him also attacked. Puchie, however, Fang Chen's strength wasn't something that Li Jin could compare to. In just a moment, all of Li Jin's disciples had been killed by Fang Chen. Only Li Jin remained. You can go die too. Sword light flashed, and Fang Chen's nimble sword instantly stabbed into Li Jin's chest. At this point, all of the Flowing Wind sect's disciples had been killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen checked and found that Li Jin had a spatial ring, so he directly took it. I must spread the news before the Flowing Wind sect finds out. Fang Chen pondered. As long as the Azure Edge Sword sect occupied this place before the Flowing Wind sect, the Flowing Wind sect wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, this place belonged to the Azure Cloud County. Fang Chen took out a communication jade pendant and sent the news back. Then he entered the metal vein. In a remote area outside Flowing Wind City, there was a blood-red skeleton stealthily walking. It seems a little difficult to contact the other disciples of the Yellow Spring sect, the blood-red skeleton said in a hoarse voice. Ever since the blood-red skeleton killed Elder Lu, its pursuit of Fang Chen was fruitless, so it left the valley and wandered around before arriving at Flowing Wind City. It wanted to find the members of the Yellow Spring sect who were hiding in the dark. However, after searching for so long, it still couldn't find them. This made the blood-red skeleton a little speechless. Just as the blood-red skeleton was walking, it suddenly smelled a fishy smell ahead. Fishy smell. Could it be that someone is fighting? The blood-red skeleton's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the mountain peak. Not long after, the blood-red skeleton appeared on the mountain peak and discovered Li Jin and the others. These people just died not long ago, the blood-red skeleton said softly. Then, the blood-red skeleton noticed the metal vein under the mountain peak. There's actually a metal vein here. The blood-red skeleton was pleasantly surprised. Their Yellow Spring sect had a cultivation technique that could fuse metal veins into one's body to increase one's cultivation. At this moment, the blood-red skeleton discovered a metal vein, and the haze from before was swept away. Chapter 37. Only after entering did Fang Chen discover that there were a lot of metal ores here. If the Flowing Wind sect gets the news first, they'll definitely occupy the mine. Right now, I can only hope that the upper echelons of the Qinfeng sword sect will come quickly," Fang Chen whispered. Not long after, Fang Chen entered the depths of the mine. There were many pitch-black caves in the mine. Fang Chen picked up a piece of metal ore and felt that it was very heavy. Just what kind of metal is this? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. He didn't know what this metal was. However, just as Fang Chen was holding the metal ore, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, the energy within the metal ore was absorbed by the golden heart bit by bit. In just a moment, the metal ore in Fang Chen's hand turned into powder. This scene shocked Fang Chen. How is this possible? The golden heart was actually able to absorb metal ores. Fang Chen was shocked. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen discovered that after the golden heart absorbed the energy within the metal ore, Fang Chen's body had become stronger. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Fang Chen could feel that his heart had become much stronger. Metal ores can strengthen the heart? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He picked up a piece of metal ore next to him. A strange scene occurred once again. The metal ore was absorbed by the golden heart. As expected, after absorbing the energy within the metal ore, Fang Chen's heart became even more active. After that, Fang Chen began to wildly absorb the energy within the metal ore. After 2 hours, the golden heart had absorbed the energy of 100 metal ores. At this time, the golden heart actually emitted a trace of silver light. However, for now, Fang Chen still hadn't discovered what had happened to the golden heart. Just as the golden heart was no longer able to absorb the energy within the metal ores, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had silently broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. How is this possible? Fang Chen was shocked. There were many talented disciples in the inner sanctum of the Azure Edge Sword sect, but they were all stuck at the 5th level of the qi cultivation realm, unable to break through. Who would have thought that he would be able to break through so easily? 6th tier of the qi refinement realm. My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen was overjoyed. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, other than the mysterious Du Zhong, he was practically invincible among the top 10 inner disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen was very happy with his breakthrough. However, just as Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly sensed a strange movement. What is it? Fang Chen listened attentively and suddenly discovered that there was the sound of breathing coming from the depths of the metal vein. Could it be a demonic beast? Fang Chen felt a little puzzled. Just as he was about to enter the depths of the ore vein, however, a roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared and attacked Fang Chen. Bang! In his panic, Fang Chen exchanged a punch with the black shadow, and his body was instantly sent flying. So strong! Fang Chen felt his bones creaking and his body aching, but he quickly took out the nimble sword. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen saw that the one attacking him was a huge black ape. This black ape's body emitted a metallic aura. Could it be that this black ape feeds on metal ores? He waved the light spirit sword and instantly executed the swift sword. A tyrannical sword light instantly streaked across Fang Chen's head and pierced towards the black ape. Gotcha! When the sword light hit the black ape, it instantly dissipated. What a strong defense! Fang Chen was a little speechless. This ape's strength was too tyrannical. There was no way he could block it. Fang Chen pretended to attack. Then, with a flash of his body, he entered a pitch-black cave at the side. It was also at this time that the scarlet skeleton entered the ore vein from the mountain peak. As soon as it entered, it heard the black ape's wild roar. When Fang Chen disappeared, the black ape was about to attack, but found that its target was no longer there. However, just as the black ape was searching for its target, it discovered the scarlet skeleton. Roar! The black ape let out a furious roar and began to fight the scarlet skeleton. Bastard, you're courting death! The scarlet skeleton was infuriated to be attacked for no reason. It used its ultimate skill, and a dense scarlet aura surged out of its body as it fought the black ape. After Fang Chen entered the pitch-black cave, he quickly fled. But after fleeing for a while, he discovered that the black ape didn't chase after him. Instead, he heard the sound of fighting. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect have arrived? Fang Chen stopped. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen prepared to go back and check. But Fang Chen wasn't in a rush to go back. He was waiting. About an hour later, the sound of fighting had disappeared. Fang Chen decided to go back and take a look. Fang Chen went back the way he came. When he came out of the pitch-black cave, he suddenly discovered the black ape lying on the ground in the distance, lifeless. The black ape is dead. Fang Chen cried out in alarm. But when Fang Chen saw the heavily injured scarlet skeleton on the ground, his expression changed. The scarlet skeleton also noticed Fang Chen and icily said, "Brat, I'm heavily injured right now. As long as you help me, I'll definitely repay you once I'm healed." Fang Chen sneered inside. How could he believe the words of a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? "Damn skeleton, you almost killed me twice. Today I'll kill you first." Fang Chen walked step by step to the front of the blood-colored skeleton, preparing to kill it. "Brat, you dare touch me?" raged the scarlet skeleton. "Humph, you're heavily injured right now. You won't be able to block my attack. Killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand," sneered Fang Chen. "Thief, I'm going to kill you." The bloody skeleton roared furiously. Fang Chen took out the light spirit sword and prepared to kill the skeleton. But at this time, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Is mind control effective on the scarlet skeleton? When he thought of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. If he could control the bloody skeleton with his mind control technique, he would obtain a Qi transformation stage battle power out of nowhere. If I can have a Qi transformation puppet, I'll be invincible under the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen carefully thought to himself. Fang Chen put away the light spirit sword and closed his eyes. He instantly used mind control. Within Fang Chen's mind, the blood-red flower trembled. A dense blood-red aura surged out of Fang Chen's body. "Mind control, brat, don't think you can control me." Seeing Fang Chen use mind control, the scarlet skeleton sneered and began to resist. The blood-red mist enveloped the scarlet skeleton, but it was unable to enter its body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen asked. Mind control was actually ineffective against the scarlet skeleton. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the golden heart began to rapidly beat. Strands of clear energy fused into the blood-red mist. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. The blood-colored skeleton let out a miserable cry, and in the next moment, the blood-red fog drilled into the blood-colored skeleton's mind. "What is that?" Following the scarlet skeleton's furious roar, Fang Chen finally completed mind control. The clear energy from the golden heart no longer flowed out. At this time, Fang Chen had successfully controlled the scarlet skeleton. If it weren't for the golden heart, I wouldn't have been able to control the scarlet skeleton. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. This was a Qi transformation puppet. "Master." The scarlet skeleton's eyes were wooden as it cupped its hands towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, "You can recuperate here for now. Find a place to hide before the Qinfeng Sword sect's higher-ups arrive." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the scarlet skeleton nodded and began to heal. Fang Chen turned to look at the black ape and put it into his spatial ring. The black ape's body was very large, and it was a Qi transformation demonic beast. If he sold it, it would definitely fetch a lot of spirit stones. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. Just like that, 3 days later, the scarlet skeleton had fully recovered. Fang Chen had it hide for now. The higher-ups of the Qinfeng Sword sect had also arrived. "Fang Chen, are you alright?" Among the higher-ups of the Qinfeng Sword sect was the 9th elders. He looked worriedly at Fang Chen. Master, I'm fine, whispered Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you've contributed greatly this time. Once we return to the sect, you'll be rewarded. A sage-like middle-aged man smiled. Fang Chen guessed that this middle-aged man should be the sect master of the Qinfeng sword sect. Fang Chen, you should return to the sect first. Once the Flowing Wind sect learns of the situation here, they'll definitely come. When that time comes, there might be a fierce battle. You might be caught in the crossfire. All right. Fang Chen nodded. After that, Fang Chen left. The higher-ups of the Qinfeng sword sect were all qi transformation experts. Fang Chen wouldn't be of much help here, so he might as well return. 3 days later, Fang Chen returned to Clearwind City and went straight to the Clearwind branch. Selling demonic beast corpses. Fang Chen found the managing elder with ease and explained the purpose of his visit. The deacon elder had a deep impression of Fang Chen. Hearing that Fang Chen wanted to sell demonic beast corpses, his face was full of smiles. Little brother Fang, what level of demonic beast corpse did you get this time? Asked the deacon elder. Crash. Fang Chen took out the black ape's corpse from his spatial ring. The deacon elder was immediately dumbfounded. This is a qi transformation demonic beast. The deacon elder was incomparably excited. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to take out a qi transformation demonic beast. Little brother Fang, did you kill it? Asked the deacon elder. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Only then did the deacon elder realize that he had said too much. Chapter 38. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the managing elder finally woke up from his shock, and his face was full of smiles. If this deal was successful, he would be able to earn a lot. Moreover, in a small place like Clear Breeze City, the corpses of qi transformation realm monsters were rarely seen. He did not expect to be able to obtain one today. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The managing elder cautiously quoted the price, afraid that Fang Chen would leave if he was unhappy. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. The price that the deacon elder gave him could be considered fair. Soon after, he said, "Deal." The managing elder was overjoyed and prepared to give Fang Chen the spirit stones, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Do you have a space ring that can store a puppet?" Fang Chen asked. "A space ring that can store a puppet?" The managing elder asked. "Yes, I need one," Fang Chen said. The managing elder thought for a moment and said, "A space ring that can store a puppet is a very special space ring, and the price is very high." "How much?" Fang Chen asked. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The managing elder said. The exchange rate between low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones was 1 to 100. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He did not have that many spirit stones at the moment. "I don't have that many spirit stones at the moment. I'll come back when I earn enough spirit stones." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he finished the deal with the managing elder and left Clear Breeze City. Of course, after leaving Clear Breeze City, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to return to the Azure Edge Sword sect. His target was the Clear Breeze Mountain Range, which was not far from Clear Breeze City. Unlike the Black Wind Mountain Range, the monsters in the Clear Breeze Mountain Range were generally stronger. In the core area, there were even some powerful qi transformation realm monsters. And Fang Chen's target this time was those qi transformation realm monsters. When leaving Clear Breeze City, Fang Chen used the mind control technique to contact the bloody skeleton and asked it to go to the Clear Breeze Mountain Range. When Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Breezy Mountains, he bumped into 5 adventurers. "Boss, there's a young warrior over there." Among the 5 adventurers, a woman saw Fang Chen and whispered, "Since he dares to come to the Breezy Mountain Range alone, he might be a fat sheep," the boss said sinisterly. After that, the boss quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile, "Little friend, are you preparing to enter the Breeze Mountain Range?" "Okay," Fang Chen said. The Cool Breeze mountain range is extremely dangerous. If you're alone, you might run into danger. Why don't we team up? Boss asked again. Fang Chen shook his head. With the bloody skeleton around, he didn't need to team up with anyone. When he saw Fang Chen shake his head, a trace of displeasure appeared between the boss' brows. Soon after, he no longer said anything and left with a cold snort. Watching Fang Chen enter the Cool Breeze Mountains, the boss sneered and said, "What a reckless brat. Let's go in and kill him." After saying that, the 5 of them quickly entered the breezy mountain range. After Fang Chen entered the breezy mountain range, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he waited for the bloody skeleton. Not long after he entered, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Fang Chen turned around and was surprised to see the 5 people from earlier. When the 5 of them saw Fang Chen, they quickly surrounded Fang Chen. "Brat, hand over your treasures and I'll leave your corpse intact," the boss sinisterly said. Fang Chen glanced at them. Of the 5 people, 4 were at the 5th stage of Qi refinement while the boss was at the 6th stage of Qi refinement. "Idiots," Fang Chen sneered. "Go, kill him!" The boss roared and the 5 of them attacked together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from the breezy mountain range. Quick sword. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any time. He directly took out the light spirit sword and used his quick sword. So wherever the sword light passed, miserable cries could be heard. How is this possible? This brat is actually so powerful. Seeing this, the boss was shocked. However, his attacks became even fiercer. After Fang Chen killed a cultivator, he actually stopped attacking. "Kill this brat," the boss roared angrily. However, at this moment, the boss and the others were horrified to find that their bodies were uncontrollably trembling. How is this possible? The boss felt a pressure. He couldn't move his body. What's going on? The boss still didn't know that danger was approaching. He tried his best to break free from the pressure, but it was to no avail. Just as the boss roared, a bloody skeleton descended from the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, it continuously reaped the lives of the 4 people. Crack! When the Qi refinement realm bloody skeleton attacked, the boss and the others couldn't fight back at all. Even when they died, they didn't know who killed them. Crash! In an instant, the cultivators were all dead. The bloody skeleton returned to Fang Chen and said, "Master." Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then led the bloody skeleton into the depths of the Cool Breeze mountain range. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Fang Chen and the bloody skeleton had encountered a Qi refinement realm demon beast. However, at the most crucial moment, the demon beast had escaped. Normally, once a demon beast reached the Qi refinement realm, it would more or less gain some intelligence. It would be extremely difficult to kill it unless it was a one-hit kill. However, Fang Chen wasn't discouraged. He continued to search for Qi refinement realm demon beast. Of course, what Fang Chen didn't know was that during these 5 days, the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect and the Qingfeng Sword sect had engaged in a heaven-shaking battle on a mountain peak outside Flowing Wind City. No one knew what happened during the battle. However, there was some news that the Qingfeng Sword sect and the Flowing Wind sect had reached an agreement. The Qingfeng Sword sect would take 60% of the metal mine, while the Flowing Wind sect would take 40%. Fang Chen didn't know any of this. On a certain day in the depths of the Flowing Wind mountain range, Fang Chen and the bloody skeleton were walking when they suddenly heard a cry. In the next instant, Fang Chen vigilantly stopped in his track. At this moment, a black shadow attacked him from behind. Gotcha! The bloody skeleton reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Fang Chen retreated from the battle. The bloody skeleton and the black shadow clashed. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discovered that the black shadow was actually a shadow cat. It's so small. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. This shadow cat was clearly a Qi refinement realm demon beast. How could it be so small? But no matter what, He had finally encountered a Qi refinement realm demon beast. Bang bang bang! The Shadow Cat's strength was clearly inferior to the bloody skeleton's. After a series of attacks, the bloody skeleton gradually gained the upper hand. A moment later, with a loud bang, the blood-red skeleton's hand stabbed into the Shadow Cat's neck, killing it instantly. The bloody skeleton threw the corpse to Fang Chen, who stored it in his spatial ring. "Continue looking for targets," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen stayed in the Flowing Wind mountain range for a total of 20 days before killing 3 Qi refinement realm demon beasts. On this day, Fang Chen returned to Flowing Wind City. Fang Chen sold the 3 Qi refinement realm demon beasts and received 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the spirit stones he already had, he had more than 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. After paying the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen obtained the special spatial ring he wanted and left Flowing Wind City. On the way back to the Azure Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen summoned the bloody skeleton and stored it in his spatial ring. After doing all this, Fang Chen returned to the Azure Edge Sword sect. When the 9th Elders heard the news, he summoned Fang Chen and told him about the metal mine. Then, he told Fang Chen another important piece of news. "Fang Chen, you must enter the top 10 of the inner sect as soon as possible. In a month, the Flowing Wind secret realm will open and the top 10 inner sect disciples will enter." "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely do it." With Fang Chen's current strength, he was almost invincible in the inner sect. Fang Chen left the 9th Elder's residence. When he was about to return, he bumped into the 2nd-ranked inner sect disciple, White Ape, and the 3rd-ranked inner sect disciple, Chong Yu. "Isn't this Fang Chen?" White Ape looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "Brother White Ape, I heard that this kid is close to Bing Ling," Chong Yu said coldly. "Fang Chen, if you still want to stay in the inner sect, you better stay away from Bing Ling," White Ape said coldly. "Is that a threat?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, White Ape and Chong Yu laughed. Their faces were full of disdain as they said, "You can take it as a threat. Anyway, stay away from Bing Ling in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Fang Chen heard this and shook his head. He ignored the two and turned to leave. However, the next day, a shocking piece of news came from the inner sect. Fang Chen was going to challenge the 2nd-ranked inner sect disciple, White Ape, and the 3rd-ranked inner sect disciple, Chong Yu, at the same time. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar in the inner sect. Countless disciples were shocked. Fang Chen is going to challenge White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time. Is this true? How is that possible? Who does Fang Chen think he is? How can he defeat White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time? What a fantasy! White Ape reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm 3 days ago, and Chong Yu reached the peak of the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. Even Duzhong would be afraid of the two of them together. He's a madman. The news spread like wildfire. When White Ape and Chong Yu heard the news, they were furious. Fang Chen is courting death. Since he's courting death, then don't blame us for being ruthless. White Ape and Chong Yu said eerily. In the inner sect, on a hidden mountain peak, a man in green was sitting cross-legged. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and the aura around him was majestic. There was a strange smile on the green-robed man's face. Chapter 39. Inner sect, in an independent courtyard. Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. After absorbing enough metal ores, the golden heart seemed to have evolved a little, and a trace of silver appeared. At first, Fang Chen didn't know what was different about the golden heart after it evolved, but now he knew. After the golden heart evolved, not only was it easier to cultivate swordsmanship, it was also easier to cultivate other cultivation technique. In the end, Fang Chen came to a conclusion. The golden heart could still evolve, and after it evolved, the speed of cultivating other cultivation techniques would definitely increase. Fang Chen ran the 2nd finger of the meteor finger in his mind, and the golden heart beat rapidly. After a while, he had mastered the second finger of the meteor finger. The meteor finger was obtained by Fang Chen from a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. It was a substandard cultivation technique, and its power was slightly stronger than the golden light sword technique. After reaching the 6th LV of the Qi refining realm, Fang Chen gradually felt that the golden light sword technique could no longer keep up with his level. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to focus on the swift sword technique and the meteor finger. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Fang Chen cultivated the second finger of the meteor finger to perfection, and then he completed the third finger of the meteor finger. At this time, Fang Chen had reached the middle stage of the 6th LV of the Qi refining realm. It's time to go. Fang Chen opened his eyes and said. Although the two fighters hadn't arrived yet, the intersect martial arts practice field was already packed with people. Even the top 10 disciples had come to watch. In the crowd, many people were discussing. Do you think Fang Chen can defeat White Ape and Chongyu? I don't think it's possible. After all, White Ape and Chongyu are top disciples of the inner sect. How can Fang Chen defeat them? Yeah, if he fought Chongyu alone, he might have a chance. But he's so arrogant that he wants to challenge 2 experts at the same time. He must be dreaming. At this time, in the top 10 disciples area, Bai Liming and the others were also confused. Fang Chen doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why is he so reckless this time? Bai Liming didn't understand. Bing Ling, who was standing to one side, had a complicated expression on her pretty face. She was also a little worried about Fang Chen. Just as everyone was discussing, Fang Chen appeared. The moment Fang Chen appeared, White Ape and Chongyu also appeared. The two of them came aggressively, their faces full of anger. Fang Chen stepped onto the stage and looked at White Ape and Chongyu. Can we begin? Below the stage, White Ape didn't move. Instead, Chongyu stepped onto the stage and said coldly, Kid, I alone am enough to deal with you. You are no match for me. Come at me together, Fang Chen said calmly. Fang Chen's words caused an uproar in the entire martial practice field. Countless disciples thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Fang Chen, who do you think you are? A mere inner sect disciple dares to challenge me and Chongyu? You're really courting death. White Ape sneered disdainfully. But a mere disciple like me is challenging the two of you. Why don't you dare come up? Fang Chen retorted. White Ape was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. You don't have the qualifications for me to personally take action. Chongyu alone is enough to defeat you, sneered White Ape. Fang Chen, I'll make you beg for death. Chongyu sinisterly laughed. Fang Chen shook his head. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of his body, followed by a series of heaven-shaking roars. Roar. 6 roars instantly spread throughout the martial arts arena, causing countless disciples to be shocked. 6 roars represented the power of 6 oxen. How is this possible? The first to react was Bai Liming. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect Fang Chen to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm. What LV6 Qi cultivation realm? All the disciples in the martial practice field were shocked. They did not expect Fang Chen to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm. Chongyu was the most frightened among them. After hearing the 6 roars, Chongyu even wanted to die. Fang Chen was at the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, while he was at the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. How dare he say that he would make Fang Chen beg for death? What a joke! Fang Chen did not treat him as an opponent from the beginning. This was a disgrace. Damn it! Below the martial practice field, White Ape narrowed his eyes with a ferocious expression. With a swoosh, he stepped onto the martial practice field. Fang Chen, you really exceeded my expectations. I did not expect you to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, said White Ape coldly. That's right. Even if you have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, you are still no match for me. Furthermore, you are challenging me and Chongyu, Can we begin? Fang Chen felt that White Ape was talking too much and was a little speechless. Let's go together. White Ape let out an angry roar and instantly erupted with all his strength. An ordinary weapon suddenly appeared in his hand and he attacked Fang Chen. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Chong Yu unleashed his strongest sword technique to attack Fang Chen. Quick sword. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the sword light appeared in front of White Ape and Chong Yu. Poochie White Ape barely dodged, but Chong Yu was a little more miserable. Chong Yu did not dodge the sword light and was instantly hit. His right hand that was holding the sword instantly lost all feeling. Damn it! White Ape saw this and roared. He waved the long sword in his hand and a sky full of sword light continuously attacked Fang Chen. Quick sword. It was still the same quick sword, but this time Fang Chen's speed was even faster. He could stab hundreds of times in one breath. Hundreds of sword light directly stabbed towards White Ape and Chong Yu. Bang bang bang. White Ape blocked the sword light awkwardly, but Chong Yu was directly hit by the sword light. His body instantly flew out and fell to the ground. The crowd was shocked. The two of them joined forces to fight Fang Chen, but they did not expect that Chong Yu would be defeated by Fang Chen at the beginning. He did not even have the chance to fight back. When did Fang Chen become so powerful? All the disciples were thinking in their hearts. What a mysterious guy. He is indeed a genius who can reach the top of the sword technique ladder, Bai Liming said with a smile. Bing Ling saw this scene and finally heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen used his quick sword and fought fiercely with White Ape. Monkey swordsmanship. Suddenly, White Ape roared and used his strongest sword technique, White Ape swordsmanship. The monkey swordsmanship was also a substandard skill that White Ape accidentally found in a relic. The name of the skill was given by White Ape himself. When the ape-monkey swordsmanship was displayed, countless rays of sword light instantly merged together in the sky, forming a majestic sword light. Crack! The sword light of the quick sword was instantly shattered, and a strong aura swept across the entire martial arts stage. At this moment, Fang Chen put away his light sword and stretched out his finger. He closed his eyes and the image of the portrait appeared in his mind. The second meteor finger. The second meteor finger was used instantly. The power of the second finger was much stronger than the first. Moreover, the meteor finger contained a trace of artistic conception, which doubled the power. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger light and the sword light collided. The two collided, consumed each other, and dissipated instantly. Fang Chen and White Ape each took a few steps back. White Ape's face was gloomy. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so powerful. Not only is his sword technique good, but his finger technique is also outstanding. This was Bai Liming's evaluation of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. White Ape was overwhelmed by anger. He roared and used the monkey swordsmanship again. Rumble. In the sky there was a loud sound. The monkey swordsmanship was fully used by White Ape. Let's end this. Fang Chen displayed the third finger of the meteor finger. Rumble. When Fang Chen executed the third finger of the meteor finger, a finger light with a boundless aura instantly appeared on his finger. As Fang Chen's finger pressed down, the finger light shattered the sword light in the sky and pressed down heavily on White Ape's body. Crack! White Ape's body flew out like a kite and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The whole place was silent. All the inner disciples were completely shocked. Fang Chen actually did it. He challenged the second and third inner disciples at the same time. Is he still human? He's a monster. He fought against two top experts alone. He's too powerful. With Fang Chen's strength, I'm afraid he's already qualified to challenge Du Zhong. Discussions continued. After defeating White Ape and Chong Yu, Fang Chen turned and left, leaving behind a weathered back view. The news of Fang Chen defeating White Ape and Chong Yu instantly spread in the inner sect. The higher-ups of the Qinfeng sword sect were especially excited when they heard the news. Did you know that Fang Chen defeated White Ape and Chong Yu? Of course, everyone in the inner sect knows that Fang Chen is now a celebrity in the Qinfeng sword sect. Yeah, I'm afraid Fang Chen is now qualified to challenge Du Zhong. Wherever they went, they could hear the inner disciples talking about Fang Chen. However, the person involved, Fang Chen, stayed in his room and did not leave. The next day, Fang Chen was called by the ninth elders. Fang Chen, the talent you displayed has already attracted the attention of the higher-up. They are prepared to nurture you with all their might. Do you need any resources? The ninth elders asked. Master, do you know what kind of metal is in that metal vein? Fang Chen did not answer the ninth elder's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. After our inspection, the ore in the metal vein should be a very rare Yuan meteor stone. Extracting the energy in the Yuan meteor stone can strengthen a martial artist's body and even increase their cultivation, the ninth elders said. Master, can you give me some Yuan meteor stones? Fang Chen asked. The ninth elders was a little confused, but he did not ask. I need to report this matter to the sect master. Wait for my news, the ninth elders said and left. While Fang Chen was waiting for news, Jiang He and Xiao Shan both reached the fourth layer of the Qi refinement realm and entered the inner sect. The two brothers had just entered the inner sect when they heard about Fang Chen's achievements and went to look for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are amazing. You just entered the inner sect and you are already so strong, Xiao Shan said with a grin. Chapter 40. With regards to the arrival of Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fang Chen was very happy. After all, these two had entered the inner sect and their strength had improved a lot. After chatting for a while, Jiang He and Xiao Shan went to rest, while Fang Chen continued to cultivate. One day, the ninth elders found Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I have already told the sect leader about the matter you mentioned. The sect leader said that the reason why we were able to obtain 60% of the Yuan meteor stone mine was because of your contribution. Therefore, when I made that request, the sect leader agreed without hesitation. The ninth elders said with a smile. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. With the Yuan meteor stones, he could absorb an unlimited amount of Yuan meteor stones, allowing his golden heart to evolve once again. These are the Yuan meteor stones that the sect has bestowed upon you. If you want to obtain more in the future, you will have to rely on your own efforts. The ninth elders passed the Yuan meteor stones that he brought with him to Fang Chen. Fang Chen counted and found that the ninth elders had brought a total of 100 Yuan meteor stones. Many thanks, Master. Fang Chen was overjoyed as he thanked him. All right, you should cultivate well and prepare for the trip to the Clear Wind secret realm in a month's time. The ninth elders said as he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Fang Chen started to absorb the Yuan meteor stones once again. He sat down cross-legged with a Yuan meteor stone in his hand. The golden heart began to beat rapidly, and traces of energy flowed out from the Yuan meteor stone and into the golden heart. After a while, the Yuan meteor stone turned into powder. Continue, Fang Chen said softly. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the night had passed and the sky was bright. And at this moment, Fang Chen finally stopped absorbing the Yuan meteor stones. In a single night, Fang Chen had absorbed a total of 50 Yuan meteor stones. Finally, the golden heart reached a state of saturation and could no longer absorb. After stopping the absorption, Fang Chen looked at the golden heart and realized that the silver luster of the golden heart had become much stronger. It is indeed useful. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Within the inner sect of the Azure Edge Sword sect, in an independent courtyard. Brother White Ape, are we just going to let this matter go like this? Chong Yu's face was a bit angry as he spoke in a low voice. Forget it. Of course I won't let it go just like that. That scum Fang Chen dared to humiliate us in public. He's courting death. White Ape said coldly. But Fang Chen's strength. Chong Yu said in a low voice, slightly afraid of Fang Chen's strength. Although we are no match for Fang Chen now, we will have a chance in the Qingfeng Mystery Land in a month's time, White Ape said in a low voice. Qingfeng's secret realm, Chong Yu said, puzzled. Chong Yu, you haven't been to the Qingfeng secret realm, so you don't understand. I've been there once, so I know the Qingfeng secret realm like the back of my hand. 1 month from now, Fang Chen will die in the Qingfeng secret realm. White Ape laughed eerily. All right, I'll listen to Brother White Ape's arrangements, Chong Yu said. After reaching an agreement with White Ape, Chong Yu quickly went to challenge 2 of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As everyone expected, White Ape and Chong Yu once again entered the ranks of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As for the disciples who were originally ranked 9th and 8th, they were very regretfully eliminated. Time passed little by little, and Fang Chen had been cultivating his swift sword all this time. Right now, Fang Chen could swing his sword 500 times in a single breath. Of course, Fang Chen was still not satisfied. It would be great if he could swing his sword up to 1,000 times in a single breath. One day, Fang Chen was cultivating when a panting Xiao Shan suddenly ran in, interrupting Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen, bad news. Jiang He is fighting with someone. Xiao Shan exclaimed, panting. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and abruptly opened his eyes. There was a look of confusion on his face as he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Jiang He and I went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. Because of the fight for the cultivation rooms, an inner sect disciple attacked us. We just entered the inner sect and could not beat him, so we came to look for you, Xiao Shan said. Take me there, Fang Chen said coldly. At the moment, 2 figures were fighting inside the cultivation tower. However, the battle was one-sided. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of collisions, Jiang He's body was sent flying and he fell to the ground. Pfft. Jiang He's face was pale and his aura was weak as he vomited blood. Humph. You're not even fully grown and you dare to occupy my cultivation room? You really have a death wish. Zhang Yi sneered as he looked at Jiang He on the ground. Zhang Yi was one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. Although his strength was average, he was arrogant. Since his father was the 3rd elder of the 9 grand elders, Zhang Yi was even more arrogant and did not give face to anyone in the inner sect. Even the White Ape, Chong Yu, and the others were not willing to offend a profligate like Zhang Yi. The cultivation room belongs to everyone. I went in first, so I should be the one cultivating. What right do you have to say that the cultivation room is yours? Jiang He said unhappily as he lay on the ground. Ha ha. Are you joking? Who in the inner sect doesn't know that this cultivation room belongs to me, Zhang Yi? You're really bold, Zhang Yi sneered. Apologize or I'll cripple you, Zhang Yi growled. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiang He was stubborn and refused to apologize. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll count to 3. If you don't apologize, you can crawl back today, Zhang Yi said. Humph. My brother will avenge me, Jiang He said. 1, Zhang Yi said with a cold laugh, ignoring Jiang He. 2, 3. Just as Zhang 1 said 2, a voice suddenly said 3. Zhang Yi was stunned. He immediately turned to look and was about to curse out loud. However, when he saw the person who came, a trace of fear appeared on his face, and he was actually speechless. I've already counted to 3. Why aren't you attacking? Fang Chen asked as he walked up to Jiang He and stared at Zhang Yi. Fang Chen, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere, Zhang Yi whispered. Clearly, Zhang Yi had heard about Fang Chen's deeds and was very wary of Fang Chen. He did not want to offend Fang Chen. It has nothing to do with me. You injured my brother and threatened to make him crawl back. You're actually telling me that it has nothing to do with me? Fang Chen wanted to laugh. What? He's your brother? Hearing that, Zhang Yi's heart was filled with fear. He hurriedly apologized, Fang Chen, I think this is a misunderstanding. Since he's your brother, let's just forget about this matter. You beat my brother up to this state and you're just going to forget about it? To think that you can say that. Fang Chen was truly enraged. Jiang He and Xiao Shan were his best friends. He did not expect that they would be beaten up by a profligate son like Zhang Yi right after entering the inner sect. He wanted to make an example out of them. Fang Chen, don't go overboard. My father is the third elder. Try touching me if you dare. Zhang Yi growled with some displeasure when he heard Fang Chen's words. Bang! Zhang Yi had only just finished speaking when he heard a loud boom. Immediately after, Zhang Yi discovered that his body had been sent flying. Ah! Zhang Yi cried out miserably. He did not expect Fang Chen to dare to hit him. Fang Chen, my father will not let you off. Zhang Yi roared furiously. Fang Chen did not care about this. He walked over and gave Zhang Yi a good beating. In the end, he left with Jiang He and Xiao Shan, leaving Zhang Yi alive. All the disciples in the cultivation tower exchanged glances. They had already made up their minds to never offend Jiang He and Xiao Shan in the future. Fang Chen was too scary. He even dared to hit the third elder's son. Inner sect, third elder's residence. When the third elder saw Zhang Yi covered in injuries, his expression changed slightly. He asked, "What happened?" "Father, you have to give me justice," Zhang Yi said miserably. "Speak. What happened? Who dared to hit you?" The third elder demanded coldly. "Father, it was Fang Chen. That fellow Fang Chen relied on his strength to snatch the cultivation room from me. I could not defeat him and got beaten up to this state," Zhang Yi said. The third elder, who was originally furious, shook his head helplessly when he heard the name Fang Chen. "Zhang Yi, of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend Fang Chen. Father, although Fang Chen is strong, he is still a disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. Could it be that you, as the third elder, cannot avenge me?" Zhang Yi asked. "Don't offend Fang Chen in the future." The third elder turned and left after saying that, leaving Zhang Yi looking at each other in dismay. On a mysterious mountain outside Flowing Wind City, there was a sect. This sect was the Flowing Wind sect. As one of the three great sects of Azure Cloud County, the Flowing Wind sect had always been very powerful. Their disciples were also stronger than the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Today, the entire Flowing Wind sect was very happy and full of jubilation. In a large hall of the Flowing Wind sect, a purple-clothed woman stood quietly. On the throne of the hall was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. "Yi Zi, you are indeed a once-in-a-century genius of our Flowing Wind sect. Reaching the 7th tier of Qi refinement at the age of 15 is truly amazing." The Flowing Wind sect's patriarch smiled. Many elders stood around the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect. The reason why the upper echelons were gathered here today was because the most outstanding disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, Yi Zi, had successfully reached the 7th tier of Qi refinement. Yi Zi's achievements today were only possible because of the sect's full support. Yi Zi said modestly, "Good. Yi Zi, you should consolidate your cultivation and strive to take first place in the three sects' martial competition in 3 months. Show the might of our Flowing Wind sect." The patriarch laughed heartily. With Yi Zi's current talent, she might even reach the 8th tier of Qi refinement in 3 months. At that time, no one in the younger generation of the three sects will be her match. Yes, Yi Zi's potential is too strong. Who knows what will happen in 3 months? Chapter 41. Half a month later, Fang Chen's quick sword had improved by a lot. He could now wield 800 swords in one go. The power was incomparably tyrannical. However, just as Fang Chen was about to focus on cultivating, the blood skeleton in his spatial ring sent out a signal. "Master, I need some spirit pills to recover my strength." Upon hearing the bloody skeleton's words, Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "What do you need? Tell me and I'll get it for you." Fang Chen had his own plans. After all, the blood skeleton was his trump card. If it was a bit stronger, it would be beneficial to him. The blood skeleton had been heavily injured when the ancient sword continent's powers had exterminated the Yellow Spring sect. It still hadn't fully recovered. In just a moment, Fang Chen received a list and carefully looked it over. Speaking of which, are there any surviving members of the Yellow Spring sect? Asked Fang Chen. Master, many of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect from back then have been hiding in the dark. Some have even gone into hibernation. However, in recent years, many of them have been secretly carrying out some things in an attempt to revive the Yellow Spring sect, the bloody skeleton said. From the blood skeleton, Long Chen learned that it was just one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect during its peak. The Yellow Spring sect's hierarchy was very strict. The sect master's strength was monstrous, and under the banner of the Yellow Spring sect, there were 108 captains. They were all at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, and they were invincible within the Qi transformation realm. Of course, above the captains were the 72 hall masters. Each hall master was at the Qi Si realm. It was said that above the 72 hall masters were the 36 protectors. The protectors' strength had already surpassed the Qi Si realm. They had reached an inconceivable level. After learning this, Fang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the Yellow Spring sect to be so powerful in its peak. Other than that, there were also many corrupt experts within the Yellow Spring sect. In any case, the Yellow Spring sect had almost taken control of the ancient sword continent. Master, don't worry. All the experts above the captains were heavily injured in that battle. Most of them are still sleeping and haven't woken up yet. The only ones that have woken up are the captains. They're actively trying to summon the hall masters and protectors in hopes of reviving the Yellow Spring sect, said the blood skeleton. Fang Chen nodded. If all the members of the Yellow Spring sect who were in hibernation woke up, the ancient sword continent would suffer another catastrophe. Fortunately, only the captains were awake. Are there any other captains within Qingfeng City's territory? Asked Fang Chen. No, but there are still 2 captains in Cyan Cloud County. We've contacted them before, but we haven't met them yet, the bloody skeleton said. Qingfeng City, Qifeng Branch. Every time the deacon elder saw Fang Chen, he was extremely excited. This time, Fang Chen had come to buy medicinal pills. Fang Chen handed a list of medicinal pills to the administrator elder. The administrator elder looked it over and said, "There are a total of 18 kinds of medicinal pills here. Our Qingfeng branch has 17 kinds. As for the fantasy spirit pill, we don't have it." "We don't have it?" asked Fang Chen. The fantasy spirit pill is a high-tier mortal pill. Only a true alchemist, and someone infinitely close to becoming a grandmaster alchemist, can refine it. A small branch like the Qingfeng branch doesn't have such a pill, said the administrator elder. All right, then go look for these medicinal pills, said Fang Chen. It didn't take long for the administrator elder to return with all the medicinal pills. In total, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen handed over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and took away all the medicinal pills. Before he left, the elder suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Fang, I've suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it can help you obtain the fantasy spirit pill." Fang Chen stopped and asked. Although the Qingfeng branch doesn't have the fantasy spirit pill, there is a great alchemist living in Qingfeng City, Grandmaster Qing He. He is the only alchemist in Qingfeng City who can refine the fantasy spirit pill. The deacon elder said. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Where is Grandmaster Qingha?" "Grandmaster Qing He is on the mountain peak in the deepest part of Clearwind City," the managing elder said. Fang Chen thanked him and quickly left the Qingfeng branch to find Grandmaster Qing He. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the peak of the mountain. He saw that there were many warriors on the mountain peak. It looked like a sea of people. They're all here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help. Fang Chen was a little confused. Brother, you're also here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help, right? At this moment, a cultivator whispered. That's right. Fang Chen said. Do you see the sea of people here? These cultivators all want to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine pills for them. But Grandmaster Qing He's requirements are very strict. Ordinary people can't satisfy them, the cultivator continued. Oh, have any of these people succeeded? Fang Chen asked. 3 days ago, a cultivator succeeded. But in the past 3 days, no one has been able to move Grandmaster Qing He, the cultivator said. What are the conditions for Grandmaster Qing He to help? Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Qing He said that if he meets a fated person, he will definitely help. Of course, he will also give other cultivators a chance. As long as someone can successfully pass his test, he can make a move, the cultivator said. Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that Grandmaster Qing He's reputation wasn't small. So many people wanted to ask him to refine pills for them. What is Grandmaster Qing He's test? Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Qing He's test is one's control over flames. Fang Chen had the urge to give it a try. Then, Fang Chen walked to the straw hut on the mountain peak. Halt! Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was one of Grandmaster Qing He's guards. I would like to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine a pill for me, Fang Chen said respectfully. Grandmaster Qing He is very busy. He has no time. Just at that moment, a faint voice rang out. Let him come over, Grandmaster Qing He said. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He walked in front of Grandmaster Qing He. Grandmaster Qing He was an old man. He had a white beard and his face was full of wrinkles. He wore luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary aura. You know my rules, right? Asked Grandmaster Qing He. I know. I'm willing to participate in Grandmaster Qing He's test. Fang Chen said. All right, let's line up then, Grandmaster Qing He said. Fang Chen looked over. There were already 9 people lined up at Grandmaster Qing He's place. Including him, there were exactly 10 people. All right, next, the 10 of you will control the flames. Grandmaster Qing He said. The first warrior stepped forward. Following Grandmaster Qing He's instructions, he began to control the flames. His palm gently touched the flames. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. He was unable to control the flames. He failed. The second warrior also failed. Time passed by slowly. The first 9 warriors all failed. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen walked in front of a brazier. Looking at the raging flames, he gently pressed his palm against the flames. Suddenly, a burning aura came. Fang Chen couldn't help but want to scream. However, at that moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen couldn't feel the burning pain. On the contrary, Fang Chen could control the flames. The flame shuttled back and forth freely in Fang Chen's palm. Upon seeing this scene, Grandmaster Qing He's face was filled with astonishment. All right, you pass. Grandmaster Qing He said, what pill do you need me to refine? Grandmaster Qing He, I want an illusory spirit pill. Fang Chen smiled. All right, it will take 3 days to refine the illusory spirit pill. You can wait here. Grandmaster Qing He said. Many warriors were envious of Fang Chen. However, they couldn't do anything about it. During these 3 days, Fang Chen had been watching Grandmaster Qing He refine the pill. Grandmaster Qing He's refining technique shocked Fang Chen. For the first time, Fang Chen felt shocked. Grandmaster Qing He's control of the flames was too strong. After 3 days, Grandmaster Qing He had already finished refining the illusory spirit pill. This is the illusory spirit pill you want. Although I can help you refine the pill, you will have to pay a certain price. Grandmaster Qing He stopped refining the pill and said to Fang Chen. What price? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Grandmaster Qing, he said, however, if you can promise me one thing, the low-grade spirit stones will be waived. You can come find me to refine pills at any time. All right. Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, Grandmaster Qing, he said once more, take me as your master. Hearing Grandmaster Qing He's words, the entire mountain was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. Grandmaster Qing, he actually wanted to take Fang Chen as his disciple. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. Grandmaster Qing, he was the best alchemist in Clearwind City. He had never taken in a disciple before. Who would have thought that he would take in a disciple this time? Grandmaster Qing, why did you choose me? Asked Fang Chen. It's because I can see your talent in alchemy, especially your control of flames. There aren't many cultivators who can reach this level for the first time in alchemy, Grandmaster Qing, he said. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment. In the end, he refused Grandmaster Qing He's request. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Qing, I still have to focus on my cultivation for now. I can't accept your request. Fang Chen's words caused a commotion. No one had thought that there would be someone who would refuse Grandmaster Qing He's request to take in a disciple. Fang Chen took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and took the illusory spirit pill. Then he left the mountain. Seeing Fang Chen leave, a strange light flashed in Grandmaster Qing He's eyes. Chapter 42. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen gave all the medicinal pellets he had bought to the bloody skeleton so that it could recover from its injuries. As for himself, he was also working hard on his cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Qingfeng Secret Realm's opening arrived. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and left his courtyard. Fang Chen, you're really good at cultivating. Xiao Shan and Jiang he happened to be walking over. When they saw Fang Chen, they smiled. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. Xiao Shan asked, Fang Chen, tomorrow is the day of the Qingfeng Secret Realm's opening. Are you ready? I'm ready, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen, Xiao Shan, and the others arrived at the inner sect square. There were many disciples on the square. When they saw Fang Chen, they all greeted him, their eyes filled with respect. Senior Brother Fang. Many disciples greeted him. Strength was the most important thing. As long as you had enough strength, you would be able to gain everyone's respect. Before this, many disciples had secretly called Fang Chen trash. But now, Fang Chen's strength was before them. They listened to Fang Chen's words. This was strength. I must reach the Qi transformation realm as soon as possible, Fang Chen thought to himself. Early the next morning, Fang Chen arrived at the square. Aside from Fang Chen, all the top 10 inner sect disciples were present. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, an unfamiliar man came forward to greet him. You're Fang Chen? The unfamiliar man smiled. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately realized that this unfamiliar man should be the number 1 inner sect disciple, Du Zhong. Senior Brother Du Zhong? Fang Chen asked. I've long heard of your achievements. You were able to reach the peak of the Heavenly Sword stairway. Not bad. Du Zhong smiled. Seeing Du Zhong talking and laughing with Fang Chen, White Ape and Chong Yu's expressions turned ugly. They were furious. Fang Chen, I'll let you be cocky for now. Once we enter the clear wind pocket dimension, you will die for sure, White Ape said to himself. After chatting with Du Zhong for a while, Fang Chen greeted Bing Ling and waited for the arrival of the elders. Not long after, the elders arrived. This time, the opening of the Qingfeng Secret Realm was presided over by the first elder. I believe all of you know that the Clear Wind Pocket Dimension is the most important pocket dimension of our Azure Edge Sword sect. I hope that all of you will be able to gain something from the pocket dimension, the Great Elder said. Of course, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. You must be careful when you enter. If you are not careful, you will die. However, as a disciple of my Azure Edge Sword sect, How could you not experience a bit of hardship? Laughed the second elder. The other elders nodded in agreement. In the end, the 9 elders worked together to open the mystic realm. As the 9 elders continued to form seals with their hands, traces of wild energy instantly spread out from their bodies. In the next moment, these energies gathered together. In the sky there was a rumbling sound. Following that, the 9 elders waved their hands and the energy that had gathered together exploded. When the explosion was over, a void stone gate appeared in the sky. This void stone gate exuded an ancient aura. This is the clear wind pocket dimension? Fang Chun could feel that the clear wind pocket dimension had existed for a very long time. The clear wind pocket dimension has opened. All of you should prepare to enter. You have 1 month. After 1 month, the clear wind pocket dimension will automatically close and all of you will be sent out. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the 10 inner sect disciples all entered the clear wind pocket dimension. Fang Chen, I hope that you and I will have a good battle in the future. Du Zhong grinned. His body flashed and he directly entered the stone door. Following that, the other disciples also entered one after another. Fang Chen was the last to enter. After Fang Chen entered the stone door in the sky immediately closed. I wonder if there will be a disciple who will be recognized by the dragon's spiritual stone this time. The great elder looked at the rapidly closing stone door and said in a low voice, "It is extremely difficult to be recognized by the dragon's spiritual stone. After Xie Tianan, not a single disciple has been recognized by the dragon's spiritual stone. Yes, if Xie Tianan had not suddenly disappeared, our Qingfeng sword sect might have become the strongest sect in Xi'an Cloud County. Among this batch of inner sect disciples, there are a few good seedlings. Du Zhong and Fang Chen have great potential and strength. If there is anyone who can be recognized by the dragon's spiritual stone, it will definitely be these two." Many elders were discussing among themselves. In a spacious land filled with wind and sand, there was no green at all. It was as if one had entered a desert. On the spacious land, there was an area where 10 figures suddenly appeared. These 10 figures were the 10 inner sect disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. "Phew, is this the Qingfeng secret realm?" Fang Chen looked around and said softly. He was a little shocked. Secret realms were legendary and could only be created by an earth-shattering almighty. Could it be that there was an earth-shattering almighty in the history of the Qingfeng sword sect? As soon as the 10 figures landed, a few of them quickly dispersed. Among the 10 inner sect disciples, many of them were entering the Qingfeng secret realm for the second time. Therefore, they were very familiar with everything in the Qingfeng secret realm. "Fang Chen, I will leave first," Du Zhong said to Fang Chen in a low voice. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from the spacious land. After a while, Fang Chen was the only one left on the spacious land. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The spacious land was scorching hot. Beads of sweat appeared on Fang Chen's forehead. It is said that there are many hidden inheritances in the Qingfeng secret realm. There are even some treasures and cultivation technique. I am not familiar with this place, so I can only walk around randomly," Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen identified a direction and quickly flew away. After Fang Chen left, 2 figures appeared in a corner of the room. "Brother White Ape, how are you going to kill Fang Chen?" Chong Yu asked. Obviously, the 2 of them were unable to kill Fang Chen with their strength alone. Therefore, they could only rely on external forces. The direction. I have a plan. This is Fang Chen's first time entering the Qingfeng secret realm. If we can lure him into a dangerous place, he will definitely die," White Ape said eerily. Hearing White Ape's words, Chong Yu's eyes shone with surprise. He immediately said, "Good plan, what a good plan. However, the key is how to lure Fang Chen." "Follow me," White Ape said. Within the Qingfeng secret realm, Fang Chen quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, Fang Chen came to a stop. The blood-colored skeleton in the special spatial ring had sent Fang Chen an important message. "Master, I sense a trace of the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple in this space," whispered the skeleton. Fang Chen was startled. He hastily asked, "Are you sure it's the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple?" "That's right. Furthermore, I can sense a sliver of life force. I believe that there are some disciples of the Yellow Spring sect lurking in this world," said the bloody skeleton. "Why would the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect enter the Qingfeng secret realm?" Fang Chen was puzzled. The war back then affected every corner of the ancient Sword continent. The disciples of the Netherworld sect were everywhere, invading countless mystic realms of various sizes. This Qingfeng mystic realm might be one of the battlefields, guessed the bloody skeleton. Hearing that, Fang Chen decided to go investigate. Perhaps he would have a fortuitous encounter. "Follow your instincts," whispered Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen followed the blood-colored skeleton's guidance and rushed in a certain direction. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. According to the skeleton, he was already infinitely close to that hidden place. At this time, White Ape and Chong Yu were watching Fang Chen disappear from a mountain peak. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. "The heavens are really helping me. Haha." White Ape was in a good mood and laughed heartily. "Brother White Ape, what's going on?" asked Chong Yu. "Do you know where Fang Chen went?" asked White Ape. "Could it be a danger zone?" asked Chong Yu when he saw White Ape's expression. "That's right. Originally, I was thinking about how to lure Fang Chen into a danger zone. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would accidentally enter it himself?" said White Ape. "So that's how it is. Then Fang Chen will definitely die in that danger zone." Chong Yu smiled. "Humph, so what if he's talented and strong? In the end, he still died in the Qingfeng secret realm." White Ape sneered. Fang Chen walked quickly. After a long time, Fang Chen entered a valley. After Fang Chen entered the valley, he stopped moving forward. "Master, if you go any further, you'll be discovered by the Yellow Spring sect's disciples," whispered the skeleton. Crash. With a thought, Fang Chen released the skeleton and said, "I'll hide outside the valley. Go in and investigate. Be careful." "Yes, master." After the bloody skeleton finished speaking, its figure flashed and disappeared into the valley. Fang Chen gave the skeleton a large number of pills. He even gave it a high-tier mortal pill, the fantasy spirit pill, which allowed it to recover a lot of its strength. Now, the skeleton's combat power was comparable to a fourth realm chi transformation realm martial artist. In a hidden cave in the valley. It was a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the cave could not be seen from the outside. The inside of the cave was very sinister. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the silent cave. "Someone's approaching." After the hoarse voice came out, a few other voices sounded. "Could it be a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect? If it's a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect, just kill him." Just as everyone was talking, a familiar aura came. Then, the owner of the hoarse voice said happily, "It's not a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. It's a comrade of the Yellow Spring sect." Chapter 43. The few Acheron sect disciples walked out of the cave and saw the bloody skeleton walking toward them. They asked immediately, "Who are you?" "I'm Captain Bloody, one of the 108 captains of Acheron sect," the bloody skeleton said coldly. The Acheron sect disciples' expressions changed slightly when they heard the name Captain Bloody. They then invited the bloody skeleton into the cave respectfully. "Oh, it's Captain Bloody. Please come in," they said. The bloody skeleton followed them into the cave and realized that it was pitch black. There was a dense evil aura inside. "Bloody, I can't believe you're still alive." Just as the bloody skeleton entered the cave, a hoarse voice entered its ears. "You're right," the bloody skeleton said immediately. "Captain Sha Zhao, why are you here?" It turned out that the owner of the hoarse voice in the cave was Captain Sha Zhao, one of the 108 captains of Acheron's sect. When Acheron's sect was at its peak, Captain Scarlet and Captain Sha Zhao had a good relationship. Both of their abilities were on par. Seeing Captain Scarlet again, Captain Sha Zhao was obviously happy. "Bloody, I was severely injured after the battle and almost died here. Fortunately, I survived with our Acheron sect's secret skill. However, I've been recuperating all these years," Captain Sha Zhao said. "How's your recovery now?" the bloody skeleton asked calmly. "My ability has only recovered to Qi transformation stage 3. I haven't fully recovered yet." "Oh yeah, bloody, how did you get in here?" Captain Sha Zhao asked. The bloody skeleton glanced at Captain Sha Zhao and said immediately, "I was sleeping in a tomb, but I was discovered. Therefore, I controlled the human martial artists and entered the clear wind secret realm through them. I sensed your aura as soon as I came in." Captain Sha Zhao had no idea that the bloody skeleton before him had been controlled by Fang Chen. "Sha Zhao, it doesn't seem safe here," the bloody skeleton said softly after looking around. "Bloody, I'll look for the other captains after I've recovered. We'll work together to summon the Hall Master and bring Acheron's sect back to glory," Captain Sha Zhao said. At this moment, Captain Sha Zhao was lying quietly on a rock deep inside the dark cave. His face was pale and his body was weak. 4 Yellow Spring sect disciples in the Qi refinement realm stood guard beside him. "Sha Zhao, since I've met you, I'll stay here to protect you," said the bloody skeleton. "All right," Captain Sha Zhao said. At this time, in a hidden place outside the valley, Fang Chen was communicating with the bloody skeleton with his mind. "Master, there are 5 people in the cave. One of them is Captain Sha Zhao, and the other 4 are disciples in the Qi refining realm," the bloody skeleton said. "How strong is Captain Sha Zhao? Are you sure you can defeat him with your full power?" asked Fang Chen. "Sha Zhao has recovered to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm. If I go all out, I have a 60% chance of winning," the bloody skeleton said. "Wait for the right time." Fang Chen gave the bloody skeleton an order before leaving the valley. It would be difficult for the bloody skeleton to find the right time, and it would take some time. Fang Chen did not want to stay here for too long. Therefore, he decided to let the bloody skeleton stay and wait for the right time while he searched for other opportunities. The Clear Wind secret realm would only be open for a month. Fang Chen hoped to break through to the 7th tier of the Qi refinement realm within this month. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen's speed was very fast. Soon, he was out of the valley. At this time, on a mountain peak, White Ape and Chong Yu were chatting happily. They were sure that Fang Chen would die without a doubt after entering Death Valley. "Fang Chen, that idiot, thinks he can look down on everyone just because he's strong. What a joke." Chong Yu sneered. "Yeah, this is the consequence of offending me, White Ape." White Ape also sneered. There was a reason why he, White Ape, was always ranked 2nd in the inner sect. Sometimes, not only did he have to rely on his strength, but he also had to rely on his brain. In the inner sect, the only disciple White Ape was wary of was Du Zhong, who was ranked 1st. Du Zhong was elusive. No one knew his true cultivation level, but every time White Ape faced Du Zhong, he was very wary. Du Zhong gave off a very strong pressure that made White Ape feel powerless. "Just wait. One day, I will surpass Du Zhong and become the strongest person in the Azure Edge Sword sect," White Ape said in his heart. Just as Chong Yu was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure coming from afar. "Oh, that is..." When Chong Yu looked carefully, he was shocked to see that it was Fang Chen. "Brother White Ape, look!" Chong Yu shouted. White Ape followed Chong Yu's finger and saw Fang Chen. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with anger. "How is this possible? This kid clearly entered Death Valley. How could he come out safely?" White Ape was furious. Even this was not enough to kill Fang Chen. "Brother White Ape, what happened?" Chong Yu hastily asked. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. White Ape was a bit speechless. None of the disciples who entered Death Valley had ever come out alive. Gradually, no disciple dared to enter Death Valley. When they finally saw Fang Chen enter, they thought he would die. Who would have thought that he would come out safely? What do we do now? Chong Yu asked. White Ape thought for a moment and said, lure him to another danger zone. At that moment, Fang Chen was hurriedly walking. Suddenly, he heard some movement in front of him. He looked over and discovered that there were two battered and exhausted figures in front of him. White Ape and Chong Yu. Fang Chen said in a low voice. White Ape and Chong Yu also saw Fang Chen and quickly rushed over to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is great. White Ape's face was filled with misery as he whispered. What happened? Fang Chen frowned. The two of them were in a sorry state. They seemed to be injured. Fang Chen, we are all disciples of the same sect. Please forgive us for our earlier disrespect. Chong Yu apologized sincerely. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't think much of White Ape and Chong Yu. Fang Chen, we found some ruins in a forest not too far away. However, there were a couple of ferocious demonic beasts within. We were no match for them. After a battle, we managed to escape. White Ape said slowly. Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he heard this. He immediately asked, what remains? White Ape was secretly pleased when he saw Fang Chen's expression. He said, I don't know either. However, I vaguely feel that there must be many treasures in that ruin. Where is it? Asked Fang Chen. It's in the forest 100 miles up ahead, said White Ape. Fang Chen bid farewell to White Ape and Chong Yu and quickly rushed into the forest 100 miles away. When Chong Yu and White Ape saw Fang Chen's disappearing figure, wild smiles appeared on their faces. Humph, idiot, said Chong Yu. Let's see how you escape this time, sneered White Ape. When Fang Chen was 100 miles away from the forest, he stopped. He could feel a primitive aura coming from the forest. The entire forest was overgrown with weeds and towering ancient trees. There was an ancient aura coming from within, and from time to time, he could hear the roars of demon beasts. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain some treasures, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Fang Chen could be considered a daring expert. He was fearless and directly entered the forest. The moment Fang Chen entered the forest, he heard a roar. Immediately after, several large demon beasts appeared in front of Fang Chen. 6th level demon beasts 3. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the light sword and prepared for battle. Fast sword. Fang Chen displayed his fast sword. In one breath, he sent out 800 rays of sword light, piercing the bodies of the 3 demon beasts. The 3 demon beasts seemed to have realized the threat of this human warrior. They joined forces to attack, roaring at the sky. Bang bang bang. After a round of battle, the 3 demon beasts were finally suppressed by Fang Chen. With 3 flashes of sword light, the 3 demon beasts fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. 6th level demon beasts, the pressure is still not enough, whispered Fang Chen. After storing the demon beasts' corpses in his interspatial ring, Fang Chen continued to venture deeper. I wonder where the ruins that White Ape and the others were talking about are, said Fang Chen doubtfully. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had been searching for the ruins. During this time, he encountered several 6th level demon beasts, but they were all killed by Fang Chen's light sword. Only with pressure comes motivation. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen's fast sword had a breakthrough. Now, he could send out 900 rays of sword light in one breath. He was one step closer to 1,000 rays of sword light. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat 7th level demon beasts. On this day, Fang Chen had already entered the depths of the forest. He was on a hill overgrown with weed. There. As soon as Fang Chen arrived, he noticed a bewitching flower on top of the hill. It's actually a breeze flower. Fang Chun was a little excited. The breeze flower was a very precious spirit herb. After swallowing it, it could increase a warrior's speed. Of course, Fang Chun was excited not because the breeze flower could increase a warrior's speed, but because it could increase the speed of his sword. I didn't expect to find a breeze flower here, said Fang Chun in a low voice. In the outside world, the price of a breeze flower was at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was priceless. Huala Fang Chun tiptoed, grabbed the breeze flower, and stored it in his interspatial ring. Chapter 44. Roar. An intimidating roar entered Fang Chun's ears. Fang Chun felt his qi and blood surge as the air around him solidified. When the roar dissipated, a monster the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fang Chun. This is a qi transformation realm monster. Fang Chun had seen a qi transformation realm monster before. Now that he saw one again, his face was filled with shock and fear. The reason he was able to kill a qi transformation realm monster was because of the blood skeleton. Now that the blood skeleton was in Death Valley, Fang Chun couldn't kill a qi transformation realm monster with his current strength. Damn it, why is there a qi transformation realm monster in this forest? Fang Chun was infuriated. White Ape, it must be White Ape and the others. At this moment, Fang Chun instantly understood. White Ape and the others must have known that there was a qi transformation realm monster in this forest, so they lured him in. Bang! The qi transformation realm monster clenched its big claws into a fist and punched towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun tried his best to block with his sword. The sword light collided with the fist and instantly dissipated. Fang Chun's body also rapidly retreated. Even so, Fang Chun's body was still grazed by the demonic beast's fist, and he was sent flying. There's no way to block it. Demonic beasts in the qi transformation realm were too powerful. Fang Chun wanted to retreat. Quick sword. Fang Chun roared angrily and immediately displayed his quick sword. 900 rays of sword light danced in the sky. In the end, they gathered together and pierced towards the demonic beast. Bang! The monster's defense was too strong. The quick sword couldn't break through the monster's body defense. Whoosh! After using this attack, Fang Chun quickly retreated. Fang Chun gambled again, betting that this demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain was very slow. As expected, when Fang Chun escaped, the demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain roared at the sky and chased after him. His speed is very slow. After Fang Chun noticed this, a smile appeared on his face. However, after a moment, Fang Chun's smile completely froze. The qi transformation realm monster was chasing after him. Although it couldn't catch up to Fang Chun, as Fang Chun escaped, more and more qi transformation realm monsters appeared, trying to stop Fang Chun from escaping. Poochie! The sword light flashed and a qi transformation realm monster fell to the ground. Fang Chun didn't even have time to collect the monster's corpse and continued to rush forward. There are more and more demonic beasts blocking my path. Once I'm stopped, I'll be caught by qi transformation demonic beast. Fang Chun thought. The light spirit sword in his hand continuously danced. Wherever the sword light passed, the qi refining stage demonic beasts would die one after another. Rumble! Just as Fang Chun was about to escape after killing a qi transformation realm monster, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chun felt cold sweat on his back. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the qi transformation realm demonic beast threw a punch through the air. The fist aura landed on Fang Chun's body and sent him flying in an instant. Gotcha! Fang Chun felt all the bones in his body shatter. His body was in pain and his life was in danger. Run! Although all the bones in his body were shattered, Fang Chun was still running. If he stopped and the monster caught up to him, he would die without a doubt. White Ape, Chongyu, I, Fang Chun, will avenge today. Fang Chun gnashed his teeth at White Ape and Chongyu. Time slowly passed. More and more monsters began to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen never stopped swinging his light transformation sword. Fortunately, Fang Chen's sword had reached the speed of 900 sword lights in a single breath. Those monsters below the 6th layer of Qi transformation realm were all killed by Fang Chen in one strike. So after an hour, Fang Chen finally saw a glimmer of hope. The exit was right in front of him. At this time, the Qi transformation realm monster was clearly enraged. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. In the next moment, the Qi transformation realm demonic beast appeared behind Fang Chen and threw a punch at him. Fang Chen's body was once again sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. I can't just sit here and wait for death. When Fang Chen saw the beast charging at him, he took out the breeze grass and swallowed it. While as soon as the breeze grass entered Fang Chen's body, it melted and spread throughout his body. Immediately, Fang Chen felt his body become much lighter. At this moment, Fang Chen quickly stood up and fled again. My speed is much faster. After swallowing the breeze grass, Fang Chen's speed was much faster. Just as he was about to be hit by the monster, Fang Chen used his speed to dodge the attack. Bang! However, under the relentless pursuit of the gigantic demonic beast, Fang Chen finally received a fatal blow. His body flew out directly. When Fang Chen's body landed on the ground, he happened to land at the edge of the forest. When the monster saw Fang Chen's body, it raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. It stopped at the edge of the forest, its face full of anger. It seems like it can't leave the forest. Fang Chen endured the pain and slowly stood up. He limped out of the forest and found a safe place. Plop! He fell to the ground and fell unconscious. One day later, Fang Chen woke up. During this time, the breeze grass's medicinal effect had completely spread throughout his body. Fang Chen's injuries were also slowly recovering under the effects of the breeze grass. I really escaped death. Fang Chen was a little scared. He had almost died at the hands of a Qi transformation realm monster. But the breeze grass's medicinal effect is still pretty good, Fang Chen said after checking his body. Fang Chen's injuries were more or less healed. He slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself at the waist of a mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the quick sword chant in his mind was automatically activated. Quick sword. Fang Chen subconsciously used the quick sword. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't have realized it. Once he used it, he was shocked. 1,000, it actually reached 1,000. Fang Chen looked at the sky full of sword lights and became excited. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. After swallowing the breeze grass, his quick sword had reached 1,000. Whoosh! 1,000 sword lights in one breath. When these sword lights overlapped, their power was incomparably tyrannical. White Ape, Chongyu, you're dead. Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. If White Ape and Chongyu wanted him dead, then he would kill them first. After reaching 1,000 sword lights, Fang Chen was confident that no one in the inner sect could be his match. Even Du Zhong wasn't afraid. Just as Fang Chen was about to find White Ape and Chongyu, the bloody skeleton sent him a message. Master, Captain Sha Zhao has entered a state of deep healing. Can I take this opportunity to kill the other disciples? Asked the bloody skeleton. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Be careful. After a while, the bloody skeleton sent him another message. All the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect had been killed. Only Captain Sha Zhao was left. At this time, Captain Sha Zhao also noticed the bloody skeleton's strange movement. I'll be there soon. Fang Chen threw out a sentence and rushed toward Death Valley. In a dark cave in Death Valley, Captain Sha Zhao was healing when he suddenly felt a trace of movement. When he opened his eyes, he found that his subordinates were dead. Bloody, why did you do this? Captain Sha Zhao was a little puzzled. Why did Bloody attack his fellow disciples? Bloody and Sha Zhao were very close in the past. In the Yellow Spring sect, their relationship was the best. Master's order, the bloody skeleton said in a low voice. Suddenly, Sha Zhao found that the bloody skeleton was controlled by a human warrior. I didn't expect that the great Captain Bloody would be controlled by a human warrior. This is the shame of the Yellow Spring sect. Captain Sha Zhao said coldly. Although you used to be my brother, you're now on the opposite side of the Yellow Spring sect. I want to clean up the sect. As soon as Sha Zhao finished his words, a flow of evil aura swept over. The bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao immediately clashed. Both of them were injured and had yet to fully recover. Both of them had recovered to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, so they were evenly matched. Bang! Bang! For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Bloody you traitor! Captain Sha Zhao shouted angrily as they fought. Rumble! The two of them created a huge commotion, causing the entire cave to tremble incessantly. Stone fragments constantly fell down from the cave. Bang! After a loud bang, the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao both took a few steps back. Captain Sha Zhao stared at the bloody skeleton with a ferocious expression, his face filled with anger. Bloody you idiot! I'm going to kill you! Captain Sha Zhao roared. Then, the two of them fought fiercely again. Time passed little by little. When Fang Chen arrived in a hurry, he found that there was no movement in the dark cave. Fang Chen was a little confused and carefully entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Fang Chen found a few corpses. He quickly looked around the dark cave and found Captain Sha Zhao and the bloody skeleton lying on the ground, glaring at each other. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Master, we're evenly matched. Both of us are injured. After hearing the bloody skeleton's words, Fang Chen understood that both of them were injured. However, this was good. Bloody, you're really stupid. You're controlled by a Qi cultivation realm ant. I feel embarrassed for you, Sha Zhao said coldly when he saw Fang Chen. The bloody skeleton did not say anything and just looked at Captain Sha Zhao coldly. Captain Sha Zhao, your time has come, Fang Chen said coldly as he walked to Captain Sha Zhao step by step. Chapter 45. Hearing Captain Sha Zhao's words, Fang Chen sneered. Fang Chen did not have a good impression of the members of Acheron's sect. Captain Sha Zhao, you only have two options now. The first is death, and the second is to submit to me, Fang Chen said. Humph, I will not betray Acheron's sect like bloody, Captain Sha Zhao roared. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not say anything else. In the next moment, the blood-red flower in Fang Chen's mind trembled. A thick blood-red aura suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's mind. Mind control. Seeing the blood-red aura around Fang Chen, Captain Sha Zhao exclaimed. He wanted to block it, but he was severely injured and could not do so. Hiss. The thick blood-red aura entered Captain Sha Zhao's mind. However, Captain Sha Zhao continued to struggle and resist. Control. Fang Chen growled. The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, the blood-red aura broke through Captain Sha Zhao's defense and filled his mind. Crash. When the blood-red aura dissipated, Captain Sha Zhao was already under Fang Chen's control. Luckily, you are only at the 4th realm of Qi transformation. If you were any stronger, I would not have been able to control you, Fang Chen whispered. Captain Sha Zhao looked at Fang Chen blankly. He cupped his hands and said, Master? Fang Chen was very happy to be able to control Captain Sha Zhao. He then gave Captain Sha Zhao some spiritual herbs to heal his injuries. You two can stay in the special space ring, Fang Chen said. Finally, Fang Chen put the two into the space ring and left Death Valley. White Ape, Chongyu. Walking out of Death Valley, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself. On a spacious piece of land, White Ape and Chongyu were staring at a stalk of purple grass. Both of their faces were filled with excited smiles. Brother White Ape, I didn't expect to encounter a purple gold flower here. We've really hit the jackpot, Chongyu said with a smile. That's right. The purplish gold flower is very potent. If I can absorb the power of the purplish gold flower, I might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, White Ape said with a sinister smile. As he spoke, White Ape reached out and plucked the purple gold flower. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to swallow it. 2 hours later, a dense aura emerged from the White Ape's body. In the next moment, the White Ape opened his eyes and his aura skyrocketed. Congratulations, Brother White Ape. You've successfully advanced to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. I'm afraid that no one in the inner sanctum is a match for you now, Chongyu said excitedly. Now, even if I meet Duzhong, I won't be afraid, the White Ape said with a sinister smile. After reaching the 7th LV Qi refining realm, White Ape's heart was filled with ambition. He wanted to challenge Duzhong and win the title of the top inner disciple. However, what White Ape did not know was that in a secluded area of the Qinfeng secret realm, a powerful aura was soaring into the sky. Duzhong, dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were filled with a dense aura. I've finally reached the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Duzhong said softly. In the inner sanctum, no one had seen Duzhong fight before. They did not even know his strength. Outsiders thought that Duzhong was at the 6th LV Qi refining realm. However, they did not know that Duzhong had broken through to the 7th LV Qi refining realm 3 months ago. Now, after entering the Qinfeng secret realm, Duzhong had obtained countless treasures of heaven and earth. With his accumulation, he directly broke through to the 8th LV Qi refining realm. After reaching the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Duzhong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Find the dragon's spiritual stone, Duzhong said. In the next moment Duzhong disappeared. Fang Chen was walking quickly. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of energy in the distance. He was a little puzzled. Fluctuation of energy. It seems that someone is breaking through, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen quickly rushed to the center of the energy. He wanted to see who was breaking through. After an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the place where the energy had just been released. He saw White Ape and Chongyu. White Ape, Chongyu. When Fang Chen saw the two of them, his face was full of coldness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. At this moment, White Ape and Chongyu were chatting. They did not sense the approaching danger at all. Brother White Ape, congratulations, Chongyu said with a smile. Chongyu, wait until I have completely stabilized my realm. I will help you find some treasures of heaven and earth, White Ape said. Thank you, Brother White Ape. When Brother White Ape goes out, your name will definitely shake the entire Qinfeng sword sect and even the entire Cyan Cloud County, Chongyu said with a smile. Ha ha! Just as White Ape was laughing loudly, a cold light suddenly flashed. White Ape and Chongyu sensed danger. Their bodies instinctively reacted and wanted to dodge. Bang! The sword light hit White Ape, but it was blocked by White Ape. Who is it? White Ape roared angrily after stabilizing his body. White Ape, Chongyu, today is the day you die, Fang Chen said coldly. When White Ape and Chongyu saw Fang Chen, shock flashed across their faces. How is this possible? How did you come out alive? Chongyu cried out involuntarily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. White Ape cried out in shock. Fang Chen walked step by step towards White Ape and Chongyu. His heart was filled with murderous intent. These two had tried to kill him time and time again. So, they could not blame him for being ruthless. After a moment of shock, White Ape regained his composure. When he saw Fang Chen walking over, his face turned cold. Humph, Fang Chen, you are really lucky. I didn't expect you to walk out of the forest alive. But even so, you still have to die, White Ape said. That's right. We lost to you on the martial arts stage. Now that Brother White Ape has broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, you are no match for us, Chongyu said. If you die in the Qinfeng secret realm, no one will suspect me. Ha ha ha, White Ape laughed sinisterly. Are you done talking? Fang Chen looked at White Ape and Chong Yu and asked calmly. Humph, pretending to be calm, White Ape said coldly when he saw Fang Chen's lack of fear. Since you are done talking, your lives will end soon, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, you'll die a horrible death, White Ape said coldly and disapprovingly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He did not want to fight White Ape and Chong Yu. It would dirty his hands. Crash! The bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao instantly appeared from the special space ring. The next moment, two shocking auras swept across the land. This is, White Ape and Chong Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. In the next moment, they realized how terrifying the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao were. Qi refining realm experts. How is this possible? White Ape cried out. Crack! White Ape and Chong Yu screamed in agony as the bloody skull and Captain Sha Zhao took action swiftly and decisively. Fang Chen, you bastard of the Yellow Spring sect! You actually dared to collude with them! You will die miserably! White Ape roared furiously. Poochie! By the time the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao stopped, White Ape and Chong Yu had already lost their lives. Let's go. Fang Chen took the interspatial rings of White Ape and Chong Yu. Then, he led the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao forward quickly. With the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao, Fang Chen was invincible in the Qi refining realm. However, under normal circumstances, Fang Chen would not reveal these two trump cards. After all, they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If others thought they were colluding with them, they would definitely be surrounded by many factions. After killing White Ape and Chong Yu, Fang Chen deliberately returned to the forest and killed the Qi refining realm demonic beast that had almost killed him. After doing all this, Fang Chen left the forest. On a mountain peak in the Qinfeng mystery realm, a great battle was taking place. Bing Ling was fighting with a LV-7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. The battle was very intense. Bang! Bang! Although Bing Ling was only at the LV-5 Qi refining realm, she had some tricks up her sleeve and could temporarily contend with the LV-7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. However, after a while, Bing Ling could not hold on any longer. Bang! Finally, after a collision, Bing Ling's body was sent flying and fell on the mountain peak. Roar! The demonic beast let out an angry roar and walked towards Bing Ling step by step. It wanted to kill her. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light flashed and blocked the demonic beast's attack. Fang Chen, it's you. Bing Ling did not expect that Fang Chen would save her at this critical moment. Bing Ling's heart was filled with emotions. Bastard, you're courting death. Fang Chen used his swift sword and 1,000 sword lights appeared in an instant. They filled the sky and pierced the demonic beast. The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar. Soon after, it fell heavily onto the ground and lost its life. Crash! Fang Chen put away the demonic beast's corpse and looked at Bing Ling. Why are you here? Before Fang Chen could say anything, Icicle asked. I happened to pass by and saw you, Fang Chen said. Bing Ling was not surprised that Fang Chen could kill a LV-7 Qi refining realm demonic beast so easily. After all, Fang Chen was a monster who had defeated both White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time. There was nothing he could not do. What about you? Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I found a clue about the dragon spiritual stone and wanted to find it, Bing Ling said. Hearing the words dragon spiritual stone, Fang Chen was stunned. His eyes flashed with excitement. The dragon spiritual stone was the most precious ore in the Qinfeng secret realm. It was called that because it had been tainted with the aura of a dragon. Among the disciples of the Qinfeng sword sect, those who were recognized by the dragon spiritual stone had great achievements in the future. However, after Xie Tianan, no other disciple was recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. Chapter 46. The dragon spiritual stone contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Every disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect dreamed of obtaining the dragon's spiritual stone. However, those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone were all 1 in a million geniuses. For so many years, even the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, Du Zhong, had not obtained the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. It was said that those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone would be able to obtain a large amount of energy from the dragon's spiritual stone, allowing their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, there were many versions of the legend of the dragon's spiritual stone. The dragon's spiritual stone was a magical stone passed down from ancient times. Even the higher-ups of the Qinfeng sword sect did not truly understand the dragon's spiritual stone. The dragon's spiritual stone had always existed in the Qinfeng secret realm. As time passed, the dragon's spiritual stone became a symbol of power. As long as one could obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, their future achievements would be shocking. At this moment, when he heard Bing Ling mention the dragon's spiritual stone, Fang Chen's face lit up. "Do you know where the dragon's spiritual stone is?" Fang Chen asked. "I have a clue," Bing Ling said sweetly. "Then let's go look for it together," Fang Chen said. Bing Ling nodded, then led Fang Chen to the center of the Qinfeng secret realm. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the group entered the Qinfeng secret realm. In this half a month, many disciples had gained a lot. Especially Fang Chen. Not only had his strength increased by leaps and bounds, but he had also obtained a powerful puppet. This was a wonderful thing. In the center of the Qinfeng secret realm, there was a spacious square. On this square there were 3 stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars there were 3 stone platforms. This was the dragon's spiritual platform. In order to obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, the first step was to stand on the dragon's spiritual platform. At this moment, there were 2 disciples standing on the dragon's spiritual platform. One was Du Zhong and the other was Bai Liming. Ever since Bai Liming reached the 8th level of the sword stairs, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After entering the Qinfeng secret realm, he had obtained many miraculous encounters, and his strength had become even more powerful. Currently, Bai Liming had already reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Among the inner disciples, he was one of the strongest martial artists. Du Zhong and Bai Liming have each taken 1 dragon spirit platform. I wonder who will take the remaining one. That goes without saying. As long as Fang Chen arrives, the Dragon Spirit Tower will definitely be occupied by Fang Chen. Not necessarily. Maybe White Ape and Chong Yu will come as well. Once they enter the Qinfeng secret realm, their strength will increase tremendously. Just wait and see. There will definitely be a good show. Below the Dragon Spirit platform, many disciples were discussing among themselves. They didn't think they had the strength to fight for the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform. However, a voice suddenly rang out and a figure instantly appeared on the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform. "I, Yue, want the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform." Yue stood on the platform and declared loudly. Yue, ranked 6th in the inner sect, was extremely powerful. When the crowd saw that it was Yue who had taken the Dragon Spirit platform, they all nodded. Yue's strength qualified him to take it. However, the moment Yue stepped onto the Dragon Spirit platform, Fang Chen and Bing Ling arrived. "Fang Chen, it's Fang Chen. He actually came. Fang Chen and Bing Ling are both here. Looks like Yue won't be able to take the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform." The moment Fang Chen and Bing Ling appeared, countless martial artists were discussing. On his way here, Fang Chen already knew that in order to gain the recognition of the Dragon Spirit Stone, one had to occupy a Dragon Spirit platform. Fang Chen glanced at Du Zhong and Bai Liming before looking at the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform. "Give up the Dragon Spirit platform. You can't keep it." Fang Chen looked at Yue and said indifferently. Impossible. I won't give up the Dragon Spirit platform," Yue said coldly. "Then let's see who's the real deal." Fang Chen's figure flashed as he took a step forward and instantly reached the dragon spirit platform. He then used the swift sword. You're courting death. Yue Wei had a fortuitous encounter in the Qinfeng's secret realm, and his strength had increased a lot. He didn't think that he was afraid of Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's attack coming, Yue Wei was furious. He immediately used his strongest sword skill, and a sky full of sword light bombarded Fang Chen. Swift sword. Fang Chen bellowed and brandished 1,000 sword lights in one breath. Suddenly, all the sword lights gathered together to form a majestic sword light that pierced towards Yue Wei. Bang! Yue Wei's sword light was instantly destroyed by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Yue Wei's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Yue Wei exclaimed as his body was hit by the majestic sword light and fell heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen defeated Yue Wei. This scene left many disciples speechless. Fang Chen is too strong. I'm afraid only Du Zhong can compete with him. Yeah, he defeated Yue Wei in one move. Even Bai Liming can't do that. Right now, Bai Liming is the weakest in the Dragon Spirit platform. I wonder if there will be any disciples who will challenge him. Fang Chen successfully occupied the third Dragon Spirit platform, and no disciple dared to challenge Fang Chen. At this moment, Bing Ling spoke. Bai Liming, I challenge you. Okay. Bai Liming only said one word and immediately attacked. Bai Liming's attack was very sharp. In the inner sect, it was rare to see Bai Liming fight. Last time, it was Bai Liming's swordsmanship stairway that shocked many disciples. He had directly stepped onto the 8th step. This time, Bai Liming let all the warriors know that his strength was also very tyrannical. Boom! Bai Liming's swordsmanship was very strange. He attacked Bing Ling again and again. Bing Ling used the ice-snow sword technique, which was extremely cold. However, he still couldn't resist Bai Liming's swordsmanship. In a short while, Bing Ling lost to Bai Liming. I admit defeat. There was a bitter smile on Bing Ling's face. He stopped attacking and admitted defeat. Next, many disciples were looking forward to White Ape and Chong Yu's arrival. However, they didn't come, which surprised many disciples. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Bai Liming was challenged by several of the top 10 inner sect disciples. However, in the end, Bai Liming defeated his opponents and successfully occupied the second Dragon Spirit platform. After 2 hours, no one else challenged Bai Liming. At this point, the 3 of them had completely occupied the Dragon Spirit platform. It was also at this moment that the 3 Dragon Spirit towers began to tremble. Roar! It was as if a dragon's roar could be heard. The moment the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms trembled, 3 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Is the Dragon Spiritual Stone about to appear? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he whispered. At this moment, the 3 rays of golden light engulfed the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms. All the disciples on the square retreated. They couldn't even see what was happening on the Dragon Spirit platforms. Boom! A shocking aura shot into the sky. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the ground in the center of the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms bulged. In the next moment, a fist-sized stone appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Fang Chen was shocked. The Dragon Spiritual Stone in front of him was only the size of a palm. On the stone, there was a lifelike image of a dragon. The stone emitted a strong aura that wrapped around the 3 of them. Dragon Spiritual Stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming's faces were also filled with excitement. After the Dragon Spiritual Stone appeared, the 3 of them were very excited. The next step was to find a way to get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Let me try first, Bai Liming said. Then, Bai Liming took the lead. A strong force was emitted from his body and wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Bai Liming wanted to communicate with the Dragon Spiritual Stone. At this moment, the Dragon Spiritual Stone was constantly trembling, and traces of energy were leaking out. After half an hour, the dragon spiritual stone let out a dragon roar. In the next moment, the aura that wrapped around the dragon's spiritual stone dissipated. Bai Liming's face was pale. He was helpless. He couldn't get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. Can't get its recognition? Fang Chen was a little confused. How can I get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone? Let me. After Bai Liming failed, Du Zhong started to communicate with the dragon's spiritual stone, hoping to get its recognition. During this process, Fang Chen was watching. The disciples on the square were also watching intently. Although they couldn't see the situation in the center of the 3 dragon spirit platforms, they were still watching nervously. Du Zhong's attack was naturally stronger than Bai Liming's. When Du Zhong's strong energy wrapped around the dragon's spiritual stone, the dragon's spiritual stone trembled violently. It's a little effective. When Du Zhong saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately increased his strength. Hiss hiss hiss. After half an hour, the dragon's spiritual stone stopped trembling. Du Zhong's face was also pale. He also couldn't get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. Damn it! Du Zhong was a little depressed. His strength was the strongest among everyone, but he couldn't get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. Next, it's my turn, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen followed the previous 2's method, and wrapped the dragon's spiritual stone with all his strength. At first, the dragon's spiritual stone didn't move. It didn't even tremble. Seeing this, Bai Liming and Du Zhong shook their heads. It seemed that no one would get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone this time. It's too difficult to get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, Du Zhong said in a low voice. Yes, except for Xie Tianan, no one in the Qingfeng sword sect has ever gotten the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, Bai Liming said. At this time, Fang Chen was seriously looking at the dragon's spiritual stone. Inadvertently, his golden heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 47. In the beginning, the dragon's spiritual stone was dead silent. But when everyone thought that Fang Chen would fail, the dragon's spiritual stone began to tremble. Buzz. A strange sound came from the dragon's spiritual stone as it trembled. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly, and a clear stream appeared. Roar. The dragon's spiritual stone trembled very quickly, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, all the disciples stared at the sky, dumbfounded. In the sky above the 3 dragon spiritual platforms, a golden dragon shadow suddenly appeared. This golden dragon shadow swam continuously and roared towards the sky. How is this possible? The dragon's spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chen. The first to exclaim was Du Zhong. He did not expect that the dragon's spiritual stone would acknowledge Fang Chen. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Ever since Xie Tianan, a disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect, had finally been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. At this moment, the dragon's spiritual stone emitted a wild aura that directly enveloped Fang Chen, isolating Fang Chen from the outside world. Fang Chen only felt a boom in his head, and in the next moment, he lost his senses. Oh my God, Fang Chen has actually been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. This Fang Chen is too heaven-defying. His talent is almost on par with Xie Tianan. The dragon's spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chen. This is too shocking. Many disciples were discussing Fang Chen and the dragon's spiritual stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming, who were on the dragon's spiritual platform, were directly kicked out of the dragon's spiritual platform after Fang Chen was acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. What a monster! Bai Liming stared at the light pillar above the 3rd dragon's spiritual platform and could not help but say, Fang Chen had reached the top of the sword technique stairway to heaven. In the Qingfeng secret realm, Fang Chen had once again been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. This could no longer be described as monstrous. To be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, one's future achievements will definitely be very high. At this moment, a trace of helplessness appeared on Du Zhong's face. It seemed like his position as the #1 person in the Azure Edge Sword sect would soon be shaken. On the dragon's spiritual platform, Fang Chen was receiving the baptism of the dragon's spiritual stone, while the outside world was also in a state of shock. Within the inner sect of the Green Edge Sword sect, the 9 elders, including the Grandmaster, and all the other upper echelons looked up at the dragon's shadow that had appeared in the skies with a look of agitation. Someone has gained the recognition of the dragon's spirit stone, ha! The great elder laughed loudly. That's right. It's been a long time. Finally, a disciple has gained the recognition of the dragon's spirit stone. Originally, I was still worried about this 3-sex martial competition. Now, I don't have to worry anymore. The one who will obtain the dragon's spirit stone will definitely be Du Zhong. His strength will become the strongest among the younger generation of the 3 sections. That's right, it must be Du Zhong. Only Du Zhong has such strength. Many elders believed that Du Zhong had obtained the approval of the dragon's spirit stone. Maybe it's someone else. Suddenly, the 9th elder said. Hearing the 9th elder's words, the great elder laughed and said, "Old 9, I know you're talking about your disciple Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen is very strong and I have high hopes for him, the one who will obtain the dragon spirit stone should be Du Zhong." That's right, Old 9. Du Zhong's chances are much higher than Fang Chen's. Everyone had different opinions. Within the Clear Wind secret realm, Fang Chen finally woke up from the baptism of the dragon spirit stone after an unknown amount of time. The first thing Fang Chen did when he woke up was to check his body. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. But when he did, he was shocked. 7th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the dragon spirit stone that was about to disappear into the ground. The energy contained within the dragon spirit stone is too vast. I only needed to be baptized by the energy of the dragon spirit stone to reach the 7th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Rumble. After the baptism, the dragon spirit stone sank into the ground again. When Fang Chen landed from the dragon spirit tower, Du Zhong and the others went up to greet him. Fang Chen, congratulations on gaining the recognition of the dragon spirit stone. Du Zhong and the others said. Fang Chen also chatted with the others for a while before leaving the square. There were still more than 10 days before the Clear Wind secret realm closed. Fang Chen had to hurry up and cultivate. The other disciples also knew that time was tight and they all found a place to cultivate. Fang Chen found a secluded mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a sword technique appeared in his mind. Quicksilver sword technique. That's right, it was the Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chen obtained this sword technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. Other than Fang Chen, no one else knew about it. The Dragon Spirit Stone is really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This Quicksilver sword technique had surpassed the substandard and reached the level of a first-grade cultivation technique. In a small sect like the Green Edge Sword sect, a substandard cultivation technique was already considered a great cultivation technique. They didn't even have a first-grade cultivation technique. Fang Chen, on the other hand, obtained a first-grade cultivation technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. This made Fang Chen very excited. If I can finish cultivating this Quicksilver sword technique, I won't be afraid even if I meet a LV8 Qi cultivation realm disciple. Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to cultivate the Quicksilver sword technique. In his mind, the chant of the Quicksilver sword technique was constantly circulating. In a short while, Fang Chen had finished cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. The reason why he could cultivate so quickly was because of the golden heart. Fang Chen was already used to this. After cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique, It was extremely powerful. Fang Chun began to consolidate the first sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique. The Quicksilver Sword technique had a total of 5 swords. It was said that if a disciple could cultivate all 5 swords of the Quicksilver Sword technique, they would be able to fight above their cultivation level. In 3 days, Fang Chun had completely consolidated the first sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique. Next, Fang Chun found a forest to test the power of the Quicksilver Sword technique. In the forest, Fang Chun encountered a LV7 Chi cultivation realm monster. Quicksilver Sword technique, first sword. Fang Chun said in a low voice. The nimble sword in his hand flashed and a sword light flashed. Immediately, a wound appeared on the monster's body. Bang Fang Chun was overjoyed to see a 7th level Chi refinement stage demonic beast die in an instant. To be able to kill a LV7 Chi cultivation realm monster so easily, I wonder what will happen if I meet an LV8 Chi cultivation realm monster, Fang Chun said in a low voice. In the following days, Fang Chun began to fight like crazy. In the beginning, Fang Chun had to engage in a fierce battle with a LV8 Chi refinement stage beast before he could kill it. But as time went by, Fang Chun's strength became stronger and stronger. When he met a LV8 Chi cultivation realm monster, he only needed to use the Quicksilver Sword technique to quickly kill the monster. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Qinfeng Mystery Realm to close. Fang Chun met up with the other disciples and finally came out of the Qinfeng Mystery Realm. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. The 9 elders worked together to close the Qinfeng Mystery Realm. The first elder's eyes lit up. He looked at Du Zhong and asked hurriedly, Du Zhong, did you get the approval of the Dragon's Spiritual Stone? Yes, Du Zhong, you must have gotten the approval of the Dragon's Spiritual Stone, the other elders said. At this moment, all the elders' eyes were focused on Du Zhong. Du Zhong smiled bitterly and said, I didn't get the approval of the Dragon's Spiritual Stone. Many elders were startled when they heard Du Zhong's words. They immediately looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun nodded and said, That's right, I got the approval of the Dragon's Spiritual Stone. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Even the sect master of the Qinfeng Sword sect had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Humph, what did I say? Hearing that, the 9th elder became even more emotional. Fang Chun, you got the approval of the Dragon's Spiritual Stone? The first elder asked hurriedly. After receiving Fang Chun's nod of confirmation, the 9 elders' faces were filled with excitement. I didn't expect Fang Chun to be so talented. Our Qinfeng Sword sect is really lucky. Haha, Fang Chun, you have to practice hard. In a month, the 3-sect competition will be held in Cyan Cloud County. At that time, you will shine. After chatting with the elders, Fang Chun left the square and returned to his residence. Du Zhong and the others also went into seclusion to practice. The matter of the Qinfeng secret realm had come to an end. In general, many disciples had benefited greatly. The only thing that puzzled the 9 elders was that White Ape and Chong Yu did not come out of the Qinfeng secret realm. In the end, the 9 elders came to a conclusion. White Ape and Chong Yu must have died in the hands of demonic beasts. Other than that, they could not think of any other reason. Fang Chun killed them. They thought that Fang Chun would not do such a thing. In an independent courtyard in the inner sect, there was a man in gray. This man did not have a high ranking in the inner sect, but he had a good relationship with White Ape. However, no one knew that White Ape was actually his elder brother. Elder brother, you died in the Qinfeng secret realm. It must be Fang Chun's doing. I will avenge you. The man in gray's face was full of anger as he said coldly. Fang Chun, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The man in gray was called Bai Feng. He was a disciple at LV5 Chi cultivation realm. On the second day after Fang Chun returned to the sect, Bai Feng found an opportunity to accept a task and left the Qinfeng Sword sect. When Bai Feng reappeared, he had already arrived in Cyan Cloud City, the county capital of Cyan Cloud County. Cyan Cloud City was the most prosperous city in Cyan Cloud County. There were many experts in this city. Bai Feng asked around carefully and found an assassin organization, NVIDIA. NVIDIA was a large assassin organization in Cyan Cloud County. They had helped their employers kill their targets many times. As long as they could pay the spiritual stones, NVIDIA dared to take on even Qi transformation realm experts. When he arrived at the second floor of NVIDIA, Bai Feng stated his request. Qingfeng Sword Sect's inner disciple, Fang Chen, Bai Feng said. Chapter 48. 1 mid-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spiritual stones. 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. It was a huge sum. In the inner sect, even the top disciples only had a few 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was very difficult to earn 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. But now, the assassin organization was offering 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. This made Bai Feng's expression change slightly, and he was a little angry. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones to kill an inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect? Bai Feng was a little confused and asked. The staff nodded and then explained, "This Fang Chen you are talking about is also recorded in our files. He reached LV6 Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15. He is very talented and must be the top inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. Most importantly, he is a disciple of the sect. Normally, the assassin organization will charge a very high fee to kill a sect disciple. Although the Azure Edge Sword sect was a weak sect, it was still a sect after all. It was not a sect that ordinary warriors could provoke. If the assassin organization wanted to kill an inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect, they would have to bear the revenge of the sect. Therefore, the price was very high. However, the assassin organization did not know that Fang Chen had reached LV7 Qi cultivation realm. If they knew, the price of killing Fang Chen would definitely be doubled. 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. I can't take out that much. Damn it. Bai Feng kept cursing in his heart. Where can I find 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Bai Feng was a little helpless and thought to himself. Can you lower the price? Bai Feng asked. The staff shook his head. Their price was based on Fang Chen's current situation. It could not be lower. If the price was lower, no assassin would be willing to accept this mission. All right then. I don't have enough spiritual stones. I will come back when I have enough. Bai Feng nodded and left. After leaving the assassin organization, Bai Feng began to look for spiritual stones. After returning from the Qingfeng mystery realm, Fang Chen had vaguely become the top inner disciple. Some disciples even believed that Fang Chen's strength must have surpassed Du Zhong's. However, 3 days ago, a piece of news shook the entire Qingfeng Sword sect. Only then did all the disciples know how terrifying Du Zhong was. After Du Zhong finished his closed-door training, he went out to train and killed a LV8 Qi cultivation realm beast. This news shook the entire Azure Edge Sword sect. Du Zhong is so terrifying. He has reached the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. He deserves to be called the number 1 disciple of the inner sect. Yes, I had thought that Fang Chen would be comparable to Du Zhong after he had obtained the approval of the Dragon Spirit Stone. However, it seems that there is still a big gap between Fang Chen and Du Zhong. LV8 Qi cultivation stage. Even among the younger generation of the 3 sects in Cyan Cloud County, no one can compare to him. Du Zhong is indeed worthy of his name. His strength is tyrannical and his potential is extraordinary. He will definitely shine during the Trisect competition. In the Trisect competition that is held every 3 years, our Azure Edge Sword sect has always been at the bottom. This time, I think we will be able to recover some losses. Countless disciples in the inner sect of the Azure Edge Sword sect were discussing this matter. It was only at this moment that they realized how terrifying Du Zhong was. The LV8 Qi cultivation realm was too powerful. As the news of Duzhong spread, the news of Fang Chen obtaining the approval of the Dragon Spirit Stone gradually died down. Half a month later, very few disciples brought up Fang Chen's matter. There was still half a month before the Trisect competition. The disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect were all cultivating nervously. At a certain moment, Bai Feng once again entered Cyan Cloud City and entered the assassin organization. I have finally gathered 10,000 medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen, you will definitely die this time. Bai Feng said eerily. In this half a month, Bai Feng accidentally entered an ancient relic of a Qi transformation realm expert and obtained some treasures. He reluctantly sold all of these treasures and finally collected 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Feng's goal was simple. That was to kill Fang Chen. Since young, White Ape had been very good to Bai Feng. The death of White Ape was a huge blow to Bai Feng. Therefore, Bai Feng wanted to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Here are 10,000 medium spiritual stones to kill Fang Chen. Bai Feng said. Okay, I will give you the task now. The staff said. After Bai Feng left, the assassin organization quickly searched for an assassin to do this task. It had to be said that the assassin organization was very efficient. In less than a day, they found an assassin. According to the records of the assassin organization, Fang Chen had reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15. He was very talented. Therefore, the assassin organization found an assassin at the LV7 Qi cultivation realm just to be safe. His code name was Golden Wolf, and he was a LV7 Qi cultivation realm assassin. He was very powerful and often walked on the edge of death. Golden Wolf was almost invincible among LV7 Qi cultivators. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on the Golden Wolf's face on a mountain peak. A LV6 Qi cultivation realm martial artist is not worth my time. Golden Wolf sneered. If not for the commission, Golden Wolf would not be willing to kill such a small fry. Of the 10,000 medium spiritual stones, the assassin would get 5,000, and so would the assassin organization. To the Golden Wolf, 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones was not a small sum. For these spiritual stones, you must die. Golden Wolf said in a low voice. That night, Golden Wolf arrived at the mountain peak where the Green Edge Sword sect was. He hid in the dark and kept an eye on Fang Chen. Fang Chen had been cultivating all this while and finally stopped after much difficulty. He was dragged out by his best friends Xiao Shan and Jiang He to walk around and breathe some fresh air. Fang Chen, don't always cultivate. You'll become stupid. Xiao Shan grinned. Yeah, Fang Chen, you're already very strong. There's no need to work so hard. It's good to walk around. Jiang He smiled. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the Green Edge Sword sect. No one lived on this peak, and no disciples would disturb them under normal circumstances. Standing on the peak, one could overlook the entire Green Edge Sword sect. The night sky was especially bright, and the three of them cast their shadows on the ground. Fang Chen, the three sects' martial meet is in half a month. We probably won't be able to participate, Xiao Shan suddenly said. Yeah, Fang Chen. You'll definitely run into disciples of the Flowing Winds sect at the three sects' martial meet. You, Jiang He said. Hearing the three words Flowing Winds sect, Fang Chen inadvertently thought of Yi Zi. That pearl of the Yi clan seemed to be an outstanding member of the Flowing Winds sect's younger generation. Fang Chen subconsciously clenched his fist. He swore to himself that he would take back the humiliation the Yi clan gave him 100-fold. It's nothing. Fang Chen did not care much about the marriage contract. This was because Fang Chen knew that time would prove everything. When the day came where he was like a monarch, overlooking the entire Azure Cloud County and even the Divine Wind Nation, the Yi clan would definitely regret their decision. At this moment, the Golden Wolf was hiding in the dark, staring at Fang Chen. The Golden Wolf licked its dry lip. Then, it said in a hoarse voice, "There's no one here. We can kill this brat." As the golden wolf spoke, its figure flashed. Instantly, a strong bloody aura filled the entire mountain peak. Fang Chen was about to speak when he suddenly felt danger. He quickly said, "Oh no, there's danger." Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a golden wolf with a ferocious aura appeared in front of him. "Brat, it's time for you to die." The golden wolf grinned. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "The person who will kill you." The golden wolf growled. Then, it gathered all the strength in its body and punched the air. Fang Chen could feel that the martial artist in front of him was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was a martial artist who often walked on the edge of death. This kind of martial artist was the most terrifying because their survival skills were very strong. Moreover, their moves were all killing moves. They cultivated for killing. "Jiang He Shao Shan hide!" Fang Chen roared. He took out the agile sword and used the swift sword. In an instant, 1,000 sword lights filled the sky and collided heavily with the golden wolf's fist. Boom! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, the golden wolf's fist light was shattered. The golden wolf took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, the golden wolf looked at Fang Chen in surprise and licked his dry lip. "The information was wrong. Your cultivation has reached the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm." Hearing the golden wolf's words, Fang Chen was a little confused. "Fang Chen, be careful." In the distance, Shao Shan and Jiang He had already hidden. They were weak. If they stayed on the mountain peak, they would definitely implicate Fang Chen. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen held the agile sword in his hand. He stared at the golden wolf and asked, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." The golden wolf smiled sinisterly. Although the golden wolf knew that Fang Chen's true cultivation was the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm, he was not afraid at all. This was because he was invincible among the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm. "Die, brat!" The golden wolf growled and threw a few more punches. The golden wolf's fists were very hard. Under normal circumstances, he could kill his target with one punch. However, this time, he met a tough opponent. The first sword of the Quicksilver sword style. Feeling the golden wolf's ferocious aura, Fang Chen immediately used the Quicksilver sword style. A mercury-like sword light appeared in the air. In the next moment, the mercury-like sword light pierced towards the golden wolf with a tyrannical aura. What sword technique is this? The golden wolf felt a sense of threat from the Quicksilver sword style. I don't care what sword technique it is. Watch my fist break it." The golden wolf roared and punched out with both fists. His entire body's strength instantly exploded out. Rumble in the sky, the fist light and the sword light collided, producing a fierce sound. Crack! The mercury-like sword light and fist light instantly dissipated when they collided. However, the golden wolf's fist light also quickly dissipated. Bang! Bang! Although the battle between the two was very loud, the cultivators of the Breeze Sword sect could not hear it at all. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. In the beginning, the golden wolf was still able to gain a slight advantage. As time passed, the entire battle was controlled by Fang Chen. How can this be? The golden wolf was shocked. Die! The golden wolf let out a furious roar and executed its strongest technique. At this moment, Fang Chen also pushed the Quicksilver sword style to its limit. A ripple appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the mercury-like sword light pierced through the golden wolf's fist light and into his chest. You! Chapter 49. The death of the assassin with the codename Golden Wolf might be the first time the assassin organization failed a mission in recent years. After the Golden Wolf died, Fang Chen saw the spatial ring on the Golden Wolf's finger and immediately took it. Just as Fang Chen took the spatial ring, the 9th elders arrived. Behind the 9th elders were Jiang He and Shao Shan, who were panting. It was obvious that the 9th elders were informed by the two of them. "Fang Chen, are you all right?" The first thing the ninth elders did when they arrived at the mountain peak was to ask about Fang Chen's safety. "I'm fine, master," said Fang Chen. "Who wanted to kill you?" asked the ninth elders. Fang Chen shook his head and pointed at the lifeless golden wolf on the ground. "I don't know either." After the ninth elders saw the golden wolf, he checked carefully and his expression changed slightly. "Fang Chen, who did you offend? Why did the assassin organization want to kill you?" asked the ninth elders in a deep voice. The assassin organization was an organization that gave people headache. It was said that there was a mysterious force behind the organization. However, the assassin organization usually issued missions on behalf of their employers. The assassins who accepted the missions usually had nothing to do with the assassin organization. "This person is an assassin from the assassin organization. Someone must have issued a mission to kill you," said the ninth elders in a deep voice. "The assassin organization." Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He had heard of the assassin organization before. "Fang Chen, you have to be careful. Don't go out alone," said the ninth elders after thinking for a while. 3 days later, in the pavilion of the assassin organization in Green Cloud City. After the few people in charge of the assassin organization nodded, they confirmed one thing. The mission to kill Fang Chen's golden wolf had failed. The assassins of the assassin organization never failed. Once they failed, it meant that the assassin was dead. There has been no news for 3 days. Golden Wolf is probably dead. "It seems that Fang Chen's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface," said one of the people in charge. "The mission has failed. This is a disgrace to our assassin organization. However, we need to give our employer an explanation," another person in charge said. "Either we refund 80% of the commission, or we charge an additional commission. Let the employer decide," the third person in charge said. Soon, the assassin organization confirmed this matter. The staff member contacted Bai Feng and told him what had happened. Bai Feng was shocked. "What? You sent assassins in the 7th level of qi refining and still couldn't kill Fang Chen?" asked Bai Feng, shocked. "That's right. According to our intelligence, Fang Chen's cultivation has also reached the 7th tier of the qi cultivation realm, and he killed the golden wolf. Therefore, this mission is considered a failure," said the staff member. "Currently, there are 2 options. The first is to refund 80% of the commission," said the staff member. This was the rule of the assassin organization. Once a mission failed, they would only refund 80% of the commission. The remaining 20% would be used to make up for the loss of the assassin organization. "What about the second option?" Bai Feng asked, displeased that he had lost 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones for no reason. "The second option is to pay another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. We will send an even stronger assassin to complete the mission," said the staff member. "What do you mean by paying another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Why is it so expensive for a martial artist in the 7th level of the qi cultivation realm?" Bai Feng shouted. The staff member shook his head and explained, "Fang Chen was able to kill the golden wolf. His true strength is infinitely close to the 8th level of the qi cultivation realm, or even comparable to the 8th level of the qi cultivation realm. This price is more appropriate. Where am I supposed to find another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones?" Bai Feng thought to himself. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Bai Feng gave up. He took 8,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and left Cyan Cloud County. After leaving Cyan Cloud County, Bai Feng chose to return to his family to seek help. In the beginning, Bai Feng did not return to his family because he was afraid that the upper echelons of the family would question him and resent him. However, he had no other choice this time. Chinka City was located in a region not far from Qingyun City. The prosperity of Chinka City was second only to Cyan Cloud City. It was not something a small place like Windy City could compare to. The Bai family was considered a medium-sized family in Chinka City. The first thing Bai Feng did when he returned to the Bai family was to report White Ape's situation. In the Bai family mansion, all the upper echelons of the Bai family were gathered in the meeting hall. Bai Feng, how did White Ape die? Tell us more clearly, said the Bai family patriarch. Patriarch, Brother White Ape died in the windy secret realm. No one knows how he died. I only suspect that Fang Chen did it, said Bai Feng. The upper echelons of the family were confused. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, Brother White Ape had a grudge with Fang Chen. It is very likely, said Bai Feng in detail. After listening to Bai Feng's explanation, the Bai family patriarch slowly nodded. Regardless of whether White Ape was killed by Fang Chen or not, this Fang Chen cannot be allowed to live, said the Bai family patriarch. Bai Feng, why didn't you tell us first? Asked an elder of the Bai family. Elder, I once wanted to avenge Brother White Ape, so I went to the assassin organization. However, they failed, said Bai Feng. The upper echelons of the Bai family were shocked. Even the assassin organization failed? Asked the patriarch. It seems that this Fang Chen is truly a monster. He killed White Ape and humiliated our Bai family. He must die, said an elder. There is no need to use the assassin organization to kill him. Leave this matter to Bai Tian, said another elder. Bai Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words Bai Tian. Bai Tian was an outstanding member of the Bai family's younger generation. He was also a top expert of the Seven Heavens sect's younger generation. That's right. There is still half a month before the three-sect martial competition. Inform Bai Tian, said the patriarch. There were 3 great sects in the Cyan Cloud County. The strongest was the Flowing Wind sect, followed by the Seven Heavens sect and the Azure Edge Sword sect. The Azure Edge Sword sect had always been at the bottom of the 3-sect martial competition every 3 years. There was a sect called the Seven Heavens sect on a mountain peak surrounded by clouds in the Cyan Cloud County. The Seven Heavens sect was a bit strange because there weren't many young disciples in the sect. However, each one of them was extremely powerful, especially the Seven Heavens of the younger generation. Each one of them had extraordinary strength. However, not long ago, the death of the 7th Heavens of the Seven Heavens shocked the Seven Heavens sect. After investigating for a long time, the Seven Heavens sect was unable to find the culprit, so the matter was left unsettled. There were 7 proud peaks in the Seven Heavens sect. Each peak belonged to a Seven Heavens. On the second peak, there was a white-robed figure sitting cross-legged. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened. The White Ape is dead, Bai Tian said. Bai Tian was the 2nd Heavens of the Seven Heavens. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of Qi refinement not long ago. Fang Chen of the Azure Edge Sword sect is interesting, Bai Tian muttered. The Flowing Wind sect was the strongest sect in the Cyan Cloud County. Today, the inner sect of the Flowing Wind sect was filled with jubilation. That was because the twin peaks of the Flowing Wind sect had reached the 8th tier of Qi refinement. This was definitely a grand occasion. Ha ha! The heavens have blessed the Flowing Wind sect. Yi Zi and Pang Jin have both reached the 8th tier of Qi refinement. They will definitely shine in the martial competition of the 3 sects. The Flowing Wind sect's chieftain laughed heartily. Pang Jin was a veteran disciple, while Yi Zi was a new disciple. Both of them were known as the twin peaks of the Flowing Wind sect. Be it strength or potential, both of them were among the best in the Flowing Wind sect. At the Azure Edge Sword sect, in Fang Chen's independent courtyard. After seeing off Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fang Chen began to check the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised when he checked the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. As expected of an assassin from the Assassin Syndicate. So rich! Fang Chen exclaimed. There were 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones in the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. If converted to inferior-grade spirit stones, that would be over 10 million spirit stones. Fang Chen had spent all his spirit stones before, so he was pleasantly surprised when he received 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones. 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones. After putting the 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones into his spatial ring, Fang Chen noticed that there were many substandard cultivation manuals in the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. There was even a Rank 1 cultivation manual. I can't help but want to become an assassin. Fang Chen chuckled. Finally, Fang Chen sorted out the wealth he obtained from the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. There were 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones, 6 substandard cultivation manuals, 1 Rank 1 cultivation manual, some spirit herbs, and even some medicinal pellets for rapid healing. Fang Chen put everything into his spatial ring with a smile on his face. Not a small harvest. Fang Chen chuckled. However, at the same time, Fang Chen's heart was filled with worry. I wonder who wants to kill me. Could it be the Yi family? Fang Chen guessed. Fang Chen knew that it was very scary to be targeted by the assassin syndicate. If the employer wanted him dead at all costs, the assassin syndicate would send more powerful assassins. I hope the employer will stop before going too far. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. With the bloody skull and Captain Sha Zhao, Fang Chen did not care about any assassins below the Qi transformation realm unless they were in the Qi transformation realm. In the following time, Fang Chen did not think too much and worked hard to improve his strength. As time passed, the Tri-Sect martial arts competition was about to arrive. On this day, the sect master gathered all the top 10 inner sect disciples and told them that the Tri-Sect martial arts competition was about to begin. They had to go to Qingyun City today. Chapter 50. The top 10 inner sect disciples of the Qinfeng sword sect now had a new structure. After White Ape and Chong Yu's deaths, 2 more disciples had entered the top 10. Of course, the original ranking of the top 10 disciples had also changed. Duzhong was still ranked first, Fang Chen was ranked second, Bai Liming was ranked third, and Bing Ling was ranked fourth. The 3-sect martial competition was related to the ranking of the sect. Therefore, the Qinfeng sword sect would definitely send their top disciples to participate in the competition. Other than the top 10 inner sect disciples, no one else had the qualifications to participate. Soon, the top 10 disciples all appeared in the square. In front of the square was the sect master and the 9 elders. Today, we'll be heading to Qingyun City, where the 3-sect martial competition will be held. In the past, our Qinfeng sword sect has always been at the bottom of the rankings. This time, our younger generation is very strong. I hope you can bring honor to the Qinfeng sword sect, said the sect master loudly. The top 10 disciples all nodded, their fighting spirit soaring. After that, the Grandmaster talked about some other matters regarding the 3 sects meet. Finally, the Grandmaster led the group of elders and left the Green Edge sword sect in a grandiose manner. As for the other elders, they stayed behind to guard the Qinfeng sword sect. The Qinfeng sword sect was quite a distance away from Qingyun City. However, there were still 3 days before the 3-sect martial competition. 2 days later, Fang Chen and the rest appeared in Qingyun City. This is Qingyun City. Let's find a place to stay first, said the sect master softly after entering Qingyun City. Then, under the sect master's lead, the Qinfeng sword sect's disciples stayed in an independent courtyard. This will be the residence of the Qinfeng sword sect for this period of time. You'll be free to go out and learn about the situation. You can also rest here, said the sect master. Many disciples expressed that they wanted to go out and see Qingyun City. Remember, this is Qingyun City. There are countless experts here. Don't cause trouble, reminded the first elder. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he saw Bing Ling walk over. How about we go for a walk together? Asked Bing Ling. Fang Chen smiled brightly and nodded. He walked side by side with Bing Ling and left the residence. Green Cloud City lived up to its name as the capital of Green Cloud County. Not only was it prosperous, but it was also huge. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he heard the sound of countless hawkers on the street. Green Cloud City is much stronger than Clear Breeze City, Fang Chen said. Of course. Green Cloud City is the capital of Green Cloud County. It's the core of Green Cloud County. There are many experts here. Look at the warriors on the street. Any one of them is a warrior in the Qi refining realm. Bing Ling said sweetly. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Let's go to the treasure inspection area." In Qingyun City, the appraisal district was one of the most famous places because there were many treasures for sale in the appraisal district. Countless vendors from all over the Cyan Cloud County gathered here. Furthermore, it was common for people to find treasures from these vendors. "All right," Bing Ling said. The two of them quickly arrived at the appraisal district. The entire appraisal district was a relatively long street. However, both sides of the street were filled with small vendors. The peddlers' cries were incessant. The vendors here are very famous. Because you don't know that you might accidentally find treasures, many people come here to try their luck. Bing Ling said. Of course, there are also many fake goods here. It's easy to be cheated. Let's go in and take a look, Fang Chen said. Since they were in Green Cloud City, they had to take a look at the appraisal district. After entering the appraisal district, Fang Chen and Bing Ling carefully looked at the items on each stall. After a while, Fang Chen was interested in an item. In the middle of the appraisal district, there was a stall with many weapons. At first glance, these weapons were all ordinary weapons. However, when Fang Chen saw one of the weapons, his golden heart actually beat rapidly. This surprised Fang Chen a little. He slowly walked to the front of the stall and realized that the stall owner was a middle-aged man. "Young man, is there anything you need?" Seeing Fang Chen walk over, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't think that these are all ordinary weapons. Let me tell you, these weapons were once used by great people. They are just sealed. If you buy them, you will make a profit," the middle-aged man said mysteriously. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. This middle-aged man was obviously lying. Other than the divine weapon, the other weapons were just ordinary weapons. They didn't look like they were sealed at all. Fang Chen did not point it out. Instead, he asked, "How much is this weapon?" He saw that Fang Chen was pointing at a long sword. This long sword was the most inconspicuous among the weapons. "Young master, do you like this weapon?" the middle-aged man asked Fang Chen. "I am a sword cultivator. You only have this sword here. Naturally, I only need this sword," Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, how about 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?" "Okay, deal," Fang Chen said happily. In the end, Fang Chen bought the long sword for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After leaving the stall, Bing Ling asked curiously, "Fang Chen, is this weapon really sealed?" "I don't know," Fang Chen said. After wandering around the appraisal area for a while, Fang Chen and Bing Ling left the appraisal area. After leaving the appraisal area, Fang Chen felt that it was still early. He suggested that they go to the martial arena to take a look. The martial arena was the most popular place in Qingyun City. Many warriors liked to go to the martial arena. This was because one could earn spirit stones in the martial arena. As long as you had the strength, you could earn enough spirit stones. The martial arena was not far from the appraisal area. After a while, the two of them arrived at the martial arena. Fang Chen and Bing Ling entered the martial arena. They found a place and sat down to watch the battle on the martial arena. Every warrior on the martial arena wore a special mask. This way, no one could recognize them, and it was convenient for them to hide their identity. At this moment, a man named Xing Yun was fighting with another warrior on the martial arena. This Xing Yun has a strong evil spirit. If there are no accidents, he should win this round, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Xing Yun had won 48 battles in a row. If he won this round, he would have won 49 battles in a row. This kind of victory was enough to show how strong Xing Yun was. Fang Chun could see that Xing Yun's strength was also at the LV7 Qi cultivation realm. However, he was not afraid of fighting against someone at the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Boom! Just as Fang Chun was talking, Xing Yun suddenly attacked with all his strength and defeated his opponent. Xing Yun has won 49 battles in a row. In the martial arena there was a commotion. Xing Yun, do you want to continue? Someone asked. Yes, Xing Yun said. When the 50th opponent came on the martial arena, Fang Chun frowned slightly. He felt a sense of danger. Fang Chun frowned. Soon after, he understood. It seemed that the battle arena had made a move. They did not want Xing Yun to continue winning. At this moment, Xing Yun's odds were increasing as his winning streak continued. Every time Xing Yun won, the martial arena would lose a lot of money. However, if Xing Yun lost this round, the martial arena would make a lot of money. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun understood. It seemed that this was the martial arena's business model. After a while, the warriors in the martial arena began to bet crazily. All of them bet on Xing Yun to win. When the betting ended, there were a total of 100,000 medium spiritual stones. Fang Chun was speechless. He risked his life to kill an assassin from the assassin organization and only got 100,000 medium spiritual stones. He did not expect the martial arena to make so many spiritual stones so easily. Unsurprisingly, after a fierce battle, Xing Yun lost the battle, which made many warriors feel helpless. Fang Chun, don't you want to go up and try? Bing Ling suddenly said. Fang Chun's eyes lit up. Since he had nothing to do now, he could go up and earn some spiritual stones. Then, Fang Chun nodded and walked to where the backstage staff were. He began to sign up. Is this your first time participating in a martial arena battle? The staff asked. Fang Chun nodded. Then, the staff asked, what's your code name? Fang Chun thought for a while and said, Shanqiu. After a while, Fang Chun received a special mask and was arranged to go on the martial arena. Fang Chun's first opponent was a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Haha, my opponent is actually a newcomer. The warrior opposite him had a mocking smile on his face. You talk too much, Fang Chun said. At that moment, many warriors were placing their bets. However, they were all betting on Fang Chun's opponent winning. No one would place their spiritual stones on a newcomer. You're courting death. The warrior snorted coldly. He unleashed all his strength and attacked Fang Chun directly. Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the Mercury sword technique. A cold light pierced out and pierced the cultivator's body. Puchie's sword mark appeared on the warrior's body. In the next moment, the warrior spat out a mouthful of blood and admitted defeat. Crash! The entire martial arena was in an uproar. The warriors below the martial arena did not expect the newcomer to defeat his opponent with one move. Is that Fang Chun? Bing Ling was a little confused. If Fang Chun won a battle, he would receive 10,000 medium spiritual stones. In the following days, Fang Chun won every battle. He was very fast and soon reached 30 consecutive victories. 30 victories had earned him 300,000 spirit stones. This was definitely not a small sum. After 30 consecutive victories, Fang Chun did not continue to challenge. He took the spiritual stones and left. Chapter 51. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. After returning to his residence, Fang Chun locked himself in his room and began to study the longsword he had bought in the treasure inspection district. I wonder what's so special about this longsword. Fang Chun held the longsword in his hand and said doubtfully. On the hilt of the longsword there were 2 words, spiritual light. Spiritual light sword. Fang Chun said in a low voice. Holding the spiritual light sword, he didn't feel anything special. However, at a certain moment, the golden heart beat rapidly a few times and a wild aura came out of the golden heart and entered the spiritual light sword through his hand. Crash! The body of the divine light sword trembled and issued a sword cry. In the next moment, Fang Chun felt that the spiritual light sword seemed to have come alive and released a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was stunned. This wasn't an ordinary weapon, it was a high-grade mortal weapon. I didn't expect to find a high-grade mortal weapon in the treasure inspection district. If that stall owner knew, he would definitely regret it, Fang Chun said with a smile. He was in a good mood. The price of a high-grade mortal weapon wasn't something that could be bought with a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, Fang Chun had made a profit. This was the charm of the treasure inspection district. There were profits and losses. With this high-grade mortal weapon, I won't be afraid of facing an 8th-level Qi refining martial artist, Fang Chun said with a smile. The next day, it was finally time for the 3-sects martial competition. Under the lead of the sect leader, the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect rushed towards the Green Cloud Square. The Green Cloud Square was the largest square in Green Cloud City and was also the location of the 3-sects martial competition. When the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect arrived, the Green Cloud Square was already packed with people. The Green Cloud Square was divided into 3 areas, each corresponding to a sect. At this time, the Seven Heavens sect and the Flowing Winds sect had already arrived. The Azure Edge Sword sect is also here, a disciple said in a low voice. The arrival of the Green Edge Sword sect did not cause an uproar. The disciples of the other 2 sects were disdainful of the Green Edge Sword sect. Even the upper echelons of the sect were disdainful of the Green Edge Sword sect. Fang Chun followed the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Just as he was about to enter the sect's territory, he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and saw a disciple of the Seven Sky sect looking at him. Who is he? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. He could sense a trace of killing intent in the other party's eyes, but he didn't recognize him. Fang Chun. He's ranked 2nd in the 7 heavens. Do you know him? Bing Ling asked in a low voice. Fang Chun shook his head and turned to enter the sect. Sect Master Clearwind, since the 3 sects have all arrived, let's follow the old rules and begin the competition. The Flowing Wind sect master glanced at the Clear Wind sect master. All right. The Clear Wind sect master smiled. Next, a judge appeared on the martial stage. Looking around, he said, the first round of this year's 3-sect martial competition is between the Green Edge Sword sect and the Seven Sky sect. Each side will send out 10 disciples. After 10 battles, the winner will fight the Flowing Wind sect for first place. Disdainful laughter rang out from the Seven Sky sect's territory. In their eyes, the Green Edge Sword sect's disciples were no match for them. I didn't expect the first round to be dominated by the Green Edge Sword sect's disciples. There really isn't the slightest bit of challenge. Yeah, the Green Edge Sword sect has always been at the bottom of the rankings. This time is no exception. Within the Green Edge Sword sect, only Duzhong is a bit stronger. Leave him to the first Sky sect. We'll handle the others. Let's try to win all 10 battles. The Green Edge Sword sect's disciples were all infuriated by the Seven Sky sect's disciples. Be careful when you enter the martial stage, warned the Clear Wind sect master. The first battle was between the Green Edge Sword sect's inner sect disciple ranked 10th and one of the Seven Sky sect's disciples. After an intense battle, the Green Edge Sword sect's disciple won the battle by injuring himself. The Seven Sky sect is only SOSO. The Green Edge Sword sect's disciple sneered. The Seven Sky sect's disciples were enraged by the fact that they had lost in the first battle. Damn it, we're only allowed to win the next battle, the first Sky sect's disciple said coldly. The eyes of the second Sky sect's disciple were fixed on Fang Chun. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Fang Chun. The Green Edge Sword sect lost the second battle. The Green Edge Sword sect lost the third battle as well. In the fourth battle, the Green Edge Sword sect managed to get back some ground. However, the next 6 battles were not looking good for them. From the beginning to the end, the 7 sky sect's disciples did not make a move. Although the 7th sky sect's disciple was dead, the remaining 6 disciples were extremely strong. On the other hand, the green-edged sword sect's disciples were far weaker than the 7 sky sect's disciples. Fang Chen was calculating in his heart. He wanted to see how the green-edged sword sect could win. For the 5th battle, the 7 sky sect's disciple was the 6th sky sect's disciple. One of the green-edged sword sect's disciples was about to fight, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Brother Bai Liming, you're up. You have to win this battle." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Du Zhong and the others were puzzled, but they nodded. "Don't worry." A smile appeared on Bai Liming's face as he stepped onto the martial arts stage. "Trash from the green-edged sword sect, hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll just be humiliating yourself," sneered the 6th sky sect's disciple. "Trash? If you're defeated by trash, doesn't that mean you're worse than trash?" Bai Liming retorted. "You want to defeat me? What a joke." The 6th sky sect's disciple laughed. Bai Liming sneered and a sword abruptly appeared in his hand. Next, Bai Liming displayed his strongest sword technique. Whoosh! Rays of sword light constantly shot out from the tip of Bai Liming's sword. A majestic aura instantly engulfed the ground. Bai Liming's strength has improved again. Fang Chen nodded. With Bai Liming's current strength, defeating the 6th sky sect's disciple shouldn't be difficult. As expected, after a fierce battle, Bai Liming defeated the 6th sky sect's disciple by a single move. "Trash!" Bai Liming looked at the 6th sky sect's disciple and sneered disdainfully. The loss of the 6th sky sect's disciples infuriated the 7 heavenly sect's disciples. The 6th sky sect actually lost. How is this possible? Damn it, the green-edged sword sect is actually suppressing our 7 heavenly sect. Many of the 7 heavenly sect's disciples were dissatisfied with this result. On the other hand, the green-edged sword sect's disciples were all smiles. Bai Liming had won an important battle. However, the next 2 battles left the green-edged sword sect speechless. They had lost 2 battles in a row. The 5th and 4th sky sect's disciples were too strong. The 2 disciples from the green-edged sword sect hadn't even had a chance to fight back before being defeated. However, Fang Chen was very calm. This was within his expectations. The 1st sky sect's disciple is the strongest. I wonder if Du Zhong can defeat him, Fang Chen thought to himself. As for the 2nd sky sect's disciple, Fang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. The 2nd sky sect's disciple was only at the peak of the 7th Qi refining realm. He hadn't reached the 8th Qi refining realm, so he wasn't a match for Fang Chen. As for the 3rd sky sect's disciple, his strength couldn't be underestimated. The 3rd sky sect's disciple was naturally Bing Ling, "You can do it!" cheered the green-edged sword sect's disciple. Bing Ling stood on the martial stage with an indifferent expression. She faintly emitted an icy aura. "Bing Ling, I will defeat you," said the 3rd sky sect's disciple. Whoosh! Bing Ling didn't say anything. Her reply to the 3rd sky sect's disciple was a cold sword light. Bang! The 3rd sky sect's disciple was caught off guard and was struck by the cold sword light. His clothes were slightly tattered. Damn it! The 3rd sky sect's disciple was furious. He used all his strength to launch a fierce counterattack. Rumble! The battle between the 2 was extremely intense. At first, Bing Ling had the upper hand, but as time passed, she was gradually suppressed. "Looks like Bing Ling's going to lose," muttered Fang Chen. A quarter of an hour later, Bing Ling had indeed lost to the 3rd sky sect's disciple. After Bing Ling's loss, the Qingfeng sword sect had already lost 5 matches. There were only 2 matches left. If they couldn't win all of them, the Qingfeng sword sect would be eliminated. At this time, the 2nd sky sect's disciple stood on the martial stage. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and shouted, "Fang Chen, get up here and die." Hearing the words of the 2nd sky sect's disciple, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stood on the martial stage. Fang Chen, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, said the second sky sect's disciple. Fang Chen frowned. He was a bit unhappy. He didn't know the second sky sect's disciple, but the second sky sect's disciple was constantly targeting him. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. With a boom, Fang Chen exploded with all his strength. The spiritual light sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, 1,000 sword lights filled the sky and shot towards the second sky sect's disciple. How is his sword so fast? The second sky sect was shocked. However, he still threw out a punch which collided with the sword lights. Boom! When the sword lights collided with the fist, there was a thunderous sound. Fang Chen and the second sky sect's disciple both took a few steps back. Damn it! The second sky sect's disciple was furious. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, so his moves were extremely vicious. Fang Chen also noticed this and was a bit angry. He directly used the Quicksilver Sword technique. The first move of the Quicksilver Sword technique. Whoosh! A Quicksilver Sword light suddenly burst out from the spiritual light sword. At this moment, the power of a high-grade mortal weapon was undoubtedly unleashed. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chen use his strongest move, the second sky sect's disciple was furious. He wanted to destroy Fang Chen's attack. However, when Fang Chen's attack hit his body, he knew how strong it was. Crack! The second sky sect's disciple was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. His shoulder was full of blood. It was obvious that one of his arms was crippled. Chapter 52. The deathly silent plaza instantly exploded into an uproar. Countless disciples stared at Fang Chen in shock. They didn't understand when such a disciple had appeared in the Qinfeng sword sect. Fang Chen actually defeated Tian. How is that possible? Yeah, Fang Chen is too heaven-defying. Not only did he defeat Tian, but he also heavily injured him. What a terrifying genius! The Qinfeng sword sect has hidden themselves too deeply. Many disciples began to discuss after recovering from their shock. At this moment, the most furious person was the Seven Heavens sect's sect master. His expression was ice-cold as he looked at the heavily injured Tian. Damn it, when did such a powerful disciple appear in the Qinfeng sword sect? Said the Seven Heavens sect's sect master. Sect master, it seems like the Azure Edge sword sect came prepared this time as well, an elder said in a low voice. So what if they came prepared? There's only one battle left. I believe Tian will be able to defeat Du Zhong and win this competition, said the Seven Heavens sect's sect master. Sect master, don't worry. The humiliation the Qinfeng sword sect has given us will be paid back several times over. Tian opened his eyes, shooting out a cold light. Within the Flowing Wind sect's area, Yi Zi's expression was complicated. That trash from back then had actually grown to such a level? Is this still Fang Chen? Yi Zi wondered. Yi Zi had reached the 8th heaven stage of qi refinement at the age of 15. That was the highest record in the Flowing Wind sect. She had originally thought that she wouldn't have any more interactions with that trash Fang Chen. She hadn't expected that Fang Chen would be so strong in this 3-sect martial competition. Furthermore, he had defeated Tian. Junior apprentice sister Yi Zi, what's wrong? Asked Pang Jin upon seeing her strange expression. I'm fine. I just ran into an acquaintance, whispered Yi Zi. Pang Jin followed her gaze and saw Fang Chen. He frowned and asked, Junior apprentice sister Yi Zi, did he make you angry? Yi Zi didn't say anything, so Pang Jin thought she had tacitly agreed. Junior apprentice sister Yi Zi, don't worry. Although he's strong, he's only at the 7th heaven stage of qi refinement. If I run into him, I'll definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death, said Pang Jin. Hearing Pang Jin's words, Yi Zi's mood gradually recovered. That's right. No matter how strong he is only at the LV7 qi cultivation realm. The gap between us is huge. It's impossible for him to catch up with me, Yizi said to herself. Humph, trash will always be trash. He thinks that just because his strength has increased, he can do whatever he wants. What a joke. At this moment, Yizi had once again returned to her previous state, snorting disdainfully at Fang Chen. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Sect Master Qing Feng. Originally, he thought that it would be good if Fang Chen could fight to a draw with Xuantian. He never imagined that Fang Chen would actually defeat Xuantian. Fang Chen is indeed a genius of our sect, Sect Master Qing Feng said with a smile. Yes, Fang Chen's strength is already comparable to Duzhong's. With Fang Chen and Duzhong's help, perhaps our Qing Feng sword sect will be able to go further, said the great elder. Among all the elders present, only the 9th elder knew Fang Chen's strength the best. What kind of joke was this? Even a LV-7 Qi cultivation realm assassin from the assassin organization was killed by Fang Chen. A mere Xuantian was nothing to him. It should be known that a LV-7 Qi cultivation realm assassin from the assassin organization was invincible within the LV-7 Qi cultivation realm. If such an assassin was killed by Fang Chen, one could imagine how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was. The next round is very important. Duzhong, are you confident? Sect Master Qing Feng asked. Don't worry, Sect Master. I have fought with Xuantian before, so I know a little about him, said Duzhong. That's good, Sect Master Qing Feng said with a smile. After everyone's shock, the last battle was finally about to begin. This battle was related to whether Qing Feng's sword sect would be eliminated or not. It was very important. On the martial arts stage, Xuantian was wearing a silver robe. He looked at Duzhong with disdain and mocked. Duzhong, you are no match for me. A year ago, Duzhong was only at LV-6 Qi cultivation realm. Xuantian had already reached LV-7 Qi cultivation realm. Duzhong had lost that battle. However, a year later, Duzhong had reached LV-8 Qi cultivation realm. He was not afraid of Xuantian at all. Xuantian, I lost to you a year ago. Today, I will win back twice as much, said Duzhong in a low voice. Humph, your Qing Feng sword sect will only be eliminated, Xuantian sneered. Then let's fight. Duzhong growled and waved the long sword in his hand. The sword trembled and emitted waves of sword cries. Sky-shattering fist. Seeing this, Xuantian clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body into it. Then, he punched out. Suddenly, a majestic fist radiance appeared in the sky. It carried an extremely powerful aura and blasted towards Duzhong. Xuantian has also reached LV-8 Qi cultivation realm, whispered Yizi in the Wind Sect area. But judging from his aura, he just reached LV-8 Qi cultivation realm not long ago, said Pang Jin. On the martial arts stage, Duzhong felt the power of the fist radiance and stabbed out with his sword. Puchi Duzhong's long sword pierced into the fist radiance, causing the fist radiance to stagnate. Break! With a roar, Duzhong stabbed out with his long sword again. Instantly, the fist radiance dissipated. Xuantian took a few steps back and his expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "You have also reached LV-8 Qi cultivation realm. Are you the only one allowed to reach LV-8 Qi cultivation realm?" said Duzhong. Good, very good. Even if you have reached LV-8 Qi cultivation realm, you are still no match for me, Xuantian roared. Sky-shattering fist, second fist. Xuantian performed the second fist of the sky-shattering fist. Two fist radiances appeared in the sky. Boom boom boom, demonic light sword technique. Duzhong also shouted and performed the demonic light sword technique. In the sky, sword radiances flashed and the power was incomparably strong. Seeing that Duzhong and Xuantian were going all out, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. Although they are evenly matched now, I believe that senior brother Duzhong will definitely win the match, said Fang Chen in a low voice. Fang Chen could feel that Duzhong's true strength had not been fully revealed yet. Bang bang bung, a series of collision sounds were heard. The battle between the two on the martial arts stage was very intense. Countless disciples were watching with their eyes wide open. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, the disciples of the Seven Skies sect began to feel anxious. As time passed, Xuantian actually felt that he was being suppressed by Duzhong. "Senior brother Duzhong, go for it!" Shouts came from the Seven Skies sect area. On the martial arts stage, when the first day heard this, he had a look of shame on his face. Before the battle started, he had vowed that he would definitely win this battle. But now, he finally understood how difficult it was to deal with Duzhong. Sky-piercing fist, the ultimate punch. There were a total of 3 punches in the sky-piercing fist. At this moment, Xuantian did not care so much and directly displayed the ultimate punch of the sky-piercing fist. Suddenly, the air around the martial arts stage froze. Xuantian's punch directly caused the space to distort a little. "It's time to end this," Duzhong said in a low voice. In the next moment, his aura skyrocketed again. "What?" Seeing this scene, all the warriors were shocked. They did not expect that Duzhong could still burst out such a tyrannical power at this time. Demonic Light Sword Technique. Duzhong displayed the strongest move of the Demonic Light Sword Technique. Holding the long sword, he directly appeared in front of Xuantian. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the fist light above Xuantian's head. With a crack, the fist light shattered. In the next moment, Xuantian's body flew out like a kite. "Bloodline!" Xuantian roared hysterically, but he was still defeated by Duzhong in the end. There was a faint red aura around Duzhong's body. But after defeating Xuantian, the red aura instantly converged. Duzhong returned to his original state. Holding the long sword in his hand, he coldly looked at Xuantian. Hua Lave whole square was in an uproar again. After Fang Chen defeated Xuantian, Duzhong defeated Xuantian. This was absolutely a shocking scene. "Oh my god, all the disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect are so tyrannical this time. Duzhong is too strong." At the last moment, he was able to burst out such a powerful force. When Xuantian was flying out, he said, "Bloodline." Could it be that Duzhong has the power of bloodline? Many disciples were discussing. Fang Chen also narrowed his eyes and looked at Duzhong. Is that the power of bloodline? When he was in Qingfeng's sword sect, Fang Chen felt that Duzhong was very mysterious. Now, he finally knew that Duzhong had the power of bloodline. Warriors who had the power of bloodline could quickly burst out an extremely tyrannical power in a short period of time. The Qingfeng sword sect's area was filled with laughter. But the Seven Heavens sect's area was filled with anger. The number 1 disciple of the Seven Heavens sect's younger generation, Xuantian, had actually been defeated by Duzhong. This was a disgrace. Damn it, why is Qingfeng sword sect's disciple so strong? The Seven Heavens sect's leader coldly said. "Qingfeng sword sect's disciple is a bit abnormal," said an elder. In the Flowing Wind sect's area, Yi Zi and Pang Jin were also looking at Duzhong with a bit of surprise. Duzhong, who had the power of bloodline, was worthy of their attention. "It seems that Duzhong is Qingfeng sword sect's trump card," whispered Pang Jin. "Even if he has the power of bloodline, he's still not our match," said Yi Zi confidently. After Duzhong won this match, the two sects had a tie. 5 wins and 5 losses. This was something that had never happened before. Several referees came together to discuss how to continue the match. After all, there had to be a winner. When Fang Chen's eyes moved away from Duzhong, he inadvertently saw Yi Zi of the Flowing Wind sect. Seeing Yi Zi's cold expression, Fang Chen's mouth curled up. A trace of a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 53. After a while, the judges finished their discussion. Both sides were tied. This was something that no one had expected. Among the 3 sects, Qingfeng sword sect had always been at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the younger generation of this batch would be so strong? This made the other two sects' jaws drop. Especially the sect leader of Seven Heavens sect. His face was gloomy and furious. Damn Qingfeng sword sect. Sect leader of Seven Heavens sect said coldly. Just when everyone was paying attention to the judges' discussion, the judges began to announce. Since the two sects are tied, the result of our discussion is that both sects will have a battle royale. The judges said. Hearing the judges' words, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists' eyes were filled with passion. It's actually a battle royale. Many disciples whispered. However, for Qingfeng sword sect, whether it was a battle royale or something else, they were not afraid. There were many outstanding talents in this batch of disciples. Needless to say, Du Zhong was strong. Even Fang Chen had shocked the upper echelons of Qingfeng sword sect. In addition to Bing Ling and Bai Liming, the strength of Qingfeng sword sect's disciples was slightly above that of Seven Heavens sect's disciples. This is a chance for Seven Heavens sect. I only want to win this battle. Sect leader of Seven Heavens sect said in a low voice. Sect leader, we will do our best. Sect leader of First Heaven said in a hoarse voice. There was a trace of bitterness on the face of the First Heaven. A year ago, Du Zhong wasn't his opponent. However, a year later, not only had Du Zhong surpassed him, but he had also defeated him. This made the First Heaven very angry. Not long after, the people above went up the stage. Because it was a battle royale, there were no specific rules. As long as you left the stage, you would be disqualified. Begin. As the referee's voice rang out, the entire martial arts arena immediately fell into a chaotic battle between the two sides. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen and Du Zhong were telepathic. The two of them attacked quickly, specifically targeting the weaker disciples of Seven Heavens sect. Wherever Fang Chen's sword light passed, the disciples of Seven Heavens sect would be sent flying and fall off the stage. It was the same for Du Zhong in the other area. He wielded his long sword very quickly and cooperated well with Fang Chen. The chaotic battle was very intense. Soon, only a few people were left on the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, let's join hands, said Du Zhong. In the next moment, Fang Chen and Du Zhong joined hands, and they were invincible. After a while, the only disciple of the Seven Heavens sect who was standing on the martial arts stage was finally defeated by the joint efforts of Fang Chen and Du Zhong. Bang! The body of the first sky fell heavily onto the ground as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was extremely pale. A few disciples of the Green Edge sword sect stood on the sparring platform with smiles on their faces. After this battle, the Seven Heavens sect lost to the Azure Edge sword sect. The Green Edge sword sect has won this battle. Tomorrow, the three sects' martial meet will be held in the finals, said the judge. When the judge announced the result of the battle, the entire square was in an uproar, especially in the area of the Green Edge sword sect. From the inner disciples to the upper echelons, their faces were filled with smiles. The disciples of Seven Heavens sect were furious. They thought that their strength was enough to crush the Green Edge sword sect, but they did not expect to be beaten by the Green Edge sword sect. The upper echelons of the Wind sect also paid close attention to the Green Edge sword sect. After the battle ended, the disciples of the three sects slowly left the square and returned to their own residences. At night, Fang Chen did not rest. He sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Dense sword qi emerged from his body. The sword qi revolved around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Fang Chen was circulating the chant of the Quicksilver sword technique in his mind. After a while, the second sword of the Quicksilver sword technique was completed. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and a smile appeared on his face. After successfully cultivating the second sword of the Quicksilver sword technique, my combat strength is comparable to a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. If I can cultivate the third sword of the Quicksilver sword technique, I won't be afraid even if I face a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, said Fang Chen softly. However, Cultivating the third sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique was not something that could be done in a day. Fang Chen stopped thinking about it and went to sleep. Many stars hung high in the dark night sky. Chinka City, the Bai family mansion, was brightly lit. In the Bai family mansion's meeting hall, the patriarch and a few other elders sat with serious expressions on their faces. After a long time, the patriarch broke the silence in the meeting hall. Everyone, we have news from Qinyan City. Fang Chen's strength is much stronger than we expected. Bai Tian fought with him and was defeated by Fang Chen, said the patriarch. What kind of monster is this Fang Chen? Why is he so strong? Asked the first elder. Although this Fang Chen is only at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, his strength is very strong. He is comparable to a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. He easily defeated Bai Tian and even injured him, said the patriarch. Patriarch, this kid's potential is too great. We must get rid of him, said the second elder. That's right. No matter what, we must get rid of this kid. The patriarch thought for a moment and said, It seems that we can only use that move. The night seemed to be very long. The stars in the sky were constantly blinking. It was already midnight. On the streets of Qinyan City, there was not a single person. It was pitch black. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared on the streets of Qinyan City. His footsteps were light as he quickly moved towards the residence of the Qinfeng sword sect. After a while, the black shadow appeared on top of a large tree. He stood on the tree and looked down at an independent courtyard. Fang Chen is at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. His strength is comparable to an 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, said the black shadow. The black shadow was codenamed Heisha. He was an assassin from the assassin organization. After losing to Fang Chen in the day, the Bai family immediately contacted the assassin organization and issued a mission to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Therefore, the Bai family paid a huge price. However, the Bai family was determined to kill Fang Chen. It did not matter how much they had to pay. After the painful lesson from the last time, the assassin organization sent out an assassin codenamed Heisha. Heisha was an extremely famous person in the assassin organization. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most shocking thing was that Heisha had killed a 1st level of the Qi cultivation realm with his 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm cultivation. It was because of that battle that Heisha became famous. The fact that the assassin organization sent Heisha out this time was enough to show how high their opinion of Fang Chen was. However, it was obvious that Heisha looked down on Fang Chen. How strong could a 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm disciple be? A 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm disciple needs my help, Heisha said sinisterly. If it were not for the high reward, Heisha would not have bothered to attack a 7th level Qi cultivation realm martial artist. However, since I have accepted this mission, today is the day you die. After Heisha finished speaking, his body flashed and landed on the ground. Then, he quietly moved towards Fang Chen's pavilion. In the darkness, Fang Chen suddenly felt a powerful aura, which instantly engulfed the entire room. Whoosh! The moment Fang Chen woke up, a black shadow appeared in Fang Chen's room. Your spiritual sense is not bad. The black shadow laughed. Who are you? Fang Chen could feel that the aura emitted from the black shadow was very strong. It was much stronger than Du Zhong's. The person who will kill you, the black shadow said sinisterly. Fang Chen instantly understood. Immediately, his eyes turned cold. You are an assassin from the assassin organization. Boy, it's too late to know now, the black shadow said. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, Idiot. Seeing that Fang Chen did not have any fear on his face, Heisha was a little confused and asked, You are not afraid? Why should I be afraid? You should be the one who should be afraid, Fang Chen said. Boy, you are the first warrior I have met who dares to face death so calmly. Not bad. Heisha laughed. Hearing the name Heisha, Fang Chen nodded. He had heard of Heisha's name before. No wonder he felt a sense of oppression. Turned out that the person who came was an assassin in the 9th realm of the Qi refining realm. Heisha, 9th realm of the Qi refining realm. I once killed a warrior in the 1st realm of the Qi refining realm. Fang Chen said indifferently. Since you know my name, Black Fiend, you can die now. After Heisha finished speaking, his body flashed. He clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. In an instant, he threw a punch. Fang Chen stood in place, motionless. A trace of ridicule appeared on his face. Just as Heisha's fist was about to touch Fang Chen's body, Heisha's body suddenly stopped on the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not make his fist move any further. What's going on? Heisha's heart was in turmoil. In the next moment, Heisha found that an arm had appeared in his chest. This arm went straight from his back to his chest. Blood flowed from Heisha's chest. Heisha's eyes were filled with shock. Before Heisha could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Behind Heisha, the figure of the blood-red skeleton appeared. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and put away the blood-red skeleton. With 2 powerful fighters in the Qi refining realm, Fang Chen was not afraid of Heisha at all. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not move. Heisha was killed by the blood-red skeleton without anyone noticing. In the end, Fang Chen took Heisha's space ring and destroyed the corpse. Assassins were very rich. This was the conclusion that Fang Chen had drawn from the Golden Wolf's space ring. Now, Heisha's space ring confirmed Fang Chen's conclusion. This was because Fang Chen had obtained a lot from Heisha's space ring. Chapter 54. 600,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 400,000 from before, Fang Chen now had a total of 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones. This was definitely a huge fortune. Even an elder of the Qingfeng sword sect might not have so many middle-grade spiritual stones. The current Fang Chen had so much wealth that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Shiwen got 1 first-grade cultivation technique from the Golden Wolf, 2 from the Black Evil Spirit, and a total of 3. There were a total of 16 second-grade cultivation technique. If all of these were exchanged for spirit stones, it would be a huge number. Fang Chen kept these items in his spatial ring, cleaned up the scene, and continued to rest. The next day, Fang Chen followed the Qingfeng sword sect's team to the Green Cloud Square. Because the 7 Heavens sect had lost the competition, they had already returned to their sections. They did not have the face to continue staying. Therefore, there were only disciples from the Qingfeng sword sect and the Flowing Wind sect on the Green Cloud Square. Master Flowing Wind, your Qingfeng sword sect's disciples are pretty good this time. The Flowing Wind sect's master said with a smile. Your Flowing Wind sect's disciples are pretty good too. The Flowing Wind sect's master said politely. Then, the disciples of the 2 sects all sat in their respective areas. To put it bluntly, the 3 sects competition was just a ranking. Now that the 7 Heavens sect had been eliminated, only the Flowing Wind sect and the Qingfeng sword sect were left. The 2 sects began to compete. After the judges announced, the disciples of both sects began to step onto the stage. Try to win all 10 matches. This was what the Flowing Wind sect's master said to his disciples before he left. Before long, the first match began. Without saying anything, the disciples of both sects began to fight. Bam! Bam! The battle on the stage was extremely intense. At first, the disciples of both sects could not do anything to each other. But as time went on, the weaknesses of the Qingfeng sword sect's disciples were exposed. After a while, the Qingfeng sword sect's disciples were defeated. The Qingfeng sword sect had lost the first match. Then came the second, third, and fourth matches. After an hour, the 2 sects had already gone through 6 matches. But the results of these 6 matches were out of everyone's expectations. The Azure Edge Sword sect had lost all 6 matches. Originally, many martial artists thought that with the strength of this batch of Qinfeng Sword sect disciples, even if they couldn't defeat the Flowing Wind sect, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The truth was a harsh slap to the face of the Qinfeng Sword sect. The disciples of the Flowing Wind sect were indeed much stronger than the disciples of the Qinfeng Sword sect. We lost all 6 matches. Below the stage, Fang Chen looked at Bing Ling, who was about to step onto the stage, with a solemn expression. At this moment, Bing Ling was standing on the martial arts stage. His opponent was a wretched fat man. When the fat man saw Bing Ling, he kept glancing at Bing Ling. "I like ice beauties the most," Fatty smiled sinisterly. "Humph!" Icicle snorted coldly. A long sword abruptly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the long sword drew a strange trajectory and stabbed towards Fatty. Flowing Wind Fist. Fatty shouted in a low voice. There was no trace of fear on his face. He clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body into them. He threw out a punch, and suddenly, a fist aura appeared and collided with the sword aura. Crack! The sword aura collapsed, but the fist aura was still very fast. Finally, it hit Bing Ling's body in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Bing Ling's delicate body was directly sent flying. Fang Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He tiptoed and leaped up to catch Bing Ling, who was flying down. "Sister Bing Ling, are you okay?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm fine." Bing Ling's expression was not good. Coupled with the fact that she had lost the match, there was a trace of worry on her face. The Flowing Wind sect's disciple had won 7 matches in a row, which made the Flowing Wind sect's sect master smile. On the contrary, the Clear Wind sect's sect master's face was solemn. The strongest disciples of the Flowing Wind sect, Yi Zi and Pang Jin, had not yet appeared. Once they appeared, even Du Zhong and Fang Chen would not be able to withstand them. "Are we really going to lose all 10 matches?" the Clear Wind sect's sect master said in a low voice. It was Bai Liming's turn to fight in the 8th match. After a fierce battle, Bai Liming still lost to a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. After Bai Liming lost the match, the whole square was in an uproar. Countless warriors' eyes were filled with a burning color. The first 8 matches were not worth watching at all. It was a one-sided situation. The next match would be a showdown between the strong. It would definitely be the most exciting match. "I wonder who from the Qinfeng Sword sect will fight next," a disciple whispered. "I think Fang Chen will fight, and Du Zhong will be the last to fight," another disciple said. At this time, in the Flowing Wind sect's area, Yi Zi's cold eyes swept over Fang Chen, and immediately looked at Pang Jin, who was beside her. "Brother Pang Jin, I'll have to trouble you to fight the next match," Yi Zi said in a low voice. Pang Jin nodded. He understood that Yi Zi did not want to fight with Fang Chen. It should be that Yi Zi disdained to fight with Fang Chen. "Hee boy, I'll make you beg for death." Pang Jin smiled sinisterly and immediately walked onto the martial arts arena. At this time, in the Qinfeng Sword sect's area, Fang Chen was about to step onto the martial arts arena when he suddenly found that it was Pang Jin. He glanced at the cold Yi Zi, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a complicated smile. He then turned to look at Du Zhong. "Brother Du Zhong." Before Fang Chen finished his words, Du Zhong understood what Fang Chen meant. "Let me fight this match," Du Zhong said and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Seeing Du Zhong step onto the arena and Fang Chen standing motionlessly below the martial arts arena, Pang Jin's face was filled with coldness. "Bastard, you don't even dare to step onto the arena," Pang Jin said coldly. Then he looked at Du Zhong and smiled sinisterly. "Du Zhong, although you defeated First Tian and your cultivation has reached LV8 refining realm, it's your bad luck to meet me, Pang Jin. You're not my match. Just admit defeat and avoid being humiliated," said Pang Jin loudly. Hearing Pang Jin's words, the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect clenched their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Pang Jin's strength was obvious. Even Du Zhong didn't have the confidence to win against Pang Jin. Pang Jin, do you only know how to talk? You want me to admit defeat? Impossible, said Du Zhong. Du Zhong, your Qingfeng sword sect has already lost 8 matches in a row. What's the point of continuing? Asked Pang Jin. If you want to stand, then let's fight, said Du Zhong. All right, since you want to humiliate yourself, then don't blame me, Pang Jin. Pang Jin snorted coldly. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and in an instant, all his strength was poured into the battle axe. Roar! With a roar, the battle axe in Pang Jin's hand exploded with an extremely powerful aura, which swept through the entire martial arts arena. Flowing Cloud Axe Technique. Pang Jin roared and used the Flowing Cloud Axe Technique. The battle axe in his hand drew a strange trajectory in the air. A dazzling light appeared from the battle axe, and it carried a powerful aura as it swept towards Du Zhong. Shura Sword. Seeing this, Du Zhong shouted in a low voice. He displayed a sharp sword technique and stabbed at Pang Jin again and again. Bang! Pang Jin's battle axe heavily struck Du Zhong's longsword, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. At this moment, Du Zhong's arm was numb and his hand hurt. However, Du Zhong didn't retreat immediately. Instead, he chose to attack. The longsword went around the battle axe and rotated 180 degrees before returning to Du Zhong's hand. The tip of the sword was filled with dense sword qi, and it instantly stabbed towards Pang Jin. You're courting death. Pang Jin was furious. He once again used the Flowing Cloud Axe technique. With a bang, it directly blocked Du Zhong's sword technique attack. In the next moment, Pang Jin's aura as a mid-8th stage qi refinement cultivator erupted. His powerful strength was directly integrated into the battle axe. It's time to end this. Pang Jin shouted, and the battle axe in his hand struck towards Du Zhong. At this moment, Du Zhong clearly felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. He tried his best to block it, but in the end, he still couldn't block the attack of the battle axe. Crack! Du Zhong's longsword was blown away. Du Zhong's body was constantly pushed back. Spots of scarlet blood appeared on his arm. Holding the battle axe, Pang Jin's aura surged, and his face was full of disdain. Du Zhong, you're no match for me. Pang Jin roared. Du Zhong's face was ugly. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered after reaching the 8th stage qi refinement realm. He thought that with his strength, he could fight a fierce battle with Pang Jin. However, Du Zhong couldn't accept the result. They were both at the 8th stage qi refinement realm, but he couldn't block Pang Jin's battle axe technique. I don't accept this. Du Zhong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He shouted angrily in his heart. In the next moment, Du Zhong waved the longsword in his hand again and used the Shura sword technique. Shura sword technique, ultimate sword. Du Zhong roared. The fierce Shura sword technique was instantly used. The sky was filled with sword lights, intertwining with each other, forming a terrifying sword net. Insignificant skill. Seeing this, Pang Jin sneered. He waved the battle axe in his hand, and a majestic force instantly emerged from the battle axe. Break! Pang Jin shouted. The battle axe heavily chopped on the sword net. Crack! The sword net was instantly broken by the battle axe. Pang Jin's battle axe broke the sword net, and in the next moment, it bombarded toward Du Zhong. Below the martial arts arena, Fang Chen looked at Du Zhong with concern and shook his head slightly. Pang Jin's strength is much stronger than senior brother Du Zhong's. Boom! As Pang Jin waved his battle axe, the result of the battle was determined. With a loud sound, Du Zhong's body flew out. He lost the battle. Even if you've reached the 8th stage qi refinement realm, you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Pang Jin sneered. Du Zhong's loss caused an uproar in the square. Pang Jin is too terrifying. Du Zhong didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yes, the Flowing Wind sect has always been the strongest sect in Cyan Cloud County. It's unshakable. Chapter 55. Du Zhong's cultivation had reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Even among the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County, he could be considered one of the best. However, he had not expected to be defeated by Pang Jin. This was a huge blow to Du Zhong. Furthermore, the last hope of Qingfeng's sword sect had been destroyed. Du Zhong, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Du Zhong lost the battle, the atmosphere in the Qingfeng sword sect's area was heavy. However, the Flowing Wind sect's area was filled with laughter. The Flowing Wind sect wanted to win 10 consecutive battles, but they were most worried about Du Zhong. Now that Du Zhong had been defeated by Pang Jin, they did not care about Fang Chen at all. Whoosh! Yi Zi's delicate figure appeared on the martial arts arena. Her purple robe tightly wrapped around her delicate body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Yi Zi's cold face revealed a trace of disdain. She looked at Fang Chen and said, "You are no match for me. Don't humiliate yourself." Fang Chen frowned when he heard this. He immediately stepped forward and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Standing on the martial arts arena, Fang Chen sized up Yi Zi. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Fang Chen, admit defeat. Although you have reached LV7 Qi cultivation realm, there is still a big gap between us." Yi Zi said, "It's just like canceling an engagement. It's important to know one's own limit." Buzz. The word engagement completely enraged Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Yi Zi, do you think you are God's favored daughter? Do you think you are the strongest among the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County?" Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, "It seems like you are still so stubborn. I will let you know the gap between us." Yi Zi said coldly. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He wanted to prove with his strength that the Yi clan canceling the engagement was a humiliating thing. "Quick sword!" Fang Chen shouted and waved the spiritual light sword in his hand. In one breath, he displayed 1,000 sword lights and fiercely stabbed towards Yi Zi. "Petty tricks!" Yi Zi sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was so stubborn, she wanted to use a thunderous method to defeat Fang Chen and let the latter know the difference between them. Fang Chen's sudden attack caused many disciples on the square to be a little surprised. Yi Zi is the leader of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. It is said that her strength is even more tyrannical than Pang Jin's. Fang Chen is no match for Yi Zi. It's said that Yi Zi used to be Fang Chen's fiancé, but Fang Chen was too weak. The Yi family felt that Fang Chen wasn't worthy of Yi Zi, so they broke off the engagement. Something like this happened? No wonder Fang Chen is so angry. Although Fang Chen has unlimited potential, he is still no match for Yi Zi. On the square, many disciples were discussing animatedly. On the battle stage, when Yi Zi saw the sword light filling the sky, she gently stretched out her fair hand. In the next moment, her fingers moved, and in an instant, her fingers pinched one of the sword lights in the sky. Crack! Yi Zi's fingers exerted a little force, and the sword light instantly shattered. As the sword light shattered, the sword light in the sky also shattered. Boom! Fang Chen's body rapidly retreated, while Yi Zi looked at Fang Chen condescendingly. Her face revealed a trace of mockery as she said, "Now, do you know the difference between us?" Hearing Yi Zi's tone, Fang Chen sneered and waved his spiritual light sword again. Mercury Sword Technique, First Sword. After all, Yi Zi was a martial artist at the 8th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mercury Sword Technique. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the sky. Then, a Mercury Sword light appeared. Rumble! In the sky above the battle stage, the sound of thunder constantly rang out. Under Fang Chen's control, the Mercury Sword light fiercely pierced towards Yi Zi. Flowing Wind Fist. Yi still didn't use her full strength. Her fair hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and she very calmly punched out. Although it looked like a simple punch, the power it contained was very majestic. When this punch was thrown out, the entire martial arts arena let out a violent sound. Crack! The mercury sword light collided with the fist light, and in an instant it dissipated. Yi easily blocked Fang Chen's mercury sword technique. Her eyes were full of disdain. Fang Chen, admit defeat. You're not my match. If you insist on fighting, then don't blame me, Yi said coldly. At this moment, in the Qingfeng sword sect area, the Qingfeng sect master shook his head slightly. He didn't think that Fang Chen could defeat Yi. After all, Yi's strength was obvious to all. Yi is too strong, the Qingfeng sect master said. Yeah, it's impossible for Fang Chen to defeat Yi. This year's 3 sects competition will be the disgrace of our Qingfeng sword sect, the great elder said. The other elders shook their heads. Only the 9th elder still believed that Fang Chen would win. He didn't know why he had such thoughts, but his intuition told him that Fang Chen still had a trump card. Just as the crowd was talking, Fang Chen made his move on the battle stage once again. This time, when Yi saw Fang Chen make his move, her face changed slightly. Fang Chen, you asked for it, Yi said coldly. In the next moment, Yi's hands formed a complicated seal. Suddenly, a series of hand seals appeared in the sky. These hand seals were filled with a violent aura. 1,000 hand seal. It's actually the 1,000 hand seal. In the square, the crowd exclaimed. The 1,000 hand imprint was one of the more powerful rank 1 cultivation technique. It was said that the 1,000 hand imprint was accidentally found by an elder of the Flowing Wind sect in a historical site. Later on, the elder mastered the 1,000 hand seal. Hence, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. After Yi joined the Flowing Wind sect, she successfully gained the elder's recognition and obtained the 1,000 hand seal from him. If she could master the 1,000 hand seal, she would definitely be invincible among those of the same rank. She could even challenge those of a higher rank. The crowd didn't expect Yi to have mastered the 1,000 hand seal. Looking at the hand seals in the sky, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. Yi's strength was beyond his imagination. Quicksilver sword technique, second sword. Fang Chen shouted and quickly executed the second sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. In the sky, the Quicksilver sword flashed and the air froze. You want to break my 1,000 hand seal? Impossible! Yi shouted as she executed the 1,000 hand seal. At this moment, Fang Chen controlled the Quicksilver sword and pierced it directly into the 1,000 hand seal. The 1,000 hand seal formed an array and trapped Fang Chen's Quicksilver sword. Seeing this, the Flowing Wind sect's upper echelon nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, the upper echelon of the Qingfeng sword sect was worried. Yi had even executed the 1,000 hand seal. Fang Chen didn't have any chance of winning. Fang Chen, admit defeat. Du Zhong shouted from the Qingfeng sword sect's area. In the sky above the martial arts arena, the Quicksilver sword kept attacking the 1,000 hand seal array. However, no matter how it attacked, it couldn't pierce through the 1,000 hand seal array. Crack! Yi executed the 1,000 hand seal array to trap Fang Chen's Quicksilver sword while attacking Fang Chen with the 1,000 hand seal. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen's spiritual light sword kept changing directions to block Yi's attack. I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I will definitely lose to her. Fang Chen thought to himself. Poochie. While Fang Chen was dodging, he was hit by a 1,000 hand seal. His body was pushed back, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Crack! In the sky, the mercury sword light within the 1,000 hand seal array was about to be completely consumed by the array. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a sense of danger. It's all over now, Yi shouted. Suddenly, the Quicksilver sword in the sky was shattered by the 1,000 hand seal array. In the next moment, the 1,000 hand seal array attacked Fang Chen. At this moment, all the disciples looked at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. They wanted to see how Fang Chen would dodge. If Fang Chen couldn't dodge the attack, he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even affect his life. Fang Chen, watch out! In the Qingfeng sword sect's area, the ninth elder shouted. He couldn't help but want to attack. Rumble. Absolute suppression. Under Yi Zi's control, the thousand-hand seal array attacked Fang Chen. It looked like they were about to hit Fang Chen. But at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly closed his eyes. What is Fang Chen doing? Has he given up? Many disciples asked, puzzled. However, the moment Fang Chen closed his eyes, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the aura around Fang Chen's body rose wildly. How can the aura of the Qi transformation realm be possible? This sudden change shocked countless martial artists. Even the faces of the Flowing Wind sect and the Clear Wind sect's sect masters were filled with shock. At this moment, Fang Chen had used some kind of forbidden technique. His aura was actually comparable to that of a Qi transformation realm expert. Fang Chen stood there quietly and suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he threw out a punch. Crack! Wherever his fist passed, the palm seals that filled the sky shattered one after another. Seeing this scene, Yi Zi's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. How is this possible? Yi Zi shouted in a low voice. Her figure flashed as she tried to dodge the attack. But Fang Chen wouldn't give her the chance. With a tap of his foot, he caught up to Yi Zi and reached out with his hand. Crash! Fang Chen grabbed Yi Zi, and the latter did not even have a chance to resist. What? All the martial artists in the square were completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back. But now, he had become so terrifying. This kid must have used some kind of forbidden technique to raise his strength to the Qi transformation realm in a short amount of time. Damn it, what kind of forbidden technique is this? Why is it so strong? The Flowing Wind sect's upper echelons were all furious. On the martial stage, Fang Chen grabbed Yi Zi, his face full of disdain. Chapter 56. Fang Chen was like a demonic god standing on the martial stage. His aura was incomparably wild as he grabbed Yi Zi's clothes with one hand. The ice goddess Yi Zi had once been the dream goddess of countless martial artists, but now she was being held by Fang Chen. That was a disgrace. Gotcha! Fang Chen used a bit of strength, and Yi Zi's bones began to creak. Fang Chen, stop it! Sect Master Lu Feng shouted coldly when he saw the situation. I'll admit defeat in Yi Zi's place. Fang Chen, stop! Roared the first elder. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chen waved his hand and threw Yi Zi directly to the area where the Wind sect was. Yi Zi's body heavily slammed into the ground. Her face was filled with fury, and her eyes were filled with endless killing intent. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have already been killed by Yi Zi many times over. Fang Chen, you're too despicable. You actually used a forbidden art. Yi Zi's voice was filled with killing intent as she icily said. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura gradually dissipated. Fang Chen's body was incomparably weak, and his face was pale. However, at that moment, Fang Chen was still standing on the martial arts stage. He looked at Yi Zi and sneered. Fang Chen, you used a forbidden art. You broke the rules first, and you even injured Yi Zi. How should you be punished? Just at this moment, the Flowing Wind sect master's figure flashed and he appeared on the martial stage. He wanted to capture Fang Chen. Stop! The Flowing Wind sect master coldly snorted and blocked Fang Chen's path. Flowing Wind sect master, there's nothing in the competition rules that says it's impossible to use a forbidden art, right? Questioned the Flowing Wind sect master. Humph! The Flowing Wind sect leader coldly snorted when he saw this. He immediately said, Humph, so what if Fang Chen wins this match? You will still lose this year's 3-sect martial competition. When he heard the Drifting Wind sect master's words, A helpless look appeared on the Drifting Wind sect master's face. Out of the 10 matches, their green-edged sword sect had lost 9. Although Fang Chen had won 1 match in the end, it hadn't helped matters. Fang Chen, are you alright? The Clear Breeze sect master turned to look at Fang Chen. I'm fine. As the two of them spoke, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to beat rapidly. Clear streams of energy flowed into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. In an instant, Fang Chen regained his strength. If I don't use the power of the bloody skeleton, it will be impossible to defeat Yi Zi, Fang Chen thought to himself. The reason Fang Chen had been able to possess the power of the Qi transformation realm was because Fang Chen had borrowed the power of the bloody skeleton. However, in order to prevent others from discovering the aura of the Yellow Spring sect's disciples, Fang Chen had erased the bloody skeleton's aura and used a special method to borrow its power. At this time, Yi Zi's face was filled with fury. The trash she had repeatedly called trash had actually defeated her. Although Fang Chen had used a forbidden art to defeat her, in the end, she had still lost. Ever since she was young, Yi Zi had always been favored by the heavens. She had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, Yi Zi's heart was filled with hatred. Fang Chen, I'll definitely kill you, Yi Zi thought to herself. She had originally thought that this would be the battle without any suspense. She hadn't expected it to end with Yi Zi losing. On the martial stage, Fang Chen quietly stood. In front of him was the Flowing Wind sect master. With the announcement of the referee, the tri-sect martial competition was considered to have ended. In this tri-sect martial competition, the Qingfeng sword sect had achieved a good result. At least they weren't at the bottom anymore. At the last moment, Fang Chen's performance was still fresh in the minds of all the martial artists present. At the end of the tri-sect martial competition, the Flowing Wind sect master's face was very ugly. Flowing Wind sect master, in a month's time, I will personally lead the Flowing Wind sect disciples to challenge you. At that time, we will definitely sweep through your entire Qingfeng sword sect, the Flowing Wind sect master said. At that time, I hope that you will be smart enough to give up a portion of the mining rights of the Yuan Meteor Stone Mine. After the Flowing Wind sect master finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left the martial stage. While the martial artists were still in shock, the Flowing Wind sect master left the square and Qingyun City. The Qingfeng sword sect disciples rested for the night in Qingyun City. Have you heard? Yi Zi was actually defeated by a guy called Fang Chen. Fang Chen used a forbidden technique to defeat Yi Zi. If he relied on his own strength, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Zi. That's right, who is Yi Zi? She's the strongest of the younger generation in Qingyun City. How can Fang Chen compare to her? The Flowing Wind sect master has already said that he will lead the sect disciples to challenge the Qingfeng sword sect in a month's time. At that time, he will definitely sweep through all the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. As the martial competition of the 3 sects came to an end, the entire Qingyun City was discussing it. Of course, the most talked about were Fang Chen and Yi Zi. Everyone was filled with disdain towards the former, while everyone was filled with respect towards the latter. Although Fang Chen had defeated Yi Zi, everyone knew that Fang Chen wasn't a match for Yi Zi. At night, in Fang Chen's courtyard, a shadow suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared again. As soon as it appeared, it rushed into Fang Chen's room. This was the 3rd assassin sent by the assassin organization to kill Fang Chen. His codename was Steel Spear, and he was a martial artist at the 1st realm of the Qi transformation realm. When Steel Spear received this mission, he had originally rejected it. However, because the other party had offered a high price, he had accepted it. Although this target had already killed Golden Wolf and Heisha, Steel Spear didn't care at all. Just a 7th realm Qi cultivation realm piece of trash. Steel Spear wanted to quickly finish off Fang Chen and return to complete the mission. However, something happened that Steel Spear didn't expect. As soon as Steel Spear entered Fang Chen's room, he felt a strong pressure. A moment later, Steel Spear died in Fang Chen's room with a face full of shock. Fang Chen began to tidy up the spoils of war. Soon, he found 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones in Steel Spear's spatial ring. The stronger the assassin, the richer he is, Fang Chen said excitedly. Together with the 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from before, Fang Chen now had 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen also found a first-realm cultivation technique and several substandard cultivation techniques. He put all of them into his spatial ring. The next day, Fang Chen left Qingyun City with the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. When Fang Chen left Qingyun City, the entire assassin organization was shocked. They received information that Fang Chen was still alive, but they had lost contact with the assassin, Steel Spear. A series of clues told the assassin organization that Steel Spear was dead. How is this possible? How could a 7th realm Qi cultivation realm disciple kill Steel Spear silently? The upper echelons of the assassin organization were having a meeting in a meeting hall. Could it be that Fang Chen has an expert helping him? Could it be that Steel Spear was careless and attracted the attention of the sect master of the Qingfeng sect? In the meeting hall, people were talking and discussing with each other. After a long time, one of the upper echelons of the assassin organization spoke. No matter what, we have already lost 3 excellent assassins. This is the biggest loss we have suffered in recent years. Give up the mission. Once we give up the mission, our reputation will be tarnished. Hearing this, someone immediately objected. Then what can you do? The upper echelon asked. We can send assassins above the 3rd tier of the Qi transformation realm to kill Fang Chen, someone suggested. The upper echelon shook his head and said, the strongest assassin in the assassin organization is only at the 4th realm of the Qi cultivation realm. Once he dies, it will be a great loss to the assassin organization. The assassin organization was only an assassin organization in Qingyun County. After all, their power could not be compared to the big sections. The assassin organization did not have many assassins. Once a 4th realm Qi cultivation realm assassin died, it would be a great blow to the assassin organization. So, give up the mission. From now on, the assassin organization will not accept any missions related to Fang Chen. The upper echelon said. In the end, the assassin organization came to a unanimous decision to give up the mission. When the Bai clan of Chinka City received the news, they were enraged. They tried to kill Fang Chen 3 times but failed each time. Furthermore, a Qi transformation 1st-tier assassin had been silently killed. This Fang Chen must not be allowed to live. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen's life returned to normal. Aside from cultivation, there was only cultivation. The news of Fang Chen defeating Yizi spread in the Green Edge Sword sect. Many disciples admired Fang Chen very much. Now, Fang Chen's popularity in the Green Edge Sword sect was second only to Duzhong. However, after the 10 inner disciples returned to the Green Edge Sword sect, they all went into seclusion to cultivate. A month later, the Windy Stream sect would come to challenge them. They did not want to be humiliated by them again, so they could only cultivate diligently. Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fang Chen's 2 best friends, were very happy when they heard that Fang Chen defeated Yizi. As Fang Chen's best friends, the 2 of them naturally knew about Yizi and Fang Chen. Back then, Yi Lin bullied Fang Chen everywhere because she was strong. Now, Fang Chen even defeated Yizi. The Yi family looked down on Fang Chen and cancelled the engagement. This will be the Yi family's humiliation. One day, Fang Chen will be so strong that the Yi family can only look up to him. Xiao Shan and Jiang He talked to each other. They were very happy that Fang Chen defeated Yizi. Time passed little by little. In the past few days, Fang Chen had been cultivating diligently. However, today, Fang Chen received news that he had to stop cultivating. Fang Chen's father, Fang Tianyu, had been injured and his life was in danger. This was the news from the clan, asking him to return quickly. When Fang Chen heard the news, he left the green-edged sword sect in a hurry. "Father, you must hold on," Fang Chen said to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. Chapter 57. After receiving the news from the Fang family, Fang Chen hastily stopped cultivating and hurried back to the Fang family. Black Cloud City's Fang family. The atmosphere in the Fang family's mansion was extremely strange. When Fang Chen returned to the Fang family mansion, nobody actually came out to welcome him. Fang Chen did not say a word and directly went to his father Fang Tianyu's residence. He saw many members of the Fang family standing in his father's courtyard. Among them were his eldest uncle, second uncle, and others. "Fang Chen, you're back." Fang Xing was the first to notice Fang Chen's return. When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you're back." Patriarch Fang Tianshan's expression was grave when he saw Fang Chen return. "Where's my father?" asked Fang Chen. Everyone involuntarily opened up a path. Fang Chen quickly walked into the room. He instantly saw a pale and extremely weak middle-aged man lying on the bed. "Father, what's wrong?" Fang Chen's face was filled with worry when he saw his father's current state. Seeing Fang Chen return, Fang Tianyu wanted to sit up, but his body was too weak. He was unable to support his body. "Chener, you're back," said Fang Tianyu weakly. Fang Chen walked to his father's window and held his father's hand. Seeing his father's weak appearance, Fang Chen was furious. "Father, what's going on?" asked Fang Chen in a heavy voice. At this moment, Fang Tianshan walked in. His expression was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, 3 days ago, your father went out to discuss business. Unexpectedly, he encountered mountain bandit. They injured your father." "Horse gang in the mountains?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice, puzzled. "That's right. The horse gang in the mountains have never dared to go against our Fang family. I don't know what happened this time, but the leader of the horse gang actually threatened to kill us every time he met our Fang family members. The few Fang family members that your father brought out all died tragically. Only your father came back with serious injuries, but," Fang Tianshan said. Fang Chen put his finger on his father's wrist and felt his father's pulse. His face changed instantly. "Damned bandits! They actually beat father up like this," Fang Chen said coldly. "Chener, I'm fine." Fang Tianyu coughed a few times. He held Fang Chen's hand and said weakly, "Your father's internal organs are damaged, and all his bones are shattered. If he isn't treated in time, his life might be in danger. That's why we called you back." Fang Tianshan couldn't say anything else. Although the Fang family was considered a powerful force in Black Cloud City, they were helpless against Fang Tianyu's injuries. This was because many kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual pills were needed to save Fang Tianyu. "Father, your injuries are very serious. You need spiritual herbs and spiritual pills to prolong your life." Fang Chen thought for a moment, then took out some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills from his space ring. The sudden appearance of spiritual pills and spiritual herbs caused Fang Tianshan's face to be filled with shock. "This is the flower of life, the sunflower, the fire herb, and the condensing soul pill." When Fang Tianshan saw the spiritual herbs and spiritual pills clearly, his heart was in turmoil. Even the Fang family couldn't take out so many spiritual herbs and pills at once. Chen Fang Tianshan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Uncle, how strong is the leader of the horse gang?" Fang Chen asked. "The leader of the horse gang is about the 3rd tier of the Qi transformation realm. He's much stronger than your father," Fang Tianshan said. Fang Chen nodded, then stood up and said to his uncle, "Uncle, take care of my father for now. He's taken these spiritual herbs and pills, so his life isn't in danger for now. But if he wants to completely heal his injuries, he'll need a very unique spiritual herb. I'll go look for it now." "Chener, where are you going to look for the spiritual herb?" Fang Tianyu asked. Black Cloud Mountain, Fang Chen said, then turned and left. When Fang Chen came out of the room, the younger generation of the Fang family gathered in front of Fang Chen. Chen no matter what you do, we'll be with you, said Fang Xing, who was the leader of the younger generation. Nonsense. Seeing this, Fang Chen's second uncle scolded coldly. I'm going to look for the spiritual herb for my father, Fang Chen said, then left the Fang family mansion without waiting for his second uncle's reply. Black Cloud Mountain was located in a wasteland outside of Black Cloud City. Black Cloud Mountain stretched endlessly and was larger than the average mountain range. Horse gangs often appeared in Black Cloud Mountain. In the beginning, there were many horse gangs, and they were very powerful. But as time passed, a horse gang called Black Dragon appeared in Black Cloud Mountain. The strength of this mounted bandit was very strong. Relying on his own strength and his group of brothers, he gradually made a name for himself in the Black Cloud Mountain. In the end, Black Dragon successfully unified Black Cloud Mountain and became the strongest horse gang in the mountain, as well as the only horse gang. Normally, these horse gangs often appeared on the official road outside of Black Cloud City, robbing weak people or ordinary people. They never dared to provoke the Fang and Yi families of Black Cloud City. But not long ago, Black Dragon led the horse gangs to attack Fang Tianyu, almost causing Fang Tianyu to lose his life. This incident was highly regarded by the Fang family. Fang Chen went to Black Cloud Mountain this time to look for the healing spiritual herb, Saint Herb, for his father and to avenge his father. The leader of the horse gangs of Black Cloud Mountain, Black Dragon, was only a martial artist in the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. With two powerful puppets, Fang Chen was not afraid of the horse gangs of Black Cloud Mountain at all. When Fang Chen appeared at the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, his face was full of murderous intent. In the next moment, he stepped into Black Cloud Mountain. In Black Cloud Mountain, the mountain range stretched endlessly. Ordinary people would not be able to find the stronghold of the horse gangs in a short time. Fang Chen was skilled and bold, so he directly entered the core. Just like that, Fang Chen searched for 3 days in Black Cloud Mountain, but he did not find any trace of the horse gangs. However, on the 4th day, Fang Chen actually found the Saint Herb. In the depths of Black Cloud Mountain, on a hill, there were 2 stalks of Saint Herb. The white leaves bloomed, and Fang Chen was overjoyed. "It's the Saint Herb," Fang Chen said in a low voice. He then hurried towards the Saint Herb. At this moment, there were suddenly 2 sounds in the distance, and then 2 figures appeared at the foot of the hill. "Boy, the Saint Herb is ours." "Don't touch it," one of the figures said in a low voice. "I found the Saint Herb first, so they are mine." After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand, and the 2 stalks of Saint Herb were all stored in the space ring. Seeing this scene, the 2 figures' faces were filled with anger. One of them roared loudly, "Brat, how dare you steal from our Black Dragon bandit group in the Black Cloud Mountain? Are you tired of living? That's right. You should have asked around. How dare you pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth? You're courting death," the other bandit said. Originally, Fang Chen did not intend to take action, but when he heard the Black Dragon bandit gang, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Your horse gangs?" Fang Chen asked. "Boy, are you afraid now?" "It's too late," one of the bandits said. "Boy, hand over the Saint Herb and we'll leave you with a whole body," the other bandit said. "Your leader is the Black Dragon?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "You talk too much. Boy, are you going to hand it over or not?" One of the bandits was a little impatient and said coldly, "What if I don't hand it over?" Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, "Then you can go to hell." Hearing this, the 2 bandits' faces changed and they roared angrily. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks, trying to kill Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Fang Chen snorted and a cold light flashed in front of him. The next moment, a cold light pierced into the body of one of the bandits. The bandit's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of unwillingness. Finally, His body fell to the ground uncontrollably. At this moment, the other bandit who was attacking suddenly felt fear and wanted to escape. "Stop!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, frightening the bandit. "Young master, please spare my life. Please spare my life." The bandit knelt on the ground and said in horror. "Take me to your nest," Fang Chen ordered. "All right, I'll bring you there now." The mounted gangster was terrified. He slowly stood up and brought Fang Chen towards the mounted gangster's lair. Along the way, they passed through some very complicated roads and finally approached the nest. "The Black Dragon really knows how to choose a place," Fang Chen said faintly. "If it was him alone, it would be impossible for him to find the horse bandit's lair. However, it was different now." "Sir, the nest is in front of us," the bandit said in a trembling voice. "You can die now," Fang Chen said coldly. In the next moment, the bandit was killed. After doing all this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in the open space outside the bandit castle. At this moment, the bandit on the castle noticed Fang Chen. "Who are you?" "Stop!" the bandit on the castle shouted coldly. "I'm the one who will kill you," Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Immediately, his figure flashed and quickly approached the castle. At the same time, he performed the Mercury Sword technique. Pucci in a single exchange, the mounted gangster guarding the castle was instantly killed by Fang Chen. Enemy attack. However, just before the bandit died, he hysterically shouted out these words. After hearing the words enemy attack, the whole castle was in an uproar. "Enemy attack! Who dares to break into our castle?" Countless shouts could be heard. A large number of bandits rushed towards the castle gate. "Damn it! Where did this bastard come from? How dare he come to the Black Dragon bandit gang? He's courting death." At this moment, a bandit captain appeared. He held a broadsword and led a large number of bandits to the castle gate. Chapter 58. Anyone who dares to provoke the Black Dragon bandit band will be killed without mercy. Following the bandit leader's command, countless bandits rushed out of the castle and charged towards Fang Chen. Looking at the aggressive bandits, Fang Chen sneered. He held the spiritual light sword in his hand and used the Quicksilver sword technique. Whoosh! When the second move of the Quicksilver sword technique was used, Fang Chen's combat strength completely exploded. His combat strength was comparable to an 8th LV Chi cultivation realm martial artist. It was not something these small bandits could compare to. Wherever Fang Chen's spiritual light sword passed, countless bandits were killed. Miserable screams continuously sounded out. In a short while, Fang Chen had killed more than 20 bandits. This scene caused the bandit leader's face to turn gloomy. "Just a 7th LV Chi cultivation realm martial artist. You're really courting death." At this moment, the bandit leader could no longer hold back and prepared to attack. Following the bandit leader's attack, the bandits who were attacking Fang Chen all stopped and retreated far away. Black Fiend Fist. The bandit leader tapped his foot and suddenly punched out. His fist contained an extremely tyrannical aura. Bang! The bandit leader's fist collided with Fang Chen's spiritual light sword, creating a loud sound. "Kid, go to hell!" The bandit leader attacked Fang Chen in succession, wanting to capture and kill Fang Chen. However, after a series of collisions, Fang Chen felt that he was not as strong as the bandit leader. He immediately retreated and released the blood-colored skeleton. Crash! As soon as the blood-colored skeleton appeared, a blood-red aura instantly filled the air. The bandit leader was instantly enveloped by the blood-red aura. How is this possible? The bandit leader's originally arrogant face revealed a trace of shock. "Chi transformation realm martial artist!" the bandit leader exclaimed. He wanted to turn around and escape, but it was already too late. Wanting to escape in front of the blood-colored skeleton was simply a fool's dream. Gotcha! The bandit leader was instantly grabbed by the blood-colored skeleton. The blood-colored skeleton gently waved its hand and the bandit leader's body emitted a cracking sound. In the next moment, the bandit leader died. At the same time that the bandit leader died, another bandit quickly ran to the depths of the castle, before a metal palace. Lord Black Dragon, something bad has happened. The bandit knelt on one knee and said anxiously. Rumble. Just as the bandit finished speaking, a heavy sound rang out. Then, the metal door in front of the bandit slowly opened. A martialist wrapped in a pitch-black aura appeared in front of the horse gang. There was a faint aura on his body that made the horse gang's heart palpitate. Lord Black Dragon, someone is attacking outside our castle and… the mounted bandit hurriedly said. And what? Black Dragon asked coldly. Furthermore, the captain is already dead, the bandit said. Hearing this, Black Dragon's eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. His face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in my Black Dragon castle. He's courting death. Coincidentally, my cultivation has reached the 4th realm of the Chi transformation realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Dragon's figure flashed and swept toward the castle. When Black Dragon appeared above the castle, he happened to see the corpse of the bandit leader at the foot of the bloody skeleton. His face was cold. A skeleton in the Chi transformation realm and a martialist in the Chi cultivation realm. With just the two of you, you dare to break into my Black Dragon castle? Black Dragon looked down at Fang Chen and asked coldly. Fang Chen could feel a tyrannical aura from Black Dragon's body, but Fang Chen was not afraid at all. You are Black Dragon? Fang Chen questioned. That's right, I am Black Dragon, Black Dragon said. You injured my father? Fang Chen asked coldly. Black Dragon thought for a moment, then laughed loudly. I was wondering who it was. So it's the bastard of the Fang clan. Ha ha ha, your father should be that trash Fang Tianyu, right? That's right, he was injured by me. He's not dead yet. Hearing Black Dragon's words, Fang Chen was furious. You injured my father. I want your dog life, Fang Chen said. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Black Dragon sneered. After today, the Black Dragon Bandit Band will no longer exist in Black Cloud Mountain, Fang Chen said word by word. With that, Black Dragon pointed at the blood-red skeleton and laughed. Kill it! Fang Chen ordered the blood-red skeleton. Suddenly, an extremely dense blood-red aura appeared around the skeleton. In the next moment, the aura of the blood-red skeleton skyrocketed. You're courting death. Black Dragon saw this and his expression changed. He clenched his fist, and a pitch-black light gathered on his fist. He directly punched the blood-red skeleton. Crack! With a loud sound, Black Dragon's body was pushed back a few steps, and the blood-red skeleton's body was directly in front of Fang Chen. Although you are a guy in the Chi transformation 4th realm, against me, you have no chance of winning. Neither of you will be able to walk out of here today. Black Dragon snorted and directly fought the blood-red skeleton. Both of them used their own unique skills, and the battle was extremely intense. Bang bang bang! In front of the castle, earth-shattering noises could be heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. At a certain moment, Black Dragon's voice carried a trace of a sinister smile. He suddenly punched the blood-red skeleton. The aura of this punch suddenly skyrocketed. Bang! The blood-red skeleton stretched out its fist to block, but it couldn't withstand Black Dragon's attack at all. A few of its bones shattered. Haha, you will all die. Black Dragon laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Fang Chen's voice entered Black Dragon's ears. In the next moment, Captain Sha Zhao appeared in front of the blood-red skeleton. Black Dragon, you will definitely die today, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With Captain Sha Zhao and the blood-red skeleton attacking together, he was confident that they could kill Black Dragon. How is this possible? When Black Dragon saw Captain Sha Zhao, his expression changed slightly. He could easily deal with the blood-red skeleton, but with Captain Sha Zhao, the situation was different. Attack together and kill Black Dragon for me, Fang Chen said. In the next moment, The blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao attacked Black Dragon together. Black Dragon tried his best to resist, but after a while, he was injured by the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao. Black Dragon spat out blood and retreated rapidly. "Stop. Let's talk nicely," Black Dragon roared. "Who ordered you to injure my father?" Fang Chen questioned. Black Dragon wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this scene, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao attacked again. Bang bang bang! With the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao working together, Black Dragon couldn't fight back at all. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Crack! Under the joint attack of the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao, Black Dragon's body finally fell heavily to the ground. Heavens, Lord Black Dragon was actually defeated. Run! Even Lord Black Dragon was defeated. We are just waiting for death if we stay. As soon as this was said, countless bandits fled in all directions. Leave none alive, Fang Chen said coldly. Then, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao chased after the bandit. Fang Chen walked step by step in front of Black Dragon. He stretched out his foot and stomped on Black Dragon's chest. "Tell me, who ordered you to injure my father?" Fang Chen asked solemnly. "If I tell you, can you let me go?" Black Dragon asked. "I only know that you will die miserably if you don't tell me," Fang Chen said. "Brother, I, Black Dragon, am just working for others. Please let me go. The one who ordered me to injure your father is the Yi family," Black Dragon quickly said. "The Yi family?" Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said coldly. "I have already told you everything. You can let me go now. Besides, I didn't kill your father. This is all the Yi family's fault," Black Dragon said. "Leaving you alive is a disaster." The spirit light sword suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, sword light flashed and the spirit light sword ruthlessly stabbed into Black Dragon's body. The leader of a generation of bandits, Black Dragon, died in an instant. Fang Chen took Black Dragon's spatial ring and examined it. His face was full of doubt. How could a bandit leader have so much wealth in his spatial ring? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Black Dragon Castle has a special place to store wealth? Fang Chen faintly said. At this time, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao had already killed all the bandits and returned. "Let's go in and take a look." Although Fang Chen was anxious to save his father, he knew that his father's life wasn't in any immediate danger. Since he had killed Black Dragon, he wanted to find the wealth he had left behind. After all, the Black Dragon bandits had existed in Black Cloud Mountain for a very long time. Who knew how much wealth they had left behind? If the Fang family could obtain this wealth, they would definitely surpass the Yi family and become the strongest power in Black Cloud City. At that time, the Fang family wouldn't need to fear the Yi family. Along the way, Fang Chen saw many corpses. He quickly entered Black Dragon Castle and looked around before beginning his search. After an hour, Fang Chen had already searched the entire Black Dragon Castle, but there wasn't a single clue. Could it be that Black Dragon hid all his wealth? Fang Chen doubtfully asked. At this time, Fang Chen discovered a metal palace in front of him. "Yes, that metal palace hasn't been searched yet." Then Fang Chen entered the metal palace. The entire metal palace was very spacious and very empty. The huge metal palace was used by Black Dragon to cultivate. In the empty metal palace, there was a prayer mat. Fang Chen carefully knocked on the 4 walls to see if there were any mechanisms. Fang Chen knocked on all 4 walls, but he still didn't find any mechanisms. Fang Chen was a bit speechless and prepared to give up. What's going on? Is there really no wealth at all? Fang Chen doubtfully asked. Chapter 59. There was a praying mat in the center of the metal palace. This praying mat looked very simple. It seemed to be where Black Dragon had cultivated when he was alive. However, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that the praying mat was a bit strange. Logically speaking, Black Dragon should have left behind a huge sum of money after all these years, but he couldn't find it even after searching the entire Black Dragon Castle. Fang Chen thought of a possibility. Black Dragon Castle had a secret room, and Black Dragon had hidden his wealth in that secret room. Thus, Fang Chen looked for a mechanism on the walls of the Metal Palace, but his search was fruitless. His gaze just happened to fall on the praying mat. Could the mechanism be on the praying mat? Fang Chen gently walked over to the praying mat. He stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on top of the praying mat. After placing his hand on the praying mat didn't move in the slightest. This made Fang Chen a bit suspicious. Could it be that I was wrong? Fang Chen whispered. However, Fang Chen didn't give up. He crouched down and carefully examined the praying mat. After a while, Fang Chen finally discovered that the praying mat was different. This praying mat was actually able to rotate. If Fang Chen hadn't carefully examined it, he wouldn't have noticed. Fang Chen's hand gently pressed against the praying mat. Then he exerted a bit of force and rotated the praying mat. The moment the praying mat rotated, a creaking sound rang out. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the eastern wall had caved in. A stone door had appeared out of thin air. It really is here. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and quickly entered the stone door. As soon as he entered the stone door, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Fang Chen looked at the huge secret room and the mountain of wealth. For a moment, he couldn't get used to it. So many spirit stones, spirit grasses, and weapons. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. Even his breathing was a bit hurried. This wealth was too enormous. Took Fang Chen a full 2 hours to sort through it all. There are tens of millions of spirit stones. Just how much wealth did Black Dragon leave behind when he was alive? Fang Chen solemnly said. Tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones, spirit grasses, pills, weapons, and cultivation techniques added up to over 100 million. Even the Qingfeng sword sect couldn't take out 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely excited. If the Fang family had so much wealth, they would definitely be able to rise in power within a few years. By then, the Fang family would not even be afraid of the giant Wind sect in Cyan Cloud County, let alone the small Yi family. After his excitement, Fang Chen calmly said, "This wealth must not be discovered by others. If anyone were to find out about this wealth, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. By then, even the Qingfeng sword sect might not be able to get their hands on it, let alone the Fang clan." Therefore, Fang Chen planned to secretly transport these riches back to the Fang family. This wealth is too great. A mid-tier spatial ring won't be able to contain it all, Fang Chen said softly. It seems that I need to get a high-grade spatial ring. Since the spatial ring couldn't take these things away, Fang Chen planned to go back to buy a high-grade spatial ring and then come back to take away the wealth. I must buy a high-grade spatial ring in the shortest time possible. Thinking of this, Fang Chen immediately left the secret room and closed the door. Finally, he left the Black Dragon Castle. Before Fang Chen left, he left Captain Sha Zhao and the Bloody Skull in the Black Dragon Castle to guard it in case it was discovered by others. When Fang Chen returned to Black Cloud City, the first thing he did was to give the Saint Herb to his uncle. Then, he left the Fang Mansion and went to a chamber of commerce in Black Cloud City. In the Black Cloud branch, Fang Chen directly told the staff what he wanted. "I need a high-grade spatial ring," Fang Chen said. "What high-grade spatial ring?" The staff thought he had misheard and asked again. Fang Chen nodded. The staff's expression immediately changed. Then, he respectfully said to Fang Chen, "Sir, the high-grade spatial ring you want to buy is too precious and expensive, so I need to ask our president." Fang Chen nodded. The staff immediately left. Not long after, the staff member returned. Accompanying the staff member was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a tyrannical aura around him. I was wondering who it was. "So it's Sir Fang who wants to buy a high-grade spatial ring," the president said with a smile. He recognized Fang Chen as soon as he appeared. "That's right. I need a high-grade spatial ring," Fang Chen said bluntly. As the president of the Black Cloud branch, he naturally had a close relationship with the Fang family. The president recognized Fang Chen at a glance, but he didn't understand why Fang Chen wanted a high-grade spatial ring. It had to be known that high-grade spatial rings were very expensive. Even some Qi Transformation Realm experts couldn't afford one. Let alone Qi Transformation Realm experts, even the Fang family wouldn't be willing to buy a high-grade spatial ring. A high-grade spatial ring is very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy it? The president probed. "I need one," Fang Chen said calmly. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the president slowly said, "Our Black Cloud branch only has one high-grade spatial ring." "Tell me the price," Fang Chen said. The president nodded and said, 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take it." 100 million low-grade spirit stones was equivalent to the entire Fang family's annual income. If it was converted into mid-grade spirit stones, it would be 1 million. Even the current Fang Chen only had 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, thinking of the wealth of over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones in the Black Dragon Castle, it was all worth it. The president didn't expect Fang Chen to agree so readily. Hearing Fang Chen's words, his body trembled with excitement. "Young Master Fang, you're not joking, right?" the president asked excitedly. If this deal was successful, it would bring great wealth to the Black Cloud branch. Crash! Fang Chen took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed it to the president. "It's actually mid-grade spirit stones." Seeing this, the president exclaimed. Although low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for mid-grade spirit stones, under normal circumstances, no one would exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones on the market. Therefore, martial artists who could take out mid-grade spirit stones were all expert. At this moment, Fang Chen did not even blink as he took out 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones, which shocked the president. After recovering from his shock, the president hurriedly handed the high-grade spatial ring to Fang Chen. "Young Master Fang, this is the high-grade spatial ring. Keep it well," the president said cheerfully. This spatial ring had the same appearance as a mid-grade spatial ring. It was pitch black. After Fang Chen dripped blood on it to bind it, he instantly discovered the space inside. Fang Chen formed a small space inside the high-grade spatial ring. The area was very large, enough to store the wealth of the Black Dragon Castle. "Okay." Fang Chen nodded and immediately prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the president had already put away the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. He smiled and said to Fang Chen, "Young Master Fang, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to our Black Cloud branch. We'll definitely give you a discount." Fang Chen nodded and left. When Fang Chen appeared in the Black Cloud Mountain again, it was already a day later. Fortunately, nothing happened during this day. Captain Sha Zhao and the Bloody Skeleton had been guarding the Black Dragon Castle. Seeing Fang Chen return, the two cupped their hands in greeting. Fang Chen nodded and then quickly entered the Metal Palace. He opened the mechanism and entered the secret room. "Collect." Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. In an instant, he collected all the wealth into his spatial ring. "My Fang family's rise is just around the corner." After doing all this, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. He hadn't thought that he would accidentally obtain such a huge amount of wealth. He was truly too lucky. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a faint sound suddenly entered his ears. In an instant, Fang Chen discovered that in the center of the secret room, there was a crack in the ground. "What's going on?" A fiendish aura came out of the crack. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. "Roar!" Fang Chen's bestial roar came out of the crack. Moreover, this crack was still growing. Could it be that there's something sealed below? Did I accidentally open the seal? Fang Chen exclaimed. In the next moment, a blood-red figure slowly crawled out of the crack. Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately called the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao over. When the two of them arrived, that powerful pressure instantly disappeared. "Master, it's the captain of the Yellow Spring sect," said the bloody skeleton. Fang Chen's expression was grave. "How strong is he? Can the two of you defeat him?" "Master, he's one of the 108 captains, Captain Dream Demon. At his peak, he was extremely powerful. However, he seems to have yet to recover from his injuries. The two of us are confident we can defeat him," said the bloody skeleton. "All right, just defeat him. Don't kill him," said Fang Chen. When he learned that the blood-red figure crawling out of the crack was Captain Dream Demon, Fang Chen had an idea. That was to control Captain Dream Demon. "Captain Sha Zhao, Captain Blood, why are you here?" As soon as Captain Dream Demon came out, he noticed the two of them. His body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. "Captain Dream Demon, we sensed you here, so we came," said Captain Sha Zhao. "Have the other members of the Yellow Spring sect encountered you?" asked Captain Dream Demon. "Not yet." "Captain Dream Demon, you seem to be injured," said the bloody skeleton. Captain Dream Demon was about to speak when he suddenly saw Fang Chen behind the two of them. He frowned and asked, "Who is he?" "He is." While they were talking, the bloody skull and Captain Sha Zhao stepped forward and said, "Master." The moment they said that, Captain Sha Zhao and the bloody skeleton erupted with power and joined hands to attack Captain Dream Demon. Chapter 60. Captain Dream Demon roared in anger. He did not understand why the two would betray the Yellow Spring sect and become the master of a human. "Both of you will die." Captain Dream Demon was furious and attacked the two. However, there was still a difference in strength between the two sides. Under the joint attack of Captain Sand Zhao and Bloody Skeleton, Captain Dream Demon was defeated in 15 minutes. At this moment, Dream Demon was lying on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was now Fang Chen's turn. Hiss. Fang Chen used mind control. The blood-red flower in his mind trembled, and a thick blood-red aura emerged. "Damn it, it's actually mind control." Captain Dream Demon snorted and roared. "Kid, you are destined to fail if you use mind control on me." Captain Dream Demon was an expert in illusions. He could make weak martial artists fall into illusions unknowingly. Captain Dream Demon's eyes flashed. In the next moment, Fang Chen fell into a dream. Ha, kid, you are too inexperienced." Captain Dream Demon laughed and prepared to kill Fang Chen while Fang Chen was in an illusion. As long as he could kill Fang Chen, Bloody Skeleton and Captain Sand Zhao would be fully awake. "Kid, go to hell." Captain Dream Demon took a deep breath and waved his fist with all his might, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and appeared from the illusion. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. "You are courting death." Mind control was used again. A strong blood-red aura instantly drilled into Captain Dream Demon's mind. Captain Dream Demon was already seriously injured and could not resist the invasion of mind control. Crack! In an instant, the captain's body slumped to the ground and he lost consciousness. However, Fang Chen knew that the captain had already been controlled by Fang Chen. "3 Qi Transformation Realm Puppets," Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chen had a bold idea. What would happen if he could control all 108 captains of the Netherworld sect? Back when he was controlling the Bloody Skeleton, Fang Chen had learned from him that although the battle back then had been tragic, most of the people who had died were ordinary disciples of the Yellow Spring sect. As for the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring sect, most of them had survived. "Let's focus on improving our cultivation first," Fang Chen said with a smile. After that, Fang Chen put the 3 of them into a special spatial ring and left the Black Dragon Castle with the high-grade spatial ring. From now on, the legend of the Black Dragon Bandit Gang would no longer exist in the Black Cloud Mountain. After returning to the Black Cloud City, Fang Chen went straight to see his father. His father looked much better after swallowing the saint herb that he brought back. His life was no longer in danger, and his injuries were also recovering. "Chun'er, you're here." Fang Tianshan and the others greeted Fang Chen with a smile when they saw him. "Chun'er, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly," Fang Tianyu said with a smile when he saw Fang Chen. "Father, have a good rest," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen could see that his father's complexion was indeed much better. His internal injuries and broken bones were also slowly recovering. After chatting with his father for a while, Fang Chen suddenly said, "Uncle, I have something to give to the family in 3 days. I'll come to you then." The reason why Fang Chen wanted to wait 3 days before giving the wealth to the family was that he wanted his father to be present. During these 3 days, Fang Chen did not idle around. He had been cultivating. At one point, he had successfully cultivated the 3rd move of the Mercury Sword technique, and his realm had reached the late 7th level of the Qi refining realm. "If I were to fight Yi Zi now, I would be able to defeat her even without using the power of the bloody skeleton," Fang Chen said confidently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the 3rd day arrived, Fang Tianyu was already able to get out of bed and walk. Fang Chen informed the 3 brothers to meet in the secret chamber of the Fang family. Under normal circumstances, no one except the 3 brothers could enter the secret chamber of the Fang family. However, Fang Chen was different. Fang Chen was now the leader of the younger generation of the Fang family. He had a lot of power in the family. Therefore, Fang Chen could enter the secret chamber of the Fang family. The secret chamber of the Fang family only discussed important matters in the secret chamber. This time, Fang Chen asked the 3 brothers to go to the secret chamber, which made the 3 brothers look a lot more serious. "Chun'er actually asked us to go to the secret chamber. I wonder what's going on," Fang Tianyu asked doubtfully. "No matter what, we'll know once we take a look," said Fang Tianshan. When the 3 brothers arrived at the secret chamber, Fang Chen was already waiting inside. "Chun'er, why did you ask us to come here?" Fang Tianyu directly asked when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the 3 of them, then closed the door to the secret chamber. He said in a low voice, "Big uncle, second uncle, father, what I'm about to give you, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will bring a fatal disaster to the Fang family." "Just what is it?" The 3 brothers were even more puzzled. Crash! Fang Chen took out everything from his high-grade spatial ring. Immediately, the entire secret chamber was piled up like a mountain. This. When the 3 brothers saw the wealth, they were completely dumbfounded. "Over 10 million mid-grade spirit stones," cried Fang Tianshan. "There are also so many medicinal pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and cultivation technique." This. While the 3 brothers were shocked, they also carefully examined the wealth. It didn't take long for them to reach a conclusion. This wealth was equivalent to over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Heavens, over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. "Chun'er, just where did you get them?" cried Fang Tianyu. "Yes, Chun'er, no wonder you told us not to tell anyone. If this wealth was exposed, it would definitely bring a fatal disaster," said Fang Tianbao. "With this wealth, our Fang family's rise is just around the corner," laughed Fang Tianshan. It had to be known that such a large family like the Fang family only earned 1 million mid-grade spirit stones a year. But Fang Chen had taken out 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 100 years of the Fang family's income. How could the 3 brothers not be shocked? Even some of the large families in Cyan Cloud County wouldn't be able to possess such wealth. Just how had Fang Chen obtained it? "Chun'er." After the 3 brothers recovered from their shock, they looked at Fang Chen with burning gazes. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, do you remember the Black Dragon Bandit group in Black Cloud Mountain?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course I remember. Your father was heavily injured by the leader of the Black Dragon Bandit group," said Fang Tianshan. Yes, the Black Dragon Bandit group is tyrannical. This time, they even dared to touch our Fang family, said Fang Tianbao. Just as Fang Tianyu was about to speak, he suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Fang Chen, his voice filled with excitement as he asked, "Chener, are you saying that this wealth was obtained from the Black Dragon Bandit group?" Hearing Fang Tianyu's words, Fang Tianshan and Fang Tianbao suddenly realized that if anyone in Black Cloud City could possess such wealth, it would definitely be the Black Dragon Bandit group. The Black Dragon Bandit group had been robbing ordinary people for so many years. Only the heavens knew how much wealth they had accumulated. Hearing his father's words, Fang Chen nodded and smiled. From now on, there will be no Black Dragon Bandit group in Black Cloud Mountain. What do you mean, no Black Dragon Bandit group? Even your father was no match for Black Dragon. Chener, are you saying that you were the one who exterminated the Black Dragon Bandit group? Fang Tianshan was shocked. Fang Chen didn't want others to know about the puppet. He immediately explained, "It was my master who did it. After Black Dragon died, the Black Dragon Bandit group was directly exterminated. This wealth was obtained by me." "Ha ha ha, Chener, your master must be an expert. The Black Dragon Bandit group has done so much evil. They deserved to be exterminated. Yes, with this wealth, our Fang family will definitely surpass the Yi family and become a powerful family in Black Cloud City, and even in the entire Cyan Cloud County. The heavens are really protecting our Fang family." The three brothers were extremely excited. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, this is an important matter. Even if it's someone else in the Fang family, don't tell them." Fang Chen reminded them. Of course. With so much wealth, once the news is leaked, it will definitely lead to a fatal disaster for the Fang family. Fang Tianshan nodded. In the end, under the shocked gazes of the three brothers, Fang Chen took out a dozen substandard cultivation methods and a few first-rank cultivation methods and handed them all to the family. "I got these myself. Anyway, I have no use for them. It's better to keep them in the family," Fang Chen said. After seeing such a huge wealth, the three brothers were no longer shocked when they saw these cultivation method. This day was a very important day for the Fang family. It was also a day that changed the fate of the Fang family. After obtaining such a huge wealth, although the Fang family still had to keep a low profile, the three brothers also secretly recruited people and started to obstruct the Yi family's business. It was impossible to crush the Yi family in a short time. Therefore, the three brothers of the Fang family had to first slowly infiltrate and control all the businesses in Black Cloud City. With such a huge wealth, the Fang family was very confident in their open and covert struggles. After 3 days, good news came from the Fang family. A part of the Yi family's business had been infiltrated by the Fang family. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. With wealth, things were really different. Now, if the Yi family wanted to touch the Fang family, they would have to weigh their own weight. 3 days later, Fang Chen prepared to leave. With the current situation of the Fang family, Fang Chen was very relieved. The Yi family wouldn't be able to make any big waves. Before Fang Chen left, he told his father that it was the Yi family who had hired the horse bandits to injure him. He told him to be careful. After that, Fang Chen left Black Cloud City and rushed back to the Qinfeng sword sect. Chapter 61. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a year since they arrived at the ancient sword continent, and Fang Chen had gained a lot in that time. Gradually, he got used to the life here. Right now, Fang Chen had 3 slaves, each of whom was at the 4th tier of Qi transformation. They were no threat to anyone below that tier. That was why Fang Chen wanted to reach Qi transformation as soon as possible. Only by reaching that level and condensing a true core in his cinnabar field could he truly be considered a martial artist. Right now, Fang Chen might be a late-stage 7th-tier Qi refinist, but he felt no pressure at all when fighting an 8th-tier Qi refinist martial artist. Rushing through the night, he finally returned to the green-edged sword sect. Counting the time, the chieftain of the Flowing Wind chieftain would lead his disciples to challenge the green-edged sword sect in less than 10 days. Fang Chen planned to cultivate in seclusion to see if he could reach Qi Refinist 8. If he could, he would definitely be able to insta-kill Yi Zi. In the green-edged sword sect, Fang Chen was definitely a cultivation maniac. On this day, after Fang Chen returned, he was planning to cultivate when he suddenly learned of something. His best friend had gotten into a conflict with someone, and they were confronting each other in the square of the inner sect. Let's go take a look. With Fang Chen's current reputation, no inner sect disciple would dare to trouble Jiang He and Xiao Shan. Right now, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were standing side by side in the inner sect square, while a fierce-looking disciple stood opposite them. He was Xiao Yun, the 15th inner sect disciple. Xiao Yun, don't cross the line. Jiang He said coldly. Right now, a white-clothed woman was standing in front of Jiang He. There was a complicated look on her face as well. As it turned out, Jiang He met Li Sini after he entered the inner sect, and fell madly in love with her. However, as time passed, Jiang He realized that Li Sini was getting close to Xiao Yun, which enraged him. Finally, all his anger exploded on this day. When Jiang He saw Xiao Yun and Li Sini walking together, he wanted to attack, but Xiao Shan stopped him. Xiao Yun was so powerful that Jiang He was no match for him. Jiang He, Li Sini chose me, so please don't come looking for her in the future. Xiao Yun said coldly, although you are Fang Chen's friend, even Fang Chen cannot stop us from freely falling in love. Bullsh *T. You're the one who forced Li Sini, you bastard. Jiang He barked furiously, having lost his cool. Just as a fight was about to break out, Fang Chen appeared. Fang Chen is here. A sharp-eyed disciple spotted Fang Chen. Jiang He's eyes brightened at Fang Chen's appearance, and he immediately shouted, Fang Chen, help me teach Xiao Yun a lesson. At Jiang He's words, Fang Chen walked up to him. He was not in a hurry to attack, but wanted to understand the situation first. Be that as it may, he sighed softly once he understood what had happened and soon said, What's the point of arguing here, Jiang He? Let Li Sini choose. I'm sure no one could force her to make a choice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiang He looked at Li Sini and said, Sini, you will choose me, right? However, when he saw Li Sini's movements, Jiang He's eyes were filled with despair. Li Sini had chosen Xiao Yun in front of everyone. Jiang He, I like to be with strong people. You are not as outstanding as Xiao Yun in every aspect, so I'm sorry, Li Sini said apologetically. You. Jiang He looked at Li Sini in despair. Li Sini chose me, so Jiang He, I hope you won't disturb us in the future, Xiao Yun said. Jiang He was about to go crazy, but Fang Chen stopped him. Jiang He, let's go. Sini. Jiang He shouted. Seeing Jiang He's current state, Fang Chen grabbed him and led him away from the square. At the back of the mountain of the green-edged sword sect, 3 disciples were gulping down wine. Fang Chen, I feel like crying, Jiang He said loudly as he took a swig of wine. Jiang He, I know you are in despair, but didn't you hear what Li Sini said? She likes to be with strong people, Fang Chen said. She thinks you are not as good as Xiao Yun. Why don't you prove to her that her choice is wrong? Fang Chen said. Yes, Jiang He. What's so great about a woman? One day you will make her unworthy of you, Xiao Shan said. Then, Xiao Shan used Fang Chen and Yi Zi as examples to enlighten Jiang He. The 3 of them drank for an entire night at the back of the mountain. In the end, even Fang Chen was drunk. The next day, Jiang He seemed to be a different person. He was silent, and after bidding farewell to Fang Chen and Xiao Shan, he went straight to his cultivation room and started his seclusion. Maybe this is better for him, Fang Chen said softly as he watched Jiang He's back disappear. Fang Chen believed that Jiang He would come around. After dealing with Jiang He's matter, Fang Chen also went into seclusion to cultivate. Time passed little by little. After 8 days, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. Then, Fang Chen started to break through. At the moment, Fang Chen was in his cultivation room. The wild spirit qi of the world kept entering Fang Chen's body, tempering his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could feel his body getting stronger and stronger. His body was like a container that kept absorbing the spirit qi of the world. Unfortunately, before reaching qi transformation, the body could not store the spirit qi of the world. He could only use it to temper his body. After about an hour, Fang Chen felt that his body had been tempered to its limit. In the next moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath and felt his body brimming with energy. Qi Refinement Tier 8? Fang Chen opened his eyes and smiled. He did not expect to reach Qi Refinement Tier 8 after 8 days of seclusion. After reaching Qi Refinement Tier 8, Fang Chen wanted to strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the Mercury Sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of quicksilver sword light continuously shot out from the spiritual light sword in Fang Chen's hand in all directions. After cultivating for 2 hours, Fang Chen stopped. Then, Fang Chen took out a Rank 1 cultivation technique. This was the Rank 1 cultivation technique that he had obtained from the assassin. It was also a sword technique. It was called the Diffraction Sword technique. It was a top Rank 1 cultivation technique, and was even stronger than the Mercury Sword technique. The Diffraction Sword technique is actually incomplete. Fang Chen opened the Diffraction Sword technique and carefully examined it. He found that the Diffraction Sword technique was actually incomplete. If the incomplete Diffraction Sword technique was already a top Rank 1 cultivation technique, what would happen if it was the complete Diffraction Sword technique? Fang Chen instantly became interested in the Diffraction Sword technique. Fang Chen gave all the substandard cultivation techniques and Rank 1 cultivation techniques that he had obtained from the assassin to the Fang clan. He only kept the Diffraction Sword technique. One more cultivation technique means one more strength. Fang Chen naturally did not mind having more cultivation technique. He did not waste any more time and began to cultivate the Diffraction Sword technique. When Fang Chen's mind was circulating the Diffraction Sword technique's chant, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Fang Chen subconsciously stood up and began to wave the spiritual light sword in his hand according to the chant. In an instant, Fang Chen waved out streaks of strange sword light. The power of these sword lights was very strong. Whoosh! When the last sword light shot out, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. This was because he had already completed the first level of the Diffraction Sword technique. The golden heart is indeed mysterious. With the passage of time, it can actually change my understanding of swordsmanship. Fang Chen sighed. If it were not for the golden heart, he definitely would not have been able to complete the Diffraction Sword technique so quickly. After cultivating the first level of the Diffraction Sword technique, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. However, when Fang Chen saw the golden heart, he suddenly thought of the Yuan meteor stones. Previously, there were 100 pieces of Yuan meteor stones, and there were still 50 pieces left. I wonder if the heart can absorb the energy of the Yuan meteor stones, Fang Chen said. Immediately, Fang Chen held the Yuan meteor stone in his hand and began to let the heart absorb the energy. After a while, a piece of Yuan meteor stone was completely absorbed. Next, Fang Chen took out all the remaining Yuan meteor stones for the golden heart to absorb. After a full 6 hours, the golden heart finally absorbed all 50 pieces of Yuan meteor stones. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that there was a little more silver luster in the golden heart. As expected, Fang Chen said, the more the golden heart transformed, the more benefits it would bring to Fang Chen. After doing all this, Fang Chen left the cultivation room. When the 1-month agreement arrived, the atmosphere of the entire Qingfeng sword sect was very tense. This was because today was the day that the Flowing Wind sect would come to challenge them. Early in the morning, the Flowing Wind sect arrived at the Qingfeng sword sect in a grandiose manner. Flowing Wind sect master. The Flowing Wind Sect Master laughed. Flowing Wind Sect Master, you haven't forgotten our 1-month agreement, right? The Flowing Wind Sect Master asked. Of course not. However, regarding the matter of the mine, we still need to discuss it. The Flowing Wind Sect Master said. Good. Yi, Pangjin, you two lead the other disciples to tour the Qinfeng Sword Sect. I'll go discuss it. After the Flowing Wind Sect Master finished speaking, he was led into the meeting hall by the Flowing Wind Sect Master. Everyone, I'll lead everyone to tour the Qinfeng Sword Sect. Du Zhong smiled. Yi and Pangjin nodded and followed Du Zhong to tour the Qinfeng Sword Sect. Along the way, Yi and Pangjin's eyes were filled with disdain. However, when they saw the Heavenly Sword Stairway, the two of them became interested. The two of you, this is the Heavenly Sword Stairway of our Qinfeng Sword Sect. It tests one's control over the sword. Du Zhong explained. The Heavenly Sword Stairway? Yi whispered. Has anyone reached the top of the Heavenly Sword Stairway? Pangjin asked. In all these years, only junior brother Fang Chun has reached the top. Du Zhong said. This Heavenly Sword Stairway's test is too weak. Even a trash can reach the top. Pangjin said unhappily. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 62. Fang Chun suddenly appeared at the back of the crowd. His words made Pangjin and Yi's faces turn ugly. Fang Chun, do you think you can do whatever you want to us just because you used a despicable method to defeat Yi last time? Pangjin said angrily when he saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun, when the sect leader comes to a conclusion, I'll make you beg for death. Yi's face was filled with anger when she saw Fang Chun. A month ago, Fang Chun had used a forbidden technique in the 3 sects martial competition and humiliated her greatly. Yi had to avenge this grudge. That's exactly what I wanted. Fang Chun sneered. Facing Yi and Pangjin, Fang Chun did not show them any respect. Gentlemen, Du Zhong came out to mediate. He wanted to stop the conflict between the two sides. However, Pangjin's face was cold. He said disdainfully, isn't it just the top of the sword technique stairway? I'm not talented, but I've studied swordsmanship before. If I can reach the top of the sword technique stairway, those so-called geniuses from Qinfeng Sword Sect will be nothing but a joke. As soon as Pangjin finished speaking, his body flashed and he landed on the first step of the sword technique stairway. In the next moment, Pangjin took out a long sword from his space ring and began to brandish it. Seeing Pangjin's swordsmanship, many disciples from Qinfeng Sword Sect widened their eyes. They did not expect Pangjin's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. This level of swordsmanship is comparable to the top 10 swordsmanship in Qinfeng Sword Sect, some disciples whispered. At this moment, Yi revealed a cold smile on her face. She then said, the Green Edge Sword Sect is a sword sect, but it's nothing more than this. Just as Yi was speaking, swooshing sounds were heard and Pangjin's body had already appeared on the 3rd step of the sword stairway to heaven. Sword technique stairway is just SOSO. Before Pangjin joined Qinfeng Sword Sect, he had met an expert who gave him some advice on swordsmanship. He was confident that he could reach the top of the sword technique stairway with the help of that expert. The reason why Pangjin was so confident was that he had seen Du Zhong display his swordsmanship before, and it was just SOSO. Whoosh! Sword light filled the sky. Pangjin's swordsmanship became more and more exquisite, making people think that he was a disciple of the sword technique sect. As time passed, even some disciples from Qinfeng Sword Sect thought that Pangjin could reach the top. Child's play. In the eyes of outsiders, Pangjin's sword technique was very exquisite. But in Fang Chen's eyes, Pangjin's sword technique was full of loopholes. Pangjin's swordsmanship. Even Du Zhong, the top disciple of Qinfeng Sword Sect, did not see any flaws. Pangjin actually possesses such exquisite swordsmanship. This child's talent in the way of the sword is not inferior to his martial way. Du Zhong pondered for a moment before he softly said, "Brother Pang Jin will definitely reach the top." This was Yi Zi's voice. It didn't take long for Pang Jin to reach the 7th step. At this moment, Pang Jin felt a trace of pressure. "This pressure can't stop me," said Pang Jin. In the next moment, Pang Jin activated his exquisite swordsmanship and used it to reach the 8th step of the sword stairway. At this moment, Pang Jin's swordsmanship had already surpassed most of the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. However, just as Pang Jin reached the 8th floor and was about to ascend to the 9th floor, he suddenly encountered resistance from all directions. How can this be? Pang Jin's smile instantly froze. The pressure from the sword technique stairway was far beyond his imagination. Furthermore, his body was being squeezed by this pressure. Damn it, why is this happening? Pang Jin roared inside. Thinking of how he had boasted in front of Qing Feng's sword sect's disciples, his face burned. "Whatever, let's go," shouted Pang Jin. He brandished his sword and used his exquisite swordsmanship. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. Pang Jin raised his foot, wanting to reach the 9th step. However, at this moment, space seemed to have stopped. It was so difficult for Pang Jin to take that step. Why? Pang Jin's heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he was sent flying by the powerful pressure. Originally, when they saw Pang Jin raise his foot, all the disciples' faces were filled with shock. They thought Pang Jin would definitely reach the top. Even Du Zhong and the others' faces changed slightly. Once Pang Jin reached the top, their Qingfeng sword sect would definitely be ridiculed by all their fellow disciples. At this moment, only Fang Chen was looking at Pang Jin with a sneer. In the next moment, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Pang Jin's body was sent flying and directly fell to the ground. Pucci, due to the powerful rebound, Pang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother Pang Jin, are you alright?" Yi Zi saw this scene and hastily went to Pang Jin. "I'm fine." Pang Jin's face was burning as if he had been slapped. "It seems that ordinary people can't reach the top of the sword technique ladder," Du Zhong said with a grin. The meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. All the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect were talking about Pang Jin. At this moment, Pang Jin was furious. He had just boasted that he would definitely reach the top, but now he was sent flying. It seems that someone can't reach the top of the sword technique ladder. At this moment, Fang Chen spoke again. He didn't have a good impression of Yi Zi and Pang Jin. If it weren't for the discussion between the higher-ups of both sides, Fang Chen would have already attacked. Now that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was not afraid of Yi Zi at all. Fang Chen, Pang Jin was a little angry when he heard this, but he couldn't do anything. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the higher-ups of both sides appeared in the square. "All disciples, quickly come to the square." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen and the others quickly went to the square. When everyone arrived at the square, the Clear Breeze sect master spoke. "This time, the Clear Breeze sect's disciples have come to challenge our Qingfeng sword sect's disciples. After some discussion, we've decided that there will be a total of 5 matches. Each side will send 5 disciples to participate." The Clear Breeze sect master gave a simple explanation of the details of this competition, but he didn't mention the matter of the control of the Yuan meteor stone mine. It was enough for the higher-ups to know about this. There was no need for everyone to know. Sect Master. When the Clear Breeze sect master finished speaking, Fang Chen took a step forward and spoke. "Fang Chen, do you have a problem?" the Clear Breeze sect master asked. "Sect Master, it's too troublesome for each side to send 5 disciples. Fang Chen isn't talented, so if the Qingfeng sword sect wants to send me, it's enough," Fang Chen said. The moment Fang Chen's words fell, the entire square went into an uproar. Countless disciples looked at Fang Chen in shock. "Arrogant," Pang Jin and Yi Zi sneered. The Clear Breeze sect master frowned and asked, Fang Chen? Sect master, I'm completely confident. Fang Chen knew what the Clear Breeze sect master wanted to ask, so he directly answered. The elders of the Qingfeng Sword sect all looked at the Clear Breeze sect master. This time's competition was related to the control of the Yuan Meteor Stone Mine. They couldn't be careless. But at this time, the Clear Breeze sect master opened his mouth to speak. Ha ha, what an arrogant youngster. He actually wants to challenge the top 5 of our Clear Breeze sect's younger generation. However, since you're so arrogant, if our Clear Breeze sect doesn't agree, we'll be ridiculed by others. Isn't that right, Clear Breeze sect master? At this time, the Clear Breeze sect master didn't dare to make a decision. Fang Chen, are you really confident? The Clear Breeze sect master solemnly asked. Fang Chen nodded. The Clear Breeze sect master immediately nodded in agreement. All right, since that's the case, then my Qingfeng Sword sect will only send Fang Chen alone. After making a decision, the next step was to start the competition. Fang Chen's first opponent was the 5th person of the Qingfeng Sword sect's younger generation. Fang Chen, your arrogance will bring you a destructive blow, said the Clear Breeze sect disciple. You talk too much. Fang Chen coldly snorted. In the next instant, he used the Quicksilver Sword's 3rd move. Crash! A sword light flashed, and the Clear Breeze sect disciple was instantly sent flying. Fang Chen's first battle was a clean victory. All the Qingfeng Sword sect disciples were celebrating. Even the eyes of the Qingfeng Sword sect's upper echelon brightened. Fang Chen's strength had increased by a lot compared to a month ago. Could it be that Fang Chen has reached the 8th level of qi refining? Guessed the Clear Breeze sect master. Next was the 2nd disciple of the Clear Breeze sect. This disciple was much stronger than the previous one, but under Fang Chen's attacks, he couldn't even take a single move. The Quicksilver Sword was a first-grade cultivation technique after all. Its power was incomparably strong. When Fang Chen had first cultivated the 2nd move, he was already able to challenge Yi Zi. Now that he had cultivated the 3rd move, it was enough to instantly defeat these weak disciples. Just like that, Fang Chen won 3 consecutive battles cleanly, defeating his opponent in 1 move. Heavens, just how strong is Fang Chen? Why does it feel like he's so much stronger than a month ago? Yeah, the current Fang Chen might really be able to fight 1 against 5. This is really exciting. I didn't think that our Qingfeng Sword sect would send such a monstrous disciple. The Qingfeng Sword sect disciples laughed as they discussed. On the other hand, the Clear Breeze sect disciples' faces were gloomy. Even Yi Zi and Pang Jin's faces revealed a trace of seriousness. His strength has definitely reached the 8th level of qi refining, said Yi Zi in a low voice. Don't worry, junior sister Yi Zi. In the next battle, I will definitely cripple him. Pang Jin also felt the threat from Fang Chen and wanted to kill him. That's right, ha ha. The Qingfeng Sword sect's upper echelon laughed. Chapter 63. The Flowing Wind Duo were the true leaders of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. Even the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect believed that as long as the Flowing Wind sect had the Flowing Wind Duo, they would definitely become a 1-star sect in the future. On the ancient Sword continent, sects were divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. Fang Chen didn't know how powerful the sect was on the ancient Sword continent. Fang Chen only knew that the current Flowing Wind sect and Qingfeng Sword sect weren't even 1-star sect. They weren't even half a star sect. After winning 3 matches in a row, Fang Chen's popularity reached its peak. All the disciples of the Qingfeng Sword sect were cheering excitedly. At this moment, Pang Jin stepped forward and directly stepped onto the stage in the middle of the square. Fang Chen, your good luck ends here. I, Pang Jin, will end your victories and trample you under my feet, said Pang Jin eerily as he looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen also stood on the stage. Hearing Pang Jin's words, Fang Chen said something that shocked everyone. The two of you, come at me together. Fang Chen's words were so arrogant that it was boundless. At this moment, all the cultivators thought they had heard wrong. Their faces were filled with shock. Heavens, did I hear wrong? Fang Chen actually wants to challenge Yi Zi and Pang Jin together? How is that possible? Can Fang Chen defeat the Flowing Wind duo? This is too exciting. Fang Chen actually wants to challenge the Flowing Wind duo. No wonder he always looked down on Pang Jin and Yi Zi. In the Qingfeng Sword Sect area, countless disciples were discussing. In the Flowing Wind Sect area, all the disciples were cursing Fang Chen. They thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. What an arrogant guy! Pang Jin eerily smiled and said coldly, "Didn't you want me to beg for death? This is your chance," Fang Chen said softly as he turned around and looked down at Yi Zi. "Humph, Fang Chen, you are too arrogant," Yi Zi sneered. Since Fang Chen was so arrogant, she didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Wu Shizi's petite figure instantly appeared on the fighting ring. Looking at this scene, the upper echelons of the Azure Edge Sword Sect were worried for Fang Chen. As for the Drifting Wind Grandmaster, his eyes were filled with a sinister smile. "Fang Chen, you will pay for what you just said," Yi Zi said coldly. "Really? Do it." Pang Jin roared and clenched his fists. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. In the next moment, all the energy in his body was gathered in his fist as he punched towards Fang Chen. While Pang Jin was attacking Fang Chen, Yi Zi didn't stay idle. She also used the Flowing Wind Sect's secret technique. On her fair palms, a faint glow appeared. Handprints appeared one after another, surrounding Fang Chen. Seeing the two of them attacking, Fang Chen sneered. The spiritual light sword in his hand flashed as he used the third move of the Quicksilver Sword style. Crash! The aura of the LV8 Qi cultivation realm exploded. The entire square was in an uproar. Fang Chen had reached the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. No one was more surprised than the Flowing Wind Grandmaster. Although the Flowing Wind Sect and the Azure Edge Sword Sect were rivals, the Flowing Wind Grandmaster couldn't help but praise Fang Chen's potential. This kid can't be left alive. The Flowing Wind Grandmaster thought to himself. Poochie. On the stage, Pang Jin's fist reached Fang Chen first. However, in the sky, a Quicksilver Sword Radiance appeared. The fist collided with the Quicksilver Sword Radiance. It only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. Pang Jin's body was forced back. He was shocked. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be so strong after reaching the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Just as Pang Jin was retreating, Yi Zi's attack arrived. Bang! She used the third move of the Quicksilver Sword style again. The powerful sword radiance pierced through the giant handprint in the sky. In the next moment, Yi Zi was forced back. The entire square was in an uproar. Fang Chen isn't at a disadvantage, even though he's fighting two opponents alone. He's too strong. Yet, looking at the situation, Fang Chen has a chance to defeat the two of them. To be able to force the Flowing Wind Grandmasters to such a state, Fang Chen can be considered a top figure. Even the upper echelons of the Azure Edge Sword Sect had put away their worries and revealed a smile. Fang Chen's potential is too terrifying. He reached the LV8 Qi cultivation realm in such a short time. Moreover, his combat strength is much stronger than Pang Jin's, said the sect master of the Qingfeng Sword Sect. No wonder Fang Chen dared to challenge the two of them at the same time. If it was a one-on-one battle, they wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen, said the first elder. Beside the first elder, the ninth elder's face was filled with excitement. When he chose Fang Chen as his disciple, he already knew that Fang Chen was extraordinary. Back then, the ninth elders wondered if Fang Chen could reach Xie Tiannan's level. But now, the ninth elders was certain. Fang Chen had already surpassed Xie Tiannan when he was at the same level. On the stage, Yi Zi and Pang Jin's eyes were filled with killing intent when they heard the uproar below. At this moment, the two of them no longer looked down on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. To be able to reach such a level in such a short time, said Pang Jin. But you are too arrogant. Challenging the two of us at the same time, you will lose without a doubt. That's right, Fang Chen. I will let you know that you will never be able to catch up to me, said Yizi coldly. Hearing the two of them, Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. Fang Chen, it's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, said Pang Jin. I'm telling you to admit defeat. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences of losing the battle, said Fang Chen. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us. After Pang Jin finished speaking, his body flashed as he once again displayed his ultimate skill. Flowing Wind Fist. Following Pang Jin's roar, a layer of light appeared on his fist. As soon as this layer of light appeared, a tyrannical aura instantly engulfed the entire stage. Fang Chen, let's see how you are going to take our attacks, Pang Jin roared. At the same time, Yizi once again displayed the 1,000-hand seal. Her fair hands continuously formed seals, and in an instant, countless hand seals appeared in the sky. These hand seals formed an array. The 1,000-hand seal combined with the flowing wind fist maximized the power. Even a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm would not dare to take it head-on. Seeing this scene, the flowing wind sect master smiled and said, "Looks like this battle is about to end. Flowing wind sect master, I hope you will fulfill your promise." The battle is not over yet. The winner is still uncertain, said the flowing wind sect master coldly. Ha ha, you should know the power of the 1,000-hand seal combined with the flowing wind fist. Don't tell me you still expect Fang Chen to make a comeback? The flowing wind sect master laughed sinisterly. It was as if he could already see the result of the battle and even obtained control of a portion of the Yuan meteor stone load. On the stage, Fang Chen saw the two of them display their strongest attack. Finally, a trace of coldness emerged in his eyes. Diffraction Sword Art. In the next moment, Fang Chen displayed the Diffraction Sword Art. Although the Diffraction Sword Art was a first-grade cultivation technique, its power was much more tyrannical than the Mercury Sword Art. The Diffraction Sword Art that Fang Chen obtained was only incomplete. It only had the first 3 levels, and Fang Chen had already cultivated the first level. Cultivating the first level of the Diffraction Sword Art allowed him to split one sword light into 18 sword lights in an instant. Crash! As soon as the Diffraction Sword Art was displayed, a cold light shot out from the Divine Light Sword. In the next moment, under the astonishment of the crowd, the sword light actually began to split. In a short while, the sword light turned into 18 sword lights. Moreover, the pressure contained within these 18 sword lights made even Du Zhong feel a little uncomfortable. "What kind of sword art is this?" whispered Du Zhong. When the higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect saw Fang Chen display this sword art, they were also shocked. This was not the Azure Edge Sword sect's sword art. This kind of tyrannical sword art has already surpassed the ranks of first-grade cultivation technique. Could it be a second-grade cultivation technique? Said the Clear Wind sect master. The other elders were also shocked. They naturally knew what a second-grade cultivation technique meant. At this moment, they finally understood why Fang Chen was so confident in challenging the two of them at the same time. So this was his trump card. When the Flowing Wind sect master saw Fang Chen display the Diffraction Sword Art, he immediately felt that something was wrong. However, he still placed his hopes on the Flowing Wind Dual Absolute. Above the stage, 18 sword lights floated in the air. Under Fang Chen's control, they directly stabbed towards the fist light in the sky. Gotcha! Although there was the protection of the 1,000-hand seal, the fist light was unable to withstand a single blow from the Diffraction Sword Art. How is this possible? When the fist light was destroyed, Pang Jin's body was sent flying. He vomited blood that covered the entire stage. The moment Pang Jin's body flew out, the diffraction swordsmanship directly pierced into the Thousand Hands seal array. Explode! Seeing this, Yi Zi shouted, and the Thousand Hands seal exploded in an attempt to destroy the diffraction sword art. But it was useless. The diffraction sword art was too tyrannical. Adding on Fang Chen's 8th heaven stage strength, it was enough to destroy everything. Rumble! The Thousand Hands seal exploded. The diffraction sword art pierced through the Thousand Hands seal and stabbed towards Yi Zi. No! Yi Zi felt her life was in danger. Fang Chen wanted to kill her. Fang Chen, stop! Seeing this, the sect master of the Flowing Wind sect roared in anger. His body flashed as he tried to save Yi Zi. But it was too late. The 18 sword lights stabbed towards Yi Zi. The Flowing Wind sect master waved his hand, and a gust of wind forced Yi Zi's body to move sideways. Crack! Yi Zi's body dodged 17 sword lights, but she was struck by the last one. Chapter 64. A furious roar suddenly rang out. In the next instant the entire stage was filled with a wild aura. Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. But at this critical moment, the Clear Wind Sect's sect master made a move. Sect Master Flowing Wind, are you going to interfere in the competition between the younger generation? Asked the sect master coldly. Fang Chen's potential was obvious to all. The Qingfeng Sword sect definitely wouldn't let the Flowing Wind sect's sect master make a move on Fang Chen. I already said stop. This kid is actually so vicious. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master coldly said as he supported the weak Yi Zi. At this moment, Yi Zi no longer looked like a girl favored by the heavens. Her right arm had been pierced by the diffraction sword art, and blood was constantly flowing out. As one of the Flowing Wind dual absolutes, Yi Zi's talent and potential were both top-notch. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master had raised her as his future successor. He originally thought that he would be able to easily obtain control of a portion of the mine. But who would have thought that such a change would occur? Sect Master Flowing Wind, Fang Chen didn't break the rules. Furthermore, he was fighting 1 against 2. There was no way he could stop, said the Flowing Wind sect's sect master coldly. That's right. If he wants to touch Fang Chen, he'll be going against the entire Qingfeng Sword sect. The First Elder and the others also expressed their stance. Hearing the words of the Qingfeng Sword sect's upper echelon, the Flowing Wind sect's sect master's expression darkened. He coldly snorted and prepared to leave with Yi Zi and the others. Drifting Wind sect master, I hope you can keep your promise, Drifting Wind sect master said. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master almost vomited blood. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. Sect master Flowing Wind, I'll remember this grudge. After saying that, the Flowing Wind sect's sect master's figure flashed and left. After the Flowing Wind sect's people left, the disciples of the Qingfeng Sword sect began to cheer. From today onwards, Fang Chen was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Azure Cloud County. With his own strength, he had defeated Pang Jin and Yi Zi, 2 top experts of the younger generation. This strength, even in the entire Azure Cloud County's younger generation, was unrivaled. Fang Chen, well done. Sect Master Qingfeng looked at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. The other elders also greeted Fang Chen. Right now, Fang Chen had become the benchmark of the entire Azure Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen really did it. He defeated the dual masters of Flowing Wind by himself. He's really amazing. That's right. Even Xie Tianan back then couldn't compare to him. Another Xie Tianan. No, it should be an existence that has completely surpassed Xie Tianan. His strength is too tyrannical. In less than a year, Fang Chen will definitely reach the Qi transformation realm. Many disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect were discussing Fang Chen. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed since Fang Chen defeated Pang Jin and Yi Zi. During these 10 days, Fang Chen's courtyard was frequently visited by inner disciples. Fang Chen was very helpless. Most of the time, he was cultivating, and threw all the matters to his best friends, Jiang He and Xiao Shan. And in these 10 days, the azure-edged sword sect's harvest was not small. Previously, they had already gained control of half of the mine. 10 days ago, with Fang Chen's strength, the azure-edged sword sect gained control of a portion of the mine. Now, the azure-edged sword sect had control of over 70% of the mine. This was a huge amount of wealth. On a certain day, the 9 elders sent 1,000 yuan meteor stones to Fang Chen. One had to know that a yuan meteor stone was already extremely expensive outside. 1,000 yuan meteor stones was enough for Fang Chen to use. When Fang Chen saw the yuan meteor stones, he was very happy. Currently, the Golden Heart could only absorb yuan meteor stones. Moreover, it was still evolving. Naturally, he would want more yuan meteor stones. After receiving the yuan meteor stones, Fang Chen allowed the Golden Heart to absorb more yuan meteor stones. After absorbing a total of 100 yuan meteor stones, the Golden Heart finally reached saturation. At this time, Fang Chen realized that the silver luster in the Golden Heart had already occupied a quarter of the Golden Heart. The Golden Heart seems to have become stronger. Fang Chen could clearly sense that the Golden Heart was giving off an indistinct aura of vicissitude. It was slowly changing his comprehension of the way of the sword. "Let's try the Mercury Sword." Fang Chen grinned and immediately began to cultivate the Mercury Sword. Not long after, Fang Chen had successfully mastered the 4th sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique. This scene made Fang Chen pleasantly surprised. After the Golden Heart evolved, the speed of sword cultivation has become much faster. If the silver luster covers the Golden Heart, I wonder what will happen. Fang Chen said softly. Now, Fang Chen had become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Qingfeng sword sect. Even in the entire Cyan Cloud County, there was no one in the younger generation who could match up to Fang Chen. Although the Cyan Cloud County was only a small place, its population was still very large. In a short period of time, Fang Chen's name had spread throughout the Cyan Cloud County. One day, the Fang clan of Black Cloud City sent news that the Yi clan had been completely suppressed by the Fang clan. For the time being, there was no way for the Yi clan to rise again. Moreover, the Yi clan sent news that the Yi clan's daughter, Yi Zi, had returned to Black Cloud City. However, it was said that Yi Zi's cultivation had been crippled, and she could no longer cultivate. The Yi clan brought Yi Zi personally to the Fang clan to apologize. They wanted to obtain the Fang clan's forgiveness, and even wanted to marry Yi Zi to Fang Chen. However, this matter was directly rejected by Fang Tianyu. After hearing this news, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Once upon a time, the Yi clan was so arrogant. Back then, when everyone thought that he was trash, the Yi clan proposed to break off the engagement. Even Yi Zi had never looked Fang Chen in the eye. Fang Chen remembered her cold face very clearly. Fang Chen had once said, "One day, I will make you unworthy of me." Now, Fang Chen had done it. He had become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Cyan Cloud County. Yi Zi, on the other hand, had fallen to the point that her cultivation had been crippled. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk. However, at this moment, an inner disciple ran over, panting. He told Fang Chen that a terrifying young warrior had come to the Qingfeng sword sect and had threatened to challenge Fang Chen. What challenge? Fang Chen was a little puzzled and asked. Senior Fang Chen. That disciple is very strong. Even Senior Du Zhong is no match for him, the disciple said. Fang Chen nodded and quickly rushed to the square. When Fang Chen appeared on the square, he saw that the square was full of warriors from the Qingfeng sword sect, with Du Zhong as the leader. Du Zhong, you have already lost to me. Ask Fang Chen to come out, a man in black said with a cold face. Zhuge Tianzhao, Junior Fang Chen is cultivating, Du Zhong said faintly. I heard that Fang Chen is the strongest person in the younger generation of the Cyan Cloud County. I don't agree unless he defeats me, Zhuge Tianzhao said coldly. Zhuge Tianzhao was a loner. He had been wandering since he was young. However, after a fortuitous encounter, his strength had become very strong. As early as last year, he was already able to challenge Du Zhong. While everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's strength, they had already forgotten that there was still Zhuge Tianzhao in the Cyan Cloud County. At this time, Zhuge Tianzhao had also heard that Fang Chen was strong, so he had specially come to challenge Fang Chen. Senior Du Zhong, Fang Chen called out. Seeing Fang Chen appear, Du Zhong's face was full of smiles. Junior Fang Chen, you've come, smiled Du Zhong. Fang Chen's arrival caused the square to be filled with laughter. All the disciples were waiting for the battle between Fang Chen and Zhuge Tianzhao. You're Fang Chen. Zhuge Tianzhao's pitch-black eyes looked at Fang Chen. Correct, I am. You are, said Fang Chen. I'm Zhuge Tianzhao. You seem pretty good, but I don't know how strong you are. Zhuge Tianzhao grinned. You'll know once you try, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Tianzhao laughed heartily and nodded with satisfaction. I like your character. As soon as Zhuge Tianzhao finished speaking, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted. Crash! The wild aura instantly swept through the square. Everyone's expressions changed. Zhuge Tianzhao's aura had clearly reached the 9th level of qi refining. Fang Chen, as long as you can defeat me, you'll be the strongest person in the Cyan Cloud County's younger generation, said Zhuge Tianzhao. 9th level of qi refining? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he felt the pressure coming from Zhuge Tianzhao. 10 days ago, Fang Chen's strength was already enough to fight 2 8th level qi refining geniuses. In these 10 days, Fang Chen's Mercury sword had reached the 4th sword, and his golden heart had evolved once more. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Zhuge Tianzhao's attack, Fang Chen's battle intent was overflowing. Just in time for me to test my strength. Fang Chen growled as the spiritual light sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he displayed the 4th sword of the Mercury sword. Good sword technique. Seeing the ripples of water in the sky, Zhuge Tianzhao could not help but praise. Crash! Under Fang Chen's control, the ripples of water condensed into a sword light. This sword light seemed to be condensed from water. With a tyrannical force, the spiritual light sword pierced towards Zhuge Tianzhao. Crash! Zhuge Tianzhao's fist heavily hit the sword light. With a crack, the sword light shattered and Zhuge Tianzhao's body rapidly retreated. When Zhuge Tianzhao steadied himself, everyone thought that he would attack again. But what happened next surprised all the disciples. I lost. Zhuge Tianzhao's face was full of bitterness. Even Fang Chen was a little confused. How could Zhuge Tianzhao admit defeat so easily? Fang Chen, your potential is the strongest I've ever seen, said Zhuge Tianzhao in a deep voice. Zhuge Tianzhao was in the 9th level of qi refining realm, but he was only able to fight to a draw with Fang Chen. If they were in the same level, he would definitely be no match for Fang Chen. Chapter 65. Hearing Zhuge Tianzhao's words, Fang Chen was also startled. All this time, he had been working hard to increase his cultivation, wanting to prove to others that he was not a piece of trash. But with the passage of time, Fang Chen's strength was already considered the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Cyan Cloud County. At first, Fang Chen did not think in this direction, but now that he suddenly heard Zhuge Tianzhao's words, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Fang Chen, your talent is very good. You should not hide in this small place. There are many geniuses outside. Don't you feel excited? Zhuge Tianzhao said. Cyan Cloud County was only one of the counties in the Xingfeng country. In the vast land of the Xingfeng country there were many other counties. If you want to see the wider world and more powerful geniuses, you must go out. The Xingfeng country has a genius ranking. Those who can enter the genius ranking are the best of the younger generation. In our Cyan Cloud County, there is no one who can enter the genius ranking. Zhuge Tianzhao continued. With your talent, if you go out, you will definitely be able to enter the genius ranking in the future. Or even the wider world. Zhuge Tianzhao said. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. His thoughts had already flown out of the Cyan Cloud County. After a long time, Fang Chen cupped his fists towards Zhuge Tianzhao. Zhuge Tianzhao left. He only came here to see if Fang Chen was as strong as the legends said. After getting the answer, he naturally left. This time, he left not only the Qinfeng sword sect, but also the Cyan Cloud County. He wanted to go to a wider world. Fang Chen returned to the courtyard, thinking about this problem. He was only awakened by the 9th elders in the evening. Master! Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the 9th elders and called out. Fang Chen, I know what you are thinking. The 9th elders sat beside Fang Chen and said with a smile. If I were as young as you, I wouldn't have stayed in a small place like the Cyan Cloud County. I would have gone out to explore the world, especially the legendary imperial capital, said the 9th elders. Stick to your own choices and don't let others influence you. With your talent, you really shouldn't stay in a small place like Cyan Cloud County, said the 9th elders. However, as long as you have the Green Edge Sword sect in your heart, it's fine. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the 9th elders left. After hearing the 9th elder's words, Fang Chen was even more determined to go out and explore the world. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to constantly accept challenges. Of course, there was another reason why Fang Chen wanted to leave, and that was to find his mother. After his mother was taken away by her clansmen, not a single clue was left behind. Although his father didn't seem to be sad on the surface, his heart was filled with sorrow. When Fang Chen returned home, he would see his father drinking alone in the middle of the night. He was completely dispirited. Fang Chen only got a clue from his father. His mother's name was Luoyuli. He wanted to go to the imperial capital to find out if there was any news about his mother. 3 days later, Fang Chen returned to the Fang clan in Black Cloud City. Now that the Fang clan had accumulated so much wealth, they were gradually suppressing the Yi clan and becoming the overlord of Black Cloud City. The news of Fang Chen's return to Black Cloud City spread like wildfire. When the Yi clan heard the news, they immediately paid a visit to the Fang clan. The head of the Yi clan even brought Yi Zi along. In the Fang clan's meeting hall, the 3 brothers of the Fang clan and Fang Chen were all present. On the other side stood the head of the Yi clan and Yi Zi. At this moment, Yi Zi was no longer as arrogant as before. Her head was lowered, and there was a complicated expression on her face. Back then, she had an engagement with Fang Chen. She could have been together with Fang Chen, but she had ruined it all. Now, the Yi clan was being suppressed by the Fang clan, and Fang Chen had become the strongest person of the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County. On the other hand, Yi Zi's cultivation had been crippled, and even her clan had asked her to take the initiative to curry favor with Fang Chen for the sake of the Yi clan. Brother Fang, it was our Yi clan's fault in the past. Now I've brought Yi Zi to apologize to the Fang clan, the head of the Yi clan said with a smile. Head Yi, it was your own choice to break off the engagement. Now that you see our Chen Er's tyrannical strength, you want to curry favor with him, Fang Tianshan said mercilessly. Yi Zi, hurry up and apologize to Fang Chen, the head of the Yi clan said. Fang Chen, it was my fault in the past. Before Yi Zi could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Fang Chen. You can go back. We won't have any more interactions. Fang Chen's words undoubtedly cut off the relationship between the 2 clans. Yi Zi's face was full of humiliation, and her heart was full of anger. But that was the truth. Head Yi, let's go back, Fang Tianshan said. In the end, the head of the Yi clan left with Yi Zi. When he left, his face was full of regret. He hated himself for being stupid enough to force the Fang clan to break off the engagement. Ever since Fang Chun became the strongest person of the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County, who knew how many forces would visit the Fang clan every day, wanting to befriend them, Fang Chun returned to the Fang clan and stayed for 3 days. He gave the Fang clan all the things he didn't need, and then left the Fang clan. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect and bidding farewell to the 9th elders, Xiao Shan and Jiang He, Fang Chun quietly left Cyan Cloud County. If he wanted to leave Cyan Cloud County, he had to pass through a huge mountain range called the Lianyun Mountain Range. The Lianyun Mountain Range ran through 8 counties and was very big. Moreover, there were monsters running rampant in the Lianyun Mountain Range all year round. Ordinary weak martial artists wouldn't dare to enter. Fang Chen's destination this time was the imperial capital. Therefore, he had to enter the Lianyun Mountain Range from Cyan Cloud County and pass through the Lianyun Mountain Range to reach the imperial capital. Along the way, Fang Chen could already foresee that there would be many dangers. However, this was exactly what Fang Chen wanted. Only by cultivating on the edge of life and death could he break through quickly. 3 days later, Fang Chen entered the Lianyun Mountain Range. After Fang Chen entered the Lianyun Mountain Range, the Bai clan in Chinka City received the news immediately. Chinka City, Bai Clan Mansion, Meeting Hall. According to the latest news, Fang Chen has already entered the Lianyun Mountain Range, the head of the Bai clan said in a low voice. We have offended Fang Chen. After the Fang clan grows stronger, they will definitely suppress us. We must find a way to get rid of Fang Chen, the first elder said. That's right. Fang Chen has entered the Lianyun Mountain Range. This is an opportunity, the second elder said. In the end, the Bai clan reached a consensus. They would send the strongest martial artist in the clan, the current head of the Bai clan, to the Lianyun Mountain Range to kill Fang Chen. Once Fang Chen was killed, the Bai clan would be safe. The head of the Bai clan was a Qi Transformation 6th Realm martial artist. He was very strong. He was confident that he could kill Fang Chen as long as he made a move. The head of the Bai clan didn't dare to delay. Even he didn't dare to enter the Lianyun Mountain Range. In the Lianyun Mountain Range, Fang Chen walked carefully. From time to time, he would encounter some weak beasts. The Lianyun Mountain Range is very big. I can only be considered to be at the edge. The beasts I encounter are also very weak, Fang Chen said. However, just as Fang Chen was speaking, the roar of a beast suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a huge beast appeared in front of Fang Chen. Good guy, a 9th Realm Qi Cultivation Realm beast. After seeing the beast, Fang Chen's face lit up. A 9th Realm Qi Cultivation Realm beast was just right for him to practice with. Quicksilver Sword Technique. Fang Chen immediately used the Quicksilver Sword Technique. He wanted to cultivate the Quicksilver Sword Technique to the perfect realm. Whoosh! In the sky, the ripple of water condensed into a sword light and pierced towards the beast. Roar! The beast roared. In the next moment, it gathered all its strength and attacked Fang Chen. Crack! The 4th sword of the Quicksilver Sword Technique only left a sword mark on the beast's body. Fang Chen could not help but sigh at the beast's strong defense. Bang! Bang! The battle between Fang Chen and the demonic beast was extremely intense. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen gradually gained control of the situation. There were many wounds on the demonic beast's body. It took Fang Chen an entire hour to kill the demonic beast. Poochie! The beast was pierced by the sword light and died instantly. This beast is even stronger than Zhuge Tianzhao. Fang Chen sighed as he put away the beast's body. Beasts of the same realm were much stronger than human warriors, especially in defense. Fang Chen was able to kill a 9th Realm Qi Cultivation Realm beast as a 8th Realm Qi Cultivation Realm martial artist. It was enough to show how powerful he was. After killing the beast, Fang Chen quickly moved forward. After Fang Chen left for a while, a figure appeared. There are traces of a fight here. It seems that Fang Chen did not go far. the head of the Bai family said eerily, and then floated away. Following the direction that Fang Chen left, the head of the Bai family soon found Fang Chen's track. "Kid, you will definitely die this time," the head of the Bai family said eerily. In an instant, the head of the Bai family released the aura of a 6th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist. Fang Chen, who was resting cross-legged, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura envelop him. His expression changed slightly. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Fang Chen, you will definitely die today," the head of the Bai family said. "You know me?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. "Fang Chen, you killed the best of the younger generation of the Bai family, White Ape. How could the Bai family forget this?" the head of the Bai family said in a low voice. Fang Chen felt pressure coming from all directions, and his expression changed slightly. "The Bai family!" Fang Chen exclaimed, but quickly regained his composure. "Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive," Fang Chen said coldly. "Humph, you are still so stubborn. This is the Lianyun mountain range. No one will know even if I kill you," the head of the Bai family said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "The employer who sent the assassin organization to kill me must be your Bai family. Even He Sha did not return. Do you think you can kill me?" Chapter 66. Facing the Bai family head, Fang Chen did not hesitate to release Captain Sha Zhao, the Bloody Skull, and Captain Meng Mo due to their injuries. The 3 captains were only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. If they were at their peak, the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect would all be at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as the Bai family head was about to attack, he suddenly saw 3 figures appear in front of Fang Chen. His expression changed slightly. "No wonder He Sha and the others did not return when they tried to kill you. So you have helpers," the Bai family head said sinisterly. "Attack." At Fang Chen's command, the 3 captains attacked. A blood-red aura instantly engulfed the ground. The 3 captains used the secret techniques of the Yellow Spring sect to attack the Bai family head. Bang! With a loud bang, the 3 captains' fists landed on the Bai family head. Although the Bai family head was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was unable to gain the upper hand against the strange trio. However, what happened next shocked the head of the Bai family. "How is this possible?" "It's the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect," the Bai family head said coldly, his face filled with anger. "Fang Chen, how dare you collude with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect?" Before the Bai family head could finish speaking, Fang Chen controlled the 3 captains to attack the Bai family head. At a certain moment, the 3 captains worked together to activate a formation. This formation was extremely strange, and it trapped the Bai family's head within it. "Damn it, why are the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect so strong when they work together?" After a short exchange, the Bai family head realized the severity of the situation. He could not withstand the combined attacks of the 3 captains. "I can't let this go on." The head of the Bai family thought quickly. Soon, he made a decision, and that was to escape. He already knew that Fang Chen had colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. As long as this matter was made public, not only Fang Chen, but the entire Fang family would be completely destroyed. When that happened, there would be no place for Fang Chen in the entire ancient Sword continent. He would die a horrible death. It's settled then. All of a sudden, the head of the Bai family roared indignantly. He clenched his fists and punched Captain Sha Zhao. Seeing this, Captain Sha Zhao retreated quickly. Just as Sand Skeleton Captain was retreating, the Bai family head chose to flee. Whoosh! The head of the Bai family dashed through the place where Captain Sha Zhao had just stood, gliding away. "Not good, he's trying to escape." Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered, "Chase after him. Kill him at all costs." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the 3 captains immediately chased after the Bai family's patriarch. Fang Chen pushed off the ground and followed closely behind. In a short while, the bi-family head was caught by the three captains. Once again, he was trapped in the formation of the three captains. Fang Chen, you colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. You will die a horrible death, the bi-family head said angrily. Bang! With a loud bang, the bi-family head's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the bi-family head's heart was filled with fear. He thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen by himself. He did not expect Fang Chen to have three such strong helpers. If they were ordinary Fourth Realm Qi Transformation Realm warriors, the bi-family head would not be afraid even if the three of them worked together. But the three in front of him were different. They were remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was monstrous. He could not resist them at all. Damn it! The bi-family head roared angrily. Just as he was about to attack, he was attacked by the three captains. Bang! Bang! The bi-family head let out a miserable cry. He was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen felt relieved. Once the bi-clan's patriarch spread the news, there would be no place for him in the entire ancient Sword continent. After 15 minutes, the bi-family head was killed by the three captains. Then Fang Chen recalled the three captains. You asked for it, Fang Chen said softly as he picked up the bi-family head's interspatial ring. After the death of the bi-family head, Fang Chen could imagine the gradual decline of the bi-family head. Fang Chen opened the interspatial ring to check. He found that there were some spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and elixirs in the bi-family head's interspatial ring. There are too few things in the interspatial ring, Fang Chen said with a grin. The wealth of the Bai family should be in the Bai family's secret chamber. But just as Fang Chen was about to put these things into his interspatial ring, his face suddenly changed. His eyes lit up. Fang Chen found a spiritual herb in the Bai family head's interspatial ring. Sword-shaped herb. It's a sword-shaped herb. Ah! Fang Chen's face was full of excitement when he found the sword-shaped herb. Sword-shaped herb was a very precious spiritual herb. It was priceless in the outside world. It was said that Qi Transformation Realm warriors could comprehend sword force through sword cultivation. If they could comprehend sword force, their power would increase tremendously. However, some geniuses could comprehend sword force in the Qi cultivation realm. Of course, to comprehend sword force in the Qi cultivation realm, one had to be extremely talented, and one needed a large amount of sword-shaped herbs. Fang Chen checked carefully and found that there were 3 sword-shaped herbs in the Bai family head's interspatial ring. This made him very excited. With the sword-shaped herbs, I might be able to comprehend sword force. Fang Chen said softly and put the sword-shaped herbs into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Fang Chen started to look for a secluded place to comprehend sword force. After an hour, Fang Chen found a secluded mountain and sat down with his legs crossed, preparing to comprehend sword force. Fang Chen was a sword cultivator. To a sword cultivator, sword force was very important. It was also the first step in the sword cultivation realm. If he could comprehend this step, his future would be limitless. Fang Chen sat on top of the mountain, holding the sword-shaped herb in his hand, ready to swallow it at any time. Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. His mind was filled with endless sword qi. These sword qi kept circling around Fang Chen's body. As Fang Chen was comprehending sword force, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. As the golden heart mutated, Fang Chen realized that his understanding of the sword cultivation realm had become more profound. Sword force was the force of the sword cultivation realm. If he could comprehend sword force, he would be able to form the force of the heaven and earth around him when fighting, which would make his attacks even more powerful. Fang Chen was carefully comprehending the force of the heaven and earth. As time went by, Fang Chen's understanding of sword force became more and more profound. After 6 hours of comprehending, Fang Chen decided to swallow the sword-shaped herb. When the sword-shaped herb entered his body, Its medicinal effect spread out to his limbs and bones. Then, Fang Chen felt a powerful sword qi appear in his body. When this sword qi appeared, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Strands of clear energy flowed out and merged with the sword qi. Then, sword force began to appear. Right then, Fang Chen could vaguely feel the force of the heaven and earth around him. Just as Fang Chen was comprehending sword force, a man and a woman were walking in a forest not far from the mountain peak. Suddenly, the man stopped walking. His expression changed slightly as he whispered, "Who is cultivating the force of the heaven and earth? Senior brother, are you saying that someone is comprehending the force of the heaven and earth?" The woman asked softly. "Let's go and have a look." The man nodded and brought the woman to where the force of the heaven and earth appeared. After a while, the man and the woman arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. Looking at the mountain peak, they saw a young man surrounded by the force of the heaven and earth. Inside his body, there was a faint sound of a sword. Sword force. He is a sword cultivator. The man said softly. "Senior brother, he doesn't seem to have reached the Qi transformation realm." The woman said softly. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Some monstrous geniuses are able to comprehend sword force in the Qi refinement realm. This man should also be a monstrous genius. I never expected to meet such a young talent in the Lianyun mountain range. The man was full of praise for Fang Chen. However, just as the woman was about to speak, the force of the heaven and earth on the mountain peak suddenly changed. In the next moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of sword light seemed to be able to cut through the void. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, a strong and suffocating aura appeared around him. "Sword force," Fang Chen said softly. After using 3 sword-shaped plants, he had finally cultivated the force of the heaven and earth sword. With the force of the heaven and earth sword, Fang Chen felt that his every move was able to attract the heaven and earth spiritual qi. It was much stronger than before. The force of the heaven and earth sword is indeed powerful, Fang Chen said. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the main reason why he could use the sword-shaped plants to cultivate the force of the heaven and earth sword was because of the golden heart. Just as Fang Chen was feeling excited, he suddenly noticed a man and a woman at the foot of the mountain. His expression changed slightly as he looked at the 2 of them. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt a piercing sword light piercing towards them. When Fang Chen looked at the 2 of them, his eyes suddenly lit up. The woman was wearing a white dress, as if she was an otherworldly fairy. "So beautiful!" Fang Chen exclaimed. The woman in white was even more beautiful than Yi Zi. She had a beautiful figure, an angelic face, and an otherworldly aura. She was just like a fairy. However, just as Fang Chen was exclaiming, the man and woman had already walked away. "Let's go," the man said in a low voice. Obviously, he did not want to be enemies with Fang Chen. The woman nodded and followed the man. Fang Chen knew that the 2 of them must have been attracted by the force of the heaven and earth sword. However, looking at their backs, Fang Chen felt that they were not simple. Looking at their auras, they are not simple either. I wonder which force's younger generation is training in the Lianyun Mountains. Chapter 67. After comprehending the sword force, Fang Chen's swordsmanship became even more powerful. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen decided to leave this place. Fang Chen's destination was the imperial capital, so he didn't want to waste time in the Lianyun mountain range. Just like that, Fang Chen walked unhurriedly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days, Fang Chen stopped, because in front of him appeared a ferocious-looking man. "Boy, this is my territory. If you want to pass, hand over everything you have," the ferocious-looking man said coldly. Fang Chen encountered a bandit, but this bandit wasn't very strong, only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. "What if I don't hand it over?" Fang Chen asked. "Then you will die." The ferocious burly man's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he let out a furious roar and his entire body emitted a horrifying aura. In the next moment, a battle-axe appeared in the hands of the ferocious burly man. The battle-axe was filled with intense killing intent. "Boy, it's time for you to die," the ferocious-looking man roared, and the battle-axe in his hand chopped towards Fang Chen. Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chen didn't say anything, and took out the spiritual light sword, and displayed the Quicksilver sword technique. The Quicksilver sword technique had reached the fourth move, and its power was incomparably strong. Pring pung pung, the battle-axe and the spiritual light sword collided, and suddenly there was a crisp sound. In the next moment, the ferocious-looking man's face changed greatly, and he retreated. The 8th level of the Qi refining realm can actually explode with such tyrannical strength. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in the ferocious-looking man's heart, because there were many disciples from big families and forces who came to the Lianyun mountain range to train. He was only in the Qi refining realm, so he didn't dare to offend those disciples. Just as the ferocious-looking man was thinking, Fang Chen's Quicksilver sword technique stabbed towards him again. Seeing Fang Chen's ferocious attack, the ferocious-looking man didn't think much, and erupted with his strongest power, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, under the attack of the Quicksilver sword technique, the ferocious-looking man was actually suppressed by Fang Chen. "Too weak," Fang Chen said faintly. Now, he hadn't displayed the sword force, and he could easily suppress the ferocious-looking man. "Die!" The ferocious man was enraged when he heard that. Once again, he unleashed his strongest attack. However, the ferocious-looking man, the sword forces is his sword's sword, the sword's sword force. All of a sudden, the force of heaven and earth appeared around Fang Chen. The overbearing sword force was directly attached to the spiritual light sword. In the next moment, the ferocious-looking man the eyes to the ferocious to sword force? The ferocious-looking man was terrified when he saw Fang Chen's sword force, but it was already too late. Because Fang Chen's attack had already pierced the ferocious-looking man's chest. The ferocious-looking man didn't understand how Fang Chen was able to comprehend the sword force. Pucci, with a loud sound, the ferocious-looking man's body fell to the ground lifeless. Fang Chen checked the ferocious-looking man's space ring, and found that there was nothing else besides some spirit stones. "Let's go." Fang Chen nodded and then rushed into the distance. The Lianyun mountain range was very large. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already been in the Lianyun mountain range for half a month. In this half a month, Fang Chen encountered several bandits, but they were all in the Qi refining realm, and they were all killed by him. After half a month, Fang Chen finally arrived at the heart of the Lianyun mountain range. The demonic beasts here were very powerful, and there were even some in the Qi transformation realm. Just as Fang Chen was rushing forward, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. "Ah, there's a battle ahead." Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. He immediately rushed over to the battle, and soon Fang Chen saw both sides of the battle. At this time, there were 3 figures in the Lianyun mountain range. Fang Chen had seen 2 of them before. They were the man and woman he had encountered when Fang Chen had comprehended the sword force. On the other side stood a gray-robed man. His strength was at the first heaven stage of the Qi transformation realm, and he was extremely powerful. "Lu Wei, your death date has arrived." The gray-robed man's face was sinister as he icily said. "Wang Ku, you really are despicable," coldly said the man called Lu Wei. "Humph, your Lu family and my Wang family have always been hostile forces. If I kill you here, your Wang family will be heartbroken for a while." Wang Ku laughed. Lu Wei knew that he was no match for Wang Ku, so he shouted to the white-robed woman behind him, "Little sister, you go first. I will stop him. No one can leave." Hearing this, Wang Ku roared. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Wei. He then attacked Lu Wei. Heaven covering palm. Wang Ku roared, and a large palm print instantly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. Damn it! Seeing Wang Ku use the heaven-covering palm, Lu Wei did not hesitate to use his strongest skill, wanting to block Wang Ku's attack. Bang! Wang Ku's heaven-covering palm instantly bombarded Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei did not have any strength to fight back and was sent flying. Poochie! Lu Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly stood up and attacked Wang Ku again. Little sister, go! Lu Wei shouted at the white-robed woman while attacking. The white-robed woman saw that her brother was seriously injured, and her eyes were full of tears. Brother, I won't go. Let's die together. Wang Ku sneered and once again used the heaven-covering palm. In the next moment, a majestic palm print directly bombarded Lu Wei's body. With a bang, Lu Wei's body was directly sent flying and fell to the ground, losing his fighting strength. After doing all this, Wang Ku walked step by step towards the white-robed woman. His face was full of coldness. Little sister! Lu Wei, who was lying on the ground, shouted loudly. Such a beauty, dying like this is really pitiful. Wang Ku smiled grimly. Just as Wang Ku approached the white-robed woman suddenly waved her fist, wanting to sneak attack Wang Ku. However, her white little hand was instantly caught by Wang Ku. Smelly bitch, you are courting death. Wang Ku said grimly. Wang Ku, you bastard, don't touch my little sister. Lu Wei roared. Wang Ku ignored Lu Wei. He grabbed the white-robed woman's hand with one hand and reached for her chest with the other. Enough. At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Ku's ears. Then he heard the sound of an attack coming from behind him. Bang! Wang Ku helplessly gave up on the white-robed woman and turned around. Rumble! After a loud explosion, Wang Ku's body was pushed back continuously. When he steadied himself, he suddenly realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared in front of the white-robed lady. It's you! Lu Wei's eyes were filled with hope when he saw Fang Chen appear, and he cried out involuntarily. This sudden change shocked the white-robed woman. But when she saw Fang Chen's figure, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts. Kid, who are you? Wang Ku sinisterly asked. Just a passerby. Fang Chen said. Kid, do you know who I am? You're just a passerby, yet you dare to ruin my business? You're really courting death. Wang Ku attacked as he spoke. The aura of a first-level Qi transformation cultivator instantly erupted. No matter who you are, you will definitely die today. Wang Ku said. Fang Chen smirked when he sensed Wang Ku's aura. This is a good opportunity to test how strong my strongest attack is. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the fourth sword of the Quicksilver Sword art. A ripple of water appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the ripple of water turned into a sword light that pierced towards Wang Ku. Insignificant skill. Wang Ku sneered and used his heaven-covering palm to attack the sword light. His heaven-covering palm collided with the sword light and the sword light shattered. You're just an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Wang Ku sneered. Heaven-covering palm. Wang Ku used the heaven-covering palm in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, Fang Chen performed the diffraction sword technique. Immediately, a sword light appeared. Then, the sword light split into 18 sword lights. What kind of attack is this? Wang Ku felt a sense of danger and asked in a low voice. Heaven-covering palm. Wang Ku still used the heaven-engulfing palm, but this time, it was different from the previous one. Wang Ku used the ultimate move of the heaven-covering palm in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. However, just as Wang Ku's heaven-covering palm collided with Fang Chen's diffraction sword art, a powerful force suddenly appeared around Fang Chen. Sword force. Fang Chen activated his sword force. A majestic aura swept across the entire area, causing Wang Ku's expression to change drastically. Sword force. Wang Ku exclaimed, a trace of fear in his heart. Fang Chen was able to fight him without using his sword force. Now that he used it, the power of his sword force was much stronger. Damn it, heaven-covering palm! Wang Ku roared and increased the power of his heaven-covering palm. In an instant, it collided with the diffraction sword art. Boom, boom, boom! After a loud explosion, Fang Chen took a few steps back, his face pale. On the other side, when the spiritual qi dissipated, a sinister laugh came from Wang Ku's mouth. At this moment, Wang Ku was battered and exhausted, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. Kid, even your sword force was blocked by me. What else do you have? Wang Ku asked coldly. Fang Chen glanced at Wang Ku and sighed softly. Although he had sword force, there was still a gap between him and a qi refinement cultivator. If he could reach the 9th level of the qi refinement realm, he would definitely be able to crush a qi refinement realm disciple. Chapter 68. If Fang Chen wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat Wang Ku, it would be a bit difficult, so he wasn't prepared to do anything. Crash! Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared. The next moment, Wang Ku let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. Wang Ku was only at the first layer of the qi transformation realm. The blood skeleton's combat power had already recovered to the 4th layer of the qi transformation realm. Killing Wang Ku was very easy. After killing Wang Ku, the blood skeleton returned to the special spatial ring. This sudden scene shocked Lu Wei. Wang Ku had died just like that. After a long time, Lu Wei reacted and hastily thanked Fang Chen. Thank you. The white-robed woman also smiled. It was nothing, said Fang Chen. He has a grudge with you. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Lu Wei struggled to stand up and explained, the 3 of us are from Tianfeng City. Wang Ku is a disciple of Tianfeng City's Wang family, while my sister and I are disciples of the Lu family. Fang Chen had heard of Tianfeng City before. It was very close to the capital. Our Lu family and the Wang family are mortal enemies. This time, I brought my sister out to gain experience. I didn't expect to run into Wang Ku. If it weren't for brother, the 2 of us would have already died at his hands. Fang Chen nodded. So the 2 people in front of him were actually disciples of Tianfeng City's Lu family. And Wang Ku, who had been killed by the blood skeleton, was a member of the Wang family. I still don't know brother's name? Asked Lu Wei. Fang Chen, said Fang Chen. Lu Wei nodded. His sister, Lu Xiang, also nodded at Fang Chen. Brother Fang, are you going to the Lianyun mountain range alone to gain experience? Asked Lu Wei. I'm going to the capital, said Fang Chen. So that's how it is. Then we can go there together. Lu Wei smiled. Fang Chen nodded. If he wanted to reach the imperial capital, he had to pass through Tianfeng City. Therefore, going with Lu Wei and his sister would save him the trouble of taking detours. Subsequently, Fang Chen followed Lu Wei and his sister towards Heavenly Phoenix City. This time, Lu Wei and Lu Xiang entered the Lianyun mountain range to gather strength. The distance they traveled was also relatively far. Therefore, the 3 of them would not be able to return to Sky Phoenix City in a short period of time. Time passed by slowly. After traveling for half a month, the 3 of them finally left the Lianyun mountain range. We've finally left the Lianyun mountain range. Lu Wei smiled. Brother Fang, Heavenly Phoenix City is not far ahead. You are our savior. Why don't you come visit our Heavenly Phoenix City's Lu family? Hearing Lu Wei's words, Fang Chen nodded. Of course, the reason Fang Chen entered Heavenly Phoenix City was to inquire about a matter. Although the possibility of the Luo family being in Sky Phoenix City was very small, Fang Chen did not want to miss out on any place. Not long after, the 3 of them entered Heavenly Phoenix City and headed towards the Lu family. Lu Wei, does your Heavenly Phoenix City have a family surnamed Luo? Asked Fang Chen. Lu Wei nodded. Our Heavenly Phoenix City does have a Luo family. I don't know if it is the Luo family that Brother Fang is looking for. Fang Chen's eyes slightly changed. He immediately asked for the Luo family's specific location. After returning to the Lu family, Fang Chen was arranged to rest in a courtyard while Lu Wei went to report what had happened in the Lianyun mountain range. The next day, Fang Chen left the Lu family and went to the Luo family. According to the address Lu Wei gave him, he soon arrived at the Luo family. However, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. "This is the Luo family. Who are you looking for?" asked the gatekeeper. "I'm looking for Luo Liuli," said Fang Chen. "Luo Liuli?" The gatekeeper was a bit puzzled, but then he shook his head. "There is no Luo Liuli here. Hurry up and beat her up." Fang Chen was a bit disappointed. In the end, he left the Luo family's residence, Heavenly Phoenix City's Wang family's residence, in a meeting hall. The Wang family's higher-ups were all in the meeting hall. Their expressions were a bit gloomy. "Just who killed Wang Ku?" asked an elder icily. "Wang Ku entered the Lianyun mountain range. With his strength, there's no way he would die to a demon beast," said another elder. "In the past few days, I heard that the Lu family's Lu Wei and Lu Xiang also came from the Lianyun mountain range," said the Wang family head. "Family head, you're saying Wang Ku was killed by Lu Wei? That's impossible. With Lu Wei's strength, there's no way he could kill Wang Ku," said another elder. "That's right. If Wang Ku had encountered Lu Wei, the one to die would have been Lu Wei." The Wang family head shook his head. When Lu Wei and Lu Xiang returned, they brought an unfamiliar man with them. "Could it be that unfamiliar man?" asked another elder. "I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go," said the Wang family head. On the way back to the Lu family, Fang Chen walked to a remote area and was surrounded by a group of masked men. "Who are you?" Fang Chen's expression didn't change. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and asked in a low voice. The 5 of them had powerful auras. They were most likely Qi transformation expert. This was his first time in Heavenly Phoenix City, so he couldn't afford to offend anyone. "The people who will kill you." As soon as the 5 masked cultivators finished speaking, they attacked Fang Chen one after another. Facing 5 martial artists of the first realm of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately released the blood skeleton. In the next moment, the blood skeleton used its powerful attack to kill one of the martial artists. Not good. Seeing this, the other 4 wanted to escape, but it was too late. The blood skeleton exploded with tyrannical power and killed the other 4. After the 5 masked martial artists were dealt with, Fang Chen hurriedly put away the blood skeleton. He didn't want others to see him together with the Yellow Spring sect members. This place was very remote. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. After Fang Chen destroyed the corpses, he hurriedly returned to the Lu family. After returning to the Lu family, Fang Chen said goodbye to Lu Wei and Lu Xiang and left Heavenly Phoenix City. For Fang Chen, there was nothing in Heavenly Phoenix City that was worth him staying for. On the contrary, Heavenly Phoenix City was very dangerous to him. Fang Chen had just realized that in Tianfeng City, only the Lu family and the Wang family would be able to deploy 5 martial artists of the first LV of the Qi transformation realm. It was impossible for the Lu family to assassinate him, so it could only be the Wang family. After Fang Chen left the Wang family, the upper echelons of the Wang family discovered that the 5 martial artists they sent out had been killed. They were furious, but when they looked for Fang Chen, they found that Fang Chen had already left. After leaving Heavenly Phoenix City, Fang Chen walked all the way to the Imperial City. The Imperial City, Divine Wind City, was the core of the entire Divine Wind Nation. It was very prosperous. When Fang Chen saw the Divine Wind City in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. "This Divine Wind City is really glorious," Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen neared the Divine Wind Nation, he discovered that there were countless martial artists lining up at the city gate, waiting to enter the city. You have to line up to enter the city, and you also have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Fang Chen understood the rules of Divine Wind City. Immediately, Fang Chen followed the crowd and lined up. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. At this time, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Next, the gatekeeper said loudly. Suddenly, a martial artist walked in front of the city gate. You have to pay 100 spirit stones to enter. The gatekeeper said. The martial artist paid 100 mid-grade spirit stones and entered the Divine Wind City. The surrounding martial artists were speechless. They didn't expect that it would cost 100 spirit stones to enter the city. Ordinary weak martial artists simply didn't have that many spirit stones. Next, hearing the gatekeeper's words, Fang Chen walked forward. However, just as Fang Chen was about to pay the spirit stones, suddenly a roar came. Make way, make way! After hearing the roar, countless martial artists panicked. They quickly moved to the side and made way. After a while, a large number of horses quickly arrived at the city gate. Behind the large number of horses, there was a carriage. The carriage was very luxurious. At a glance, one could tell that there was a noble sitting inside. You are courting death. The speed of the horse was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed behind Fang Chen. Before Fang Chen could get out of the way, he heard an angry roar. Then, the rugged man on the horse suddenly waved the long whip in his hand and attacked Fang Chen. If an ordinary person was hit by the long whip, they would be seriously injured. However, Fang Chen wouldn't just watch the long whip hit him. When the long whip was close to him, Fang Chen's palm suddenly exerted force and directly grasped the long whip. In the next moment, the rugged martial artist on the horse fell from the horse. Who dares to block the path of the 8th prince? Seeing this scene, a large number of guards roared and wanted to attack Fang Chen. Stop! Just as a large number of guards were about to attack Fang Chen, a gentle voice suddenly came from the carriage. Hearing this gentle voice, the guards immediately stopped in their tracks and glared angrily at Fang Chen. Let's go! Another voice came from the carriage. The carriage immediately moved forward slowly. When the carriage entered the city, the gatekeeper also gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Young man, you are really bold, the gatekeeper said. Yes, I didn't expect that you would dare to attack the 8th prince's convoy. I really admire you. Another gatekeeper said. Fang Chen slightly shook his head and didn't speak. He entered the Divine Wind City. He didn't know who the 8th prince was. He only knew that if he didn't block the attack, he would have been injured. This kid is a martial artist from a small place. He actually dared to attack the 8th prince's guards. He is really courting death. Yes, the 8th prince is famous for his bad temper in the Divine Wind country. I didn't expect him to be safe. Humph, maybe the 8th prince is in a hurry. Otherwise, he would have died.